Jose Mira explains how the Durruti column responded to the offensive. The mobile column attacked our position at Calabazares La Puntaza on October 4. They were trying to break through the Osira Monegrillo road and occupy Osira. They made some progress at first, but we held them back and later repelled them completely, despite the constant machine gun fire that their new air force rained down upon us from a low altitude. They initiated a much more vigorous offensive the following day. Moving their artillery and tanks along the Villamir-Farlet road, the majority of their forces got to the outskirts of Farlet. The right flank was in the area of the previous attack. There was a heavy presence of cavalry detachments among their troops. The left flank was in the area around the Perdigara-Farlet road. The battle was intense, and although our small number of combatants in the area fought well, they had to give ground due to the enemy's enormous superiority. We quickly organized a powerful column made up by artillery and forces from other sectors in order to counterattack, but we were alarmingly short on ammunition. We withdrew ammunition from other units to equip the operating forces, which meant that militiamen in the calm parts of the front had only 10 cartridges each. Our reinforcements came when the enemy was less than a kilometer from Farlet. Their cavalry tried to circle around the southern edge of the town, but one of our light batteries placed its artillery on the road, in front of the trucks, and opened fire. This was extremely effective. It forced them to make a bloody, hasty retreat. Armored trucks set off in pursuit, which turned the enemy's retreat into a chaotic flight. The enemy was in disarray after our action against its right flank, but then launched a successful counterattack. It withdrew shortly thereafter, when our bombers appeared and bombarded a few times from a low altitude. This leveled enemy concentrations and caused them a high number of casualties, turning the adversary's withdrawal into a complete rout. The assailants dispersed in various directions, abandoning weapons and other materiel in the process. We seized a large number of prisoners, almost all Phalangists and Carlists. Many enemy soldiers deserted as well, who came over to our lines with arms. Our forces were in complete control by the end of the day, despite our indisputable inferiority in men and materiel. We pursued the enemy, which retreated 15 kilometers in the direction of Perdigara. Days later, the rebels attacked positions covered by a POUM column to the north of the Sierra de Alcubierre. Their occupation of Lesanena caused a dangerous rupture in our lines and threatened the security of the entire front. Fortunately, our reinforcements managed to contain the assailants in the vicinity of Alcubierre. To clear the besieged column from the front in Lesanena and assist in the counter-attack, our column attempted to make contact with the enemy, which had been lost since its defeat in Farlet. We also intended to put pressure on the Villamir-Perdigara-Lesanena road. Our troops were cohesive, disciplined, and followed the orders that they received. The international group, which was covering our right flank, advanced toward Perdigara. However, it went too far, due to excessive combative ardor, and lost touch with the rest of the forces. The international group attacked the enemy's defenses on the outskirts of Perdigara with hand grenades. They managed to enter the town and defeat the adversarial garrison. But more than 2 enemy battalions from Zaragoza arrived in trucks and laid siege to the site. Our internationals fought energetically, and some broke through enemy lines and retreated toward our positions. The others, taking cover in the town's houses, fought to the end. The rebels captured and executed 3 Red Cross nurses of various nationalities there. Several of our sentries approached Perdigara, in hopes of helping the international group, but a much larger number of adversarial forces appeared simultaneously, which made our efforts impossible. We finally established a continuous front, as ordered by the column's war committee. Our lines stretched northward to the Escuro mountain, the highest point of the Sierra de Alcubierre, once we cleared the enemy from the area, which offered scant resistance. We secured a connection with the neighboring POUM column, which used its patrols around Alcubierre to counterattack. 179. Corman writes the following about the internationals. Bertomeu and 40 of his men had been too daring. They advanced impetuously and, as a result, separated from the rest of the column. The fascists realized this and surrounded them with their Moorish cavalry. Cornered in several houses, the 40 men faced a force 20 times larger and soon ran out of ammunition. 2 militiamen, Rydal and Charpentier, took on the dangerous task of slipping through the Moroccans to warn Durruti. They were the only ones among the 40 who entered Perdigara to survive. The rest died fighting. Among the dead were Barthomeo, Gerald, Tronton, Bourdam, Emile Cotton, Georgette Gertrudis, and 2 nurses whose names are unknown. We improved our lines by 8 kilometers, but the territory gained didn't compensate for the column's losses. Barthomeo alone was worth more than all that. If war is the great devourer of men, here she took men of quality. The most valiant and generous were the first to fall. 180. When Calm returned to the area, Durruti went back to the Santa Lucia Inn, where Besnard told him that Largo Caballero had broken the pact. 181. This infuriated Durruti. He cursed Santillan for not following through with the plan to rob the Bank of Spain and himself for taking Largo Caballero at his word. But this wasn't the only news. There was also the militarization decree, which re-established the hierarchy of command in the military forces and reinstituted the old military code. Many fighters asked Durruti for leave, because they did not want to submit to these government edicts. What could Durruti tell them? That they submit to them? He didn't say anything. He was truly dispirited and realized that they were heading toward the precipice and that nothing could prevent them from going over it. Should he resign? He, who had never given up on any of his undertakings. How greatly he missed Escaso. Durruti didn't sleep in his headquarters that night. Instead, he went to meet with the Hijos de la Noche, who were going to carry out a surprise attack. The militarization decree was a significant victory for the Russians. The Spanish government had instituted their military policy and Largo Caballero was in their hands. The decree also coincided with the shipment of the Bank of Spain's gold to Odessa. Clearly Caballero had mortgaged his future by following Stalin's orders. Who knew then that so many would trade Spain's freedom for their short-term gains? The Russians' influence increased the strength of the Spanish Communist Party, which suddenly became the master of the new situation. Previously its leaders only attacked the anarchists and Trotskyists verbally, but now they moved to deeds. The militarization decree permitted this. The militiamen on the front fought for the revolution without worrying about the party, but the party fought for itself alone. While soldiers fell on the battlefield, the Communist Party, at the orders of the Stalinist Carlos Contreras, created a commander's school. This was the 5th Regiment, which simply groomed future leaders of the Popular Army. Professional soldiers, which the militias only tolerated as advisors, joined the 5th Regiment and shielded themselves under the Communist Party flag. The 5th Regiment also contained a large number of intellectuals, functionaries, and former state bureaucrats. The CP, presenting itself as a party of order, was really a party of the middle class. 182. The Russians became increasingly more demanding on the political terrain, as Largo Caballero, their captive, went from concession to concession. He had no clue that each compromise brought him a step closer to his own political abyss. The situation was even more tragic in Catalonia than Madrid. The Russians first set out to eliminate the POUM and then to render the CNTFAI powerlessness. Although Antonov Ovsenko's efforts were staggered, he operated so quickly that the passage from one stage to the next was nearly imperceptible. The Aragon front and the Catalan war industry were the CNT's weak points. The militias in Aragon needed arms and the factories needed raw materials. If they held back the revolution, Ovsenko promised that they would get one or the other. The CNT and FAI committees accepted his pledge and made the maximum concession by agreeing to dissolve the CAMC. This set a whole chain of events into motion. The unity pact between the CNT and the UGT and between the PSUC and the FAI facilitated the POUM's elimination from the Generalitat and was the prelude to the May Days of 1937. To escape the pressure of the CNT and FAI, the Esquerra Republicana tried to form an alliance with the PSUC, but the PSUC's first condition was Andrunin's removal as Justice Minister in the Generalitat. Lewis companies assented and simulated a government crisis in order to form a new government without the POUM. The PSUC had thus improved its position, so much so that its leader, Joan Comarera, felt strong enough to attack the Aragon militias directly. The great militarization push had begun. The CNT and FAI committees responded by securing their control over their militias. However, that didn't worry the government or the Communist Party, because they knew that the regular army, once established, would eliminate the CNT's influence in the combative forces by the very logic of its operation. The CNT and FAI committees were too absorbed with their political maneuvering to see the forest for the trees, although militia fighters did grasp things much more clearly. The internationals in the Esqueso column on the Huesca front raised the issue of revolution or war. If we divest the war of its revolutionary content, its idea of social transformation and sense of universal struggle, then nothing will remain but a war for national independence. While it may force us to confront life or death choices, it will not be a war fought out for a new social regime. We don't think everything is lost, but do believe that everything is at risk. Victory is unlikely unless something unanticipated occurs. 184. The confederal militias of the center raised the same question: by what right does the government forge new chains on a proletariat that already broke those that restrain it? By what right does it resurrect militarism, which we have suffered for so long? For us, militarism is an integral part of fascism. The army is a typical instrument of authoritarianism. To destroy the army is to crush authoritarianism's ability to oppress the people. The state hasn't decreed our war, it's a popular reaction against forces that want to strip us of our dignity. It's the people who have to choose the best method and strategy for carrying it out. The working class doesn't want to lose what has cost it so much blood to achieve. Forming an army is nothing but a return to the past, a past that was buried on July 19. Durruti replied to the new developments in comments that he made to L'Espagnie Nouvelle. The newspaper, before printing his reflections, made some remarks about the situation on the front, forced to choose between submitting to the new law or laying down their arms and leaving the militias. Most of the fighters will refuse to do either. They believe that either option would be destructive to the revolution that they intend to carry forward, regardless of the orders received. But it's a blow to the militiamen's fighting spirit. The Durruti column decided to feign ignorance of the new regulations, although it did institute some of their positive aspects and, by doing so, protected itself from charges of indiscipline. This demonstrates Durruti's personal realism as well as his moral influence on the men in his column and the country. His peasant slyness is evident in his obstinate and astute responses to our questions. Is it true that they're going to re-establish the old army military code and hierarchy of command in the militias? No. That's not how things are. Some conscripts have been mobilized and the single command has been instituted. The discipline necessary for street battles wasn't enough for a long and hard military campaign against a well-equipped, modern army. We had to overcome that deficiency. What does the reinforcement of discipline mean exactly? Up to now, we had a large number of units, each with their own leaders and forces, with their own armory, transport, supply, a distinct policy toward rearguard inhabitants, and often a very unique way of seeing the war. That had to stop. Some corrections have been made and surely others will follow. But the ranks, military salutes, punishments, and rewards. We don't need any of that. Here we are anarchists. Hasn't a recent decree from Madrid put the old military code of justice into effect? Yes, and the government's decision has had a deplorable effect. They have absolutely no sense of reality. The spirit of that decree totally contradicts the sentiment among the militiamen. We're very conciliatory, but we know that those two ways of approaching the struggle can't coexist. If the war is prolonged, do you think that militarism could stabilize itself and put the revolution in danger? Well, that's exactly why we have to win the war as soon as possible. With this reply, Comrade Durruti smiles at us and we shake hands. 185. For its part, the CNT and the FAI published the following note: it would be childish to give the government absolute control of the proletarian forces. A mobilized worker is not a soldier, but a worker who has exchanged his tool for a rifle. The struggle is the same in the factory as on the battlefield, and so the organizations should control their own forces. The CNT, without waiting for orders from anyone, accepts its responsibilities and gives the following instructions to the member workers affected by the mobilization: immediately go to the CNT barracks or to your unions or defense committees, where you will receive the militiaman's card for your incorporation into the confederal columns. Making this decision, the working class once again affirms its faith in the revolution in progress. 186. The CNT was trying to harmonize the attitude of the anarchist militiamen with the government's decisions. But what the CNT didn't know was that the statist machinery led by Largo Caballero was insatiable, and not because Caballero wanted it to be that way, but simply because that was the nature of the apparatus he was reconstructing. The militarization decree was followed by the nationalization of the war industry, which tore that industry from the workers' hands and put it under the control of a state bureaucracy seeking to return expropriated businesses to their former owners. Camillo Bernieri denounced the progress of the counter-revolution in his newspaper Guerre de Classe, the publication of Italian exiles in Spain. He wrote that a certain scent of Nisky is floating in the air. 187. Yet complaining wasn't enough, it was necessary to respond. But how? Largo Caballero's policy was clearly directed against the working class and therefore against the CNT. But could his policy have been different? Wasn't his government formed precisely to reconstruct the old Republican, bourgeois, statist apparatus? And hadn't the CNT facilitated that reconstruction by accepting collaboration with the other anti-fascist tendencies? The revolution was in a stalemate and there was no way to break out of it except by crushing the counter-revolutionary forces within the anti-fascist camp while simultaneously fighting Franco's troops. Was that possible? A national CNT meeting came up with a solution that might have been feasible if the Soviet Union had not infiltrated Spain, didn't have Largo Caballero in its grips, and hadn't moved the Spanish treasury to Russia. The plan was to form a workers' government called the National Defense Council, which would be based on the CNT and UGT and in which the political parties would play a secondary role. Largo Caballero found the idea attractive momentarily, but a light jostle from Russian ambassador Marcel Rosenberg returned him to his political senses. Likewise, the Communist Party launched a campaign against the CNT-UGT conspiracy and the entire pro-Stalinist wing of the Socialist Party rose up against the attempt to exclude the political parties from the leadership of the war. Largo Caballero felt the ground crumbling beneath him. 188. And the Communists, not caring if they provoked a civil war among the anti-fascists, went on the attack against the working class. Vicente Uribe, the Communist Minister of Agriculture, released a decree stating that lands could not be expropriated unless there was incontrovertible evidence that the former owners were truly fascists. This threatened the existence of the 1,500 agricultural collectives that the CNT had organized in Levante, Aragon, Andalusia, and Castillo. But the counter-revolutionaries didn't stop there. They also went after collective management in the transportation industry, the mines, and elsewhere. All the workers' conquests were now at risk. There would have to be an armed confrontation, and that would be Franco's victory. On July 20, all Spanish militants knew that the revolution would fail if the international proletariat, or at least the French, didn't come to its aid. By October, any hope that the world proletariat might go into action had dissipated and Spanish revolutionaries had to fight not only against the fascist and democratic powers but also the USSR, the fatherland of the proletariat. The Socialist Federation of the Seine held a rally on September 6 in Luna Park demanding that the French Popular Front government give real support to the Spanish Revolution. Leon Blum was not invited, but decided to defy the people's rage and attend anyway. The crowd received him with shouts of "Cannons for Spain! Cannons for Spain!" Then, once the initial commotion had passed, he delivered a sentimental speech. "Those who know me well understand that I haven't changed. Do you think that I don't support and share your feelings? You heard the representatives of the Spanish Popular Front the other night in the Winter Velodrome. I spoke with them that day, in the morning. Do you think that I listened to them with any less emotion than you? We have to do everything possible to eliminate the threat of war. 189. For the sake of peace, it mattered little if the Spanish people perished. That was the essence of Leon Blum's message to those workers. And, since crowds can be fickle, he won the day. Everyone stood up and yelled "Viva Leon Blum," in unison, while the notes of the International mixed with their cheers. They went from "Cannons for Spain," to applauding Blum, which was the equivalent to applauding the non-intervention policy. That sad scene announced the sure defeat of the Spanish revolutionaries. But in Spain, where the counter-revolutionary news tightened daily, there was no way to stop fighting. Given the CNT's failure to form the National Defense Council, and that it was now maneuvering on the political terrain, it was inevitable that at 556 Stalin's shadow over Spain would join the central government. After dissolving the camp and entering the Generalitat, the last stop had to be Madrid. By choosing that route, the CNT selected the worst of all possible routes, since it not only threw all its anti-statist ideas overboard but also deprived itself of its own strength, its activist base, which abhorred that political turn. By trying to avoid a battle among anti-fascists, it only delayed it while simultaneously reducing its capacity for fight. The Stalinists followed the CNT and the anarchists' internal crisis attentively and hoped to make the most of it. Antonov Ovsenko played a central role here. He constantly repeated that Comrade Stalin has no political ambitions in Spain and sincerely wants victory for the Spanish Republic. And the Communists' propaganda offensive did have some impact inside the CNT and FAI. The Russian consul confidentially told Lewis companies that it would be good if a large group of Catalans attended the anniversary commemoration of the October Revolution in Moscow. He even insinuated that it would be magnificent if Durruti was among them. Lewis companies conveyed Ovsenko's suggestion to the CNT Regional Committee, which agreed to send CNT men to Russia and also dispatched a group to Bujarest to convince Durruti to join the delegation. When the CNT envoys in Bujarest finished explaining the idea, Durruti said, "Maybe, for propagandistic purposes, it would be good if the CNT sent someone along, but to think that there will be an opportunity to tell the Russian people what our revolution really means and needs is to misunderstand Soviet reality. GPU agents and other authorities will besiege our comrades. They'll go from celebration to celebration and be a banner on the official rostrum. The government will use them to show the Russian people that Spain is grateful for its help. So, I think it's a mistake to send CNT representatives and of course useless to send someone from the column. But, nonetheless, the War Committee will have to make the decision. 190. The War Committee decided that Francisco Carreno would represent the column in Moscow. Durruti insisted on drafting a greeting to the Russian workers, which Carreno pledged to release in the Soviet capital. If we place Durruti's text in its historical context when Stalin's cult of personality had reached the most absurd extremes, we can be certain that Carreno did not read his statement in Moscow. A letter to Russian workers that didn't mention the glorious Stalin, the heroic Bolshevik Party, or recognize the Soviet Union as the fatherland of the proletariat would necessarily be received as an insult by the Stalinist bureaucracy. Here is the text in question, comrades. The purpose of these lines is to send you a fraternal salutation from the Aragon front, where thousands of your brothers fight, as you fought 20 years ago, for the emancipation of a class that has been offended and humiliated over the centuries. 20 years ago the Russian workers flew the red flag in the East. It was a symbol of the international proletariat, in which you placed all your trust, in hopes that it would help you carry out the momentous work that you had begun. We, the workers of the world, honored that trust and responded selflessly. Today a revolution has been born in the West, and a flag also flies that represents an ideal, which, triumphant, will fraternally unite two peoples once mocked by Tsarism on the one hand and a despotic monarchy on the other. Today, Russian workers, we place the defense of our revolution in your hands. We have no faith in self-styled democratic or anti-fascist politicians. We rely on our class brothers, the workers. They are the ones who have to defend the Spanish Revolution, just like we defended the Russian Revolution 2 decades earlier. Trust us. We are authentic workers. Nothing in the world will make us forsake our principles. We will never betray the working class. Greetings from all the workers who fight against fascism with weapons in hand on the Aragon front. Your comrade, B. Durruti. Osira, October 23, 193-6191. The military situation in the center was becoming more desperate daily, and rebel troops had come dangerously close to Madrid. The government began to assume that the city would fall into insurgent hands and seriously considered relocating, taking the leaders of the political parties and labor organizations with it. On October 18, Largo Caballero called a meeting of Popular Front and CNT representatives. Horacio Martinez Prieto, who had recently become the organization's general secretary, represented the CNT at the meeting. Largo Caballero gave a pathetic speech in which he argued that moving the government would be good for the war effort. No one, not even the Communist Party representative, thought his suggestion was foolish. Just when it seemed like everyone supported the move, Prieto declared that the people would think the government was abandoning Madrid and see its action as a cowardly flight. That, in addition to the continuous defeats that they had been suffering, would be a mortal blow to the militia's fighting spirit. Caballero's only response was to say that the CNT doesn't have a realistic view of the situation. But Prieto held firm, adding that if the government does move, the CNT will stay in Madrid, its national committee won't follow. Given their stance, the socialist leader had to give up the projected relocation. The CNT thus earned the antipathy of all the Popular Front representatives, who had always imagined themselves beyond the line of fire and were now up to their necks in the war thanks to the CNT's failure to have a realistic view of the situation. 192. Horacio M. Prieto won the first battle. However, Largo Caballero, who didn't appreciate the CNT's autonomy, intensified his efforts to get it to share in governmental responsibility. The militarization of the militias and the nationalization of industry and agriculture were designed with that end in mind. Caballero knew that Prieto supported the CNT's entrance into the government and thought his stubbornness at the October 18 meeting was more of a political maneuver than a reflection of a genuine concern for mass feeling. He assumed that the CNT's willingness to participate in the government depended on the distribution of ministries. Largo Caballero and Horacio M. Prieto began discreet conversations in which they negotiated the CNT's admittance into the cabinet. Ultimately, they decided that the CNT would receive 4 ministries and that it could select its own ministers. Prieto also promised that they would send Durruti to help defend Madrid. Things began moving quickly. Prieto knew that getting leading figures of the CNT's left wing, that is, militants identified with the FAI, to agree to be ministers would be the best way to make the organization's rank and file accept its entry into the government. Federica Monsanelli and Juan Garcia Oliver were the most well-known FAistas. Prieto didn't consult anyone when selecting the ministers, not even his comrades on the National Committee. He operated like a typical party boss. He called the moderates, Juan Lopez and Juan Piro, and told them that they would occupy the ministries of Trade and Industry, respectively. Things were different with Monsanelli and Oliver. Not only did they have to overcome anarchist scruples, but they also had tactical concerns. A phone call wasn't sufficient in their cases, and so Horacio went to Barcelona to resolve the matter directly. Monsanelli felt horribly torn when he pressed her to accept the position. At first she refused, claiming that others were better suited. She also consulted her father, the old anarchist Federico Urals, and despite the fact that he counseled her to consent, she continued to resist. She didn't agree until Prieto, using all the prerogatives of his post, appealed to her sense of organizational responsibility. Encouraged by his success with Montseny, Prieto then spoke with Garcia Oliver. Things were more difficult with him. For Garcia Oliver, the question of whether or not to join the government wasn't something that kept him up at night. There were more important tactical concerns that inclined him to say no. He believed that the nerve center of the revolution and the war was in Barcelona and that the CNT would lose everything if it lost its influence and political control there. He thought that it had been a significant mistake to dissolve the CAMC, but that the CNT had compensated for it by securing its command over the Ministry of Defense, where he occupied the most important post and directly oversaw the militias in Aragon, the War College, and the Air Force School. Likewise, Aurelio Fernandez and Dionisio Arrels still ran the police and José Asens still led the control patrols. It was possible to use these positions to contain the PSUC, which was gaining ground thanks to the weakness of the CNT's regional committee. Garcia Oliver justly claimed that he was an integral part of that fragile equilibrium and that, if he left the Ministry of Defense, someone without his influence would replace him and their positions would slowly fall to the PSUC. Garcia Oliver's analysis was coherent, and to deny it was to put all the revolutionary conquests at risk. But Prieto didn't really believe in the revolution and simply wanted to turn the FAI into a political party, using the CNT as an electoral trampoline. He pressured Garcia Oliver, who ended up accepting, but not without first saying that he would hold the National Committee responsible for the consequences. In our opinion, Garcia Oliver committed a serious error here. His experience with the demise of the camp should have led him to emphatically reject Prieto's proposition. Once again, Garcia Oliver's reputation as an anarcho-Bolshevik seemed to be confirmed, although the charge was unjust, since one of his biggest flaws was an unwavering respect for and submission to CNT decisions. Prieto only had to convince Durruti to come to Madrid to be successful in his entire endeavor, and he took off for Bujareliz to accomplish the task. However, Garcia Oliver had already informed Durruti about Horacio's intentions by the time he arrived, and, when the discussion came up, Durruti immediately cut off the CNT General Secretary. "No, I won't leave Aragon, especially when the Aragon Defense Council is in such a precarious position, still unrecognized by the CNT, treated as an uncontrolled body by the communists, and ignored by the Madrid government." Horacio insisted, reminding him of his responsibilities and the need to be disciplined. To lecture Durruti about responsibility and disciple, given everything that he was experiencing, was enough to drive him crazy. "I don't recognize any discipline other than revolutionary discipline," he said angrily. And, with respect to responsibility, he told Prieto that in the rear guard, "You've replaced the old militant responsibility with a disastrous bureaucratic responsibility." 193. Prieto had no choice but to leave Aragon, cursing the irresponsibility of the fighters on the front. What led Durruti to oppose the CNT? One thinks of a comment that Francisco Escaso made to Manuel Buenacasa, when the latter was CNT secretary, and told him that the organization is always right. Escaso responded, "Not always, and, on this occasion, I'm the one who's right." 194. The fact that Durruti, who had always submitted to the organization's decisions, was saying no to its secretary can be seen as a revolt against the bureaucratism of the committees, which had been working in the CNT's name and standing in for its militants. One could say that Durruti's revolt began on July 20 and affirmed itself when he made himself the axis of libertarian Aragon. 195. Durruti had learned endless things during the months of civil war, but the main lesson that he received was a full confirmation of the working class's capacity to govern itself and the damage done by the committee's bureaucratic leaderism. Prieto hurried to finalize the details of the CNT's admission into the government with Largo Caballero as soon as he returned to Madrid. But Durruti's attitude could ruin everything. If Garcia Oliver went back on his word and a CNT regional meeting in Catalonia was called, at which there would be a debate about the serious step that the National Committee was taking behind closed doors. On November 4, the press reported that 4 new ministers had joined Largo Caballero's government. This surprised the immense majority of CNT and FAI militants. The whole upstanding bourgeoisie world was also shocked when it found out that Garcia Oliver, an old outlaw and legendary bandit, ran nothing less than the Ministry of Justice. Chapter 17. Viva Madrid without government. When the 4 CNT ministers sat down with the rest of Largo Caballero's government, the rebel columns maneuvering to take Madrid had nearly surrounded the city. Many leading Republicans and Socialists thought that Madrid would fall in a matter of hours or 2 or 3 days at the most. Government officials focused more on leaving the city escaping to Valencia than on organizing the resistance. Consumed by panic, the ministers pressured Largo Caballero to order a departure and let the crazies make Madrid a new Numancia if they wanted to do so. They intended to stay well beyond the line of fire. 196. Although there was a different sentiment in Barcelona, and shells weren't landing in the Plaza de Catalunya as they did in Madrid's Puerta del Sol, there was the same level of turmoil. However, no one there thought to flee and instead concentrated on coming to Madrid's aid. Everyone knew that if the rebels took the capital, governments around the world would recognize Franco as the leader of Spain and the war would be over. The Generalitat's Ministry of Defense convened a meeting of all the column leaders operating in Aragon to discuss the situation. Many of them were already wearing the military uniforms awarded with graduation, which the recent militarization decree compelled. The only ones who hadn't changed were the CNT column leaders and Rovira, who represented the POUM's forces. Diaz Sandino and then Santillan reported on the desperate situation in Madrid and both called for a shipment of troops to the capital. Silence followed their comments and everyone looked to Durruti, who kept quiet like the others. They all knew that it was imperative to help the threatened city immediately, but they hadn't determined what force to send or the date on which to send it. They suggested that Durruti try to raise the fighters' morale and inspire the resistance by giving a speech over the radio. He consented. His speech would be broadcast on November 4. Durruti met with Marcos Alcon after leaving the meeting. The latter was a militant from the 1920s and they decided to have dinner with other longtime comrades from the heroic years. What could be said among that group of revolutionaries who had not given up on the revolution, each of whom was fighting in his own way against the bureaucratism of the committees? Durruti told us that he was alarmed by the rapid progress of the counter-revolution and the havoc that bureaucratism was causing in the ranks of the CNT and FAI. He said that he intended to confront the issue in the speech that they wanted him to give. Marcos Alcon adds, I clearly remember the effect that his comments had on many of the responsible comrades in the CNT and FAI. I have an even more dramatic memory of the panic felt in Catalan political circles. Durruti made them shake with fear when he told them in no uncertain terms that, whatever they did, they wouldn't be able to strangle the revolution for the sake of some colorless anti-fascism. I'm not exaggerating, and there are still witnesses who assert that the text of the speech published in the press, even the Confederal press, had been censored. The printed version wasn't anything near what Durruti said. His sentences were like slaps in the face for the opportunists of the revolution. It was a violent, aggressive, yet reasoned speech. 197. Here is the transcript of his comments: Workers. I speak to the Catalan people, to the generous people that 4 months ago defeated the soldiers who tried to crush them beneath their boots. I send you salutations from your brothers and comrades in Aragon, who are only kilometers from Zaragoza, within sight of the towers of Pilarica. Whatever threat may hover over Madrid, we have to remember that a people have risen and nothing will make them retreat. We will resist the fascist hordes on the Aragon front and we tell our brothers in Madrid to do the same. The militiamen from Catalonia will know how to carry out their duty, just like they did when they demolished the fascists in the streets of Barcelona. You can't forget the workers' organizations. That's imperative. There's only one idea and one goal on the front and in the trenches. We look forward resolutely and focus exclusively on destroying the fascists. We ask the Catalan people to stop the intrigues and bickering. You must rise to the occasion, Stop quarreling and think of the war. The people of Catalonia have the duty to support those fighting on the front. We have to mobilize everyone, but don't think that it will always be the same people. If Catalan workers have assumed the responsibility of going to the front, it's now time to demand sacrifices from those who remain in the cities. We have to activate all the workers in the rear guard. Those of us on the front need to know that we can count on the men behind us. No one should think of salary increases or reduced working hours now. It's the duty of all workers, especially CNT workers, to make sacrifices, to work as much as necessary. To the organizations, stop your rows and stop tripping things up. Those of us who are fighting on the front ask for sincerity, above all from the CNT and FAI. We ask the leaders to be genuine. This is a completely modern war and it's costing Catalonia a lot. The leadership has to realize that we'll need to start organizing the Catalan economy if this lasts much longer. Of course we're fighting for something greater and the militiamen will prove it. They blush when they read about attempts to raise money for them in the press, when they see those posters asking you to make a donation. They blush because fascist planes drop newspapers that also talk about campaigns for their soldiers. We must build a granite wall against the enemy. The men at the front want responsibility and guarantees behind us. And we demand that the organizations look after our women and children. They're mistaken if they think that the militarization decree will scare us and impose an iron disciple on us. We invite those who instituted the decree to come to the front and see our morale and discipline. Then we'll compare it to the morale and discipline in the rear guard. Be calm. There's no chaos or indiscipline on the front. We're all responsible and cherish your trust. Sleep peacefully. But remember that we've left Catalonia and its economy in your hands. Take responsibility for yourselves, discipline yourselves. We mustn't provoke another civil war after this one. Anyone who thinks that his party is strong enough to impose its policy is wrong. Against the fascists we must marshal one force, one organization, with a unified discipline. The fascist tyrants will never cross our lines. That is our slogan on the front. To them we say, you will not pass. To you, they will not pass. 198. This speech, like many of Durruti's speeches, had a dual effect. For the workers, it showed that he was the same revolutionary as always. For the bureaucrats and politicians, it confirmed that he and those he inspired were still a threat. Clearly, the ball was up in the air. Things were also up in the air in Madrid. The rebel columns had come extremely close to the city between November 4 and 5. General Varela had captured Leganés, Alcorcón, and Getafe. The Burgos junta, the rebels' government, thought that Madrid's fall was inevitable and had drafted a list of those who would take control of the capital. Martínez Anado, interior minister in the Burgos junta, stated that they would execute 2 million Reds between Valencia, Madrid, and Barcelona. Although the militias fought valiantly, they had been losing to the rebels' modern army. So they ran, hoping that something might miraculously come between them and their assailants. They reached Madrid and could run no more. What they saw when they arrived was unthinkable: women, 564 Viva Madrid without government, youngsters, and old people building barricades, without orders or predefined plans, and making it patently obvious that no one had the slightest intention of leaving the city. It was in this context, which seemed like a reproach upon those who had fled, that the retreating forces prepared to fight back. If they had to die, then at least they'd die fighting. The hoped for miracle had occurred. Panic reigned in the government. Largo Caballero had pathetically proposed an immediate retreat to Valencia at the first cabinet meeting attended by the CNT ministers. Leaving Madrid in a stampede didn't seem like an auspicious beginning to any of them. All, even the moderates, were deeply conflicted about accepting their ministerial positions to begin with. Piro later wrote that the CNT had other options, before coming to that. And they knew that their appointments had caused an uproar in the CNT's ranks, given the dubious way in which they were made. They were also aware that the militants would never forgive them if, added to everything, they fled the city. To justify its entrance into the government, the CNT declared, "We are absolutely certain that the comrades selected to represent the CNT in the government will know how to carry out their duty and the mission entrusted to them. They are not so much people as warriors and revolutionaries in the service of anti-fascist victory. 199 warriors and revolutionaries, and, in the face of the first attack, they abandon ground and join the fleeing crowd. Impossible. Leave." Garcia Oliver asked Largo Caballero in the name of the four confederados. "We just got here." "No. The government should stay in Madrid and the ministers should lead the struggle and even fight on the barricades." All the ministers, including the communists, looked in horror at the lunatic telling them to man the barricades. Then they looked at the Prime Minister, who made his irritation clear with his gestures. Largo Caballero urged the CNT ministers to behave reasonably, time was of the essence and the decision had to be unanimous. Garcia Oliver reasserted his position and this put the government in a deadlock. What to do? Largo Caballero proposed that the CNT members confer about the issue privately because the vote, he repeated, had to be unanimous. The four CNT ministers left the room to meet alone. They couldn't change a position that they all shared, but they did have to resolve the situation. They decided to call the CNT National Committee and let it decide. Horacio M. Preto's response was hold firm, but cede if there's a risk of crisis. There was a new affirmation from Garcia Oliver and a new response from Largo Caballero, a dead end. The atmosphere was unbearable. The other ministers lost their patience with those CNT madmen. Members of Manuel Azaña's party reproached Largo Caballero for his zeal to put the anarchists in the government. "You yourself created this situation." The confederal ministers left the room again to meet in private. There was another telephone call to Preto. This time he responded, "Vote," and then returned to Madrid immediately. There was a heavy silence when Garcia Oliver rose to communicate the result of their deliberations. He announced that the CNT votes for the government's departure. The other ministers let out a loud sigh of relief. 200 From then on, everything moved at a crazy pace. The obsession was, leave, and leave as soon as possible. The spirit in the street stood in sharp contrast to the cowardliness found among the ministers. The CNT and UGT released a manifesto that said, in essence, liberty or death. Radio stations broadcast improvised speeches calling upon the people to fight. Street orators roused the crowds who were demanding weapons. The excitement turned into a collective delirium and the individual dissolved into the group. People breathed collectively because they had visions of a collective death. The government began its escape as soon as darkness fell and its departure wasn't organized but rather a frenzied flight. Largo Caballero prepared a series of orders for General Mayaja, after putting him in charge of the defense of Madrid. 201 He also made up instructions for General Pozas pertaining to the Army of the Center. He placed the commands in envelopes and sealed and marked them with, "Do not open before 6 a.m. on November 7. The government took off for Valencia on a road that passes through Tarancon, a town that is approximately 40 kilometers from the capital. The remains of a unit that had fought in Sigüenza were there, under the command of the anarchist Villanueva. Neither Villanueva nor his men knew what had happened in Madrid, but the CNT Defense Committee of the Center had instructed them to stop anyone from leaving the capital and to disarm whomever came to their checkpoint. A large caravan of cars left Madrid, carrying the cowards running from the danger. The militiamen stopped the automobiles in Tarancon with rifles in hand. They asked, "Where are you going?" "To Valencia." "Why?" "Special mission." Everyone seems to be on a special mission. All the spineless weaklings are trying to get special missions. The militiamen don't budge, you're cowards. Go back to Madrid. Some, ashamed, return. Others insist on passing. Okay, leave your arms. You don't need them in Valencia. Pedro Rico arrives in a car. He's curled up in a ball with panic written all over his face. The militiamen laugh at him. So, you want to clear out too, you pushover. Pedro Rico is the mayor of Madrid and tries to make an excuse for himself, but a militiaman interrupts. We should kill you right here. He manages to escape. He heads back toward Madrid, followed by laughter and jeers. He'll seek refuge in a foreign embassy when he gets to the city. It's already late at night. José Villanueva is commanding the groups at the checkpoint. He's thin and determined. He fought at the mountain barracks in Guadalajara and also Sigüenza. At daybreak he and his men will march off to help defend Madrid. He will fight in the Casa de Campo and die in the Battle of Teruel. A caravan of cars arrives. The militiamen hold them. A voice shouts, "Clear the way." There are ministers in the cars. But all the occupants are told to get out of the vehicles. One of them approaches Villanueva. "This is outrageous. I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs and I'm going to Valencia." Villanueva responds, "As a minister, it's your responsibility to be at the people's side. You demoralize the fighters by fleeing." 3 or 4 more ministers turn up. Villanueva disarms them and sends them to a room. Frightened, one of them asks, "What are you going to do?" "To my liking," he replied, "put you between us and the fascists when we go into battle tomorrow. This is unbelievable. Executing you would be even better, which is exactly what you deserve." 202. While traveling to Madrid, Cipriano Mera stopped in Tarancon to speak with Feliciano Benito, whose command post was in the town. He found out that Feliciano wasn't there, because had left for Madrid after Eduardo Val had summoned him. He spoke with José Villanueva to find out what was new. Villanueva told me that he had detained the following individuals for fleeing Madrid: General Asensio, the Subsecretary of War 203, Socialist Álvarez del Valle, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, our comrade Juan López, the Minister of Trade, General Pozas, who claimed he'd been ordered to establish his command post in Tarancon, 204, and a few others. I called Val in Madrid and told him about the people detained and asked him what we should do with them. Val told me that he was leaving for Tarancon immediately. It was 2 a.m. when Comrade Val and Horacio M. Prieto, the CNT's General Secretary, reached Tarancon. Prieto was also leaving. Val told us that given the circumstances, particularly in Madrid, everyone should occupy their place, that is, let the detainees go to Valencia, where the government now resides. Likewise, he reiterated that the comrades representing us in the government had opposed the abandonment of Madrid, but, since the majority opted to do so, it was best to accept the decision. He said, "So, comrades, once again we're going to cede. Let them go." 205. The above story is important because it sets the context for 2 acts of indiscipline that enabled Madrid to be saved. Clearly men have to live as thinking beings, not automatons. Mayaja's instructions were to keep his envelope sealed until 6 o'clock in the morning on November 7. Obviously that was an absurd order, given the situation in Madrid and that he had to assume his post right away. But he hesitated, and turned the envelope over and over in his hands. While trying to decide what to do, he made Vicente Rojo look chief of his general staff and realized how extraordinarily chaotic things were. Nobody knew anything about anything, not even the exact location of those who were supposed to defend the capital. Everything had to be organized from scratch. So, considering all this, Mayaja decided to stop waiting and opened the envelope at 11 p.m. And wouldn't he be surprised when he found out that the contents of the envelope were not for him but for General Pozas. Therefore Pozas must also have the wrong envelope. Where was he? Pozas was in Tarancon, detained by Villanueva, which Mayaja didn't know. It was only after Cipriano Mera called Eduardo Val to tell him that Villanueva had detained General Asensio and Pozas that Val contacted Mayaja and informed him that Pozas was in Tarancon. Thanks to this, Mayaja was able to exchange his envelope with the one in Poses's possession. 206 There was a heavy battle that night, but the militias fought firmly and without retreating. Radio stations encouraged the fighters with speeches declaring that Madrid will be the fascists' tomb. The CNT's local Federation of Unions disseminated a call by radio: Madrid, free of the ministers, commissioners, and tourists, feels more confident in its struggle. The people of Madrid don't need all those tourists who have gone to Valencia and Catalonia. Madrid, free of ministers, will bury the fascists. Onward, militiamen. Viva Madrid without government. Viva the social revolution. In Valencia, the CNT and FAI released an even more militant statement: we offer our homes and our bread to Madrid's women, children, elderly, and injured. But we have only disdain for the cowards and deserters running from the capital. Comrades, make their lives impossible. 207. The CNT's reaction in Madrid, Valencia, and Barcelona embodied the revolutionary spirit of the people. As always, during key historical moments, the people are more radical than their leaders. It was in the midst of this turbulence that Durruti gave the speech cited above. His stance coincided with that of the working masses and would only enhance their radicalization. Durruti's popularity shot up in a few hours and he became the voice of the people's will. Durruti said out loud what the workers felt: we're fighting to crush the enemy on the front. But is that the only thing? No. There is also an enemy among us that undermines our revolutionary conquests. We'll crush it as well. Many others spoke in the same terms as Durruti, but there was a difference and the people knew it. Durruti combined theory and practice. He said no to militarism and didn't dress up like a general. He said no to privileges and lived among the militiamen. He fought for a classless society and the daily practice in the column came as close to it as possible. Durruti's prestige emerged from his revolutionary coherence. Chapter 18. The Crossing of the Manzanares River. In this chapter, like many others, we must confront contradictory accounts of Durruti's activities. The first difficulty arises when we try to establish exactly when the Durruti column reached Madrid. The claim that the Durruti column entered Madrid on November 13 is very important for those who argue that the fascists were able to set foot in Madrid's university city because the Durruti column cowered before the enemy avalanche and allowed them to pass. From that, it is only natural to conclude that CNT militias contributed nothing to the defense of Madrid and the Communist Party was responsible for the resistance. One can find this outlandish assertion in the now classic works of endless impartial historians. But what if the Durruti column actually arrived in Madrid on November 16? That simple fact would oblige historians, the honest ones, at least to revise much of what has been written about the matter and to burden other parties with the nationalists' entrance into the university city. This would put General Kleber's heroic legend in doubt as well as the inordinate importance given to the squads of the 5th Regiment. 208 Indeed, historians would have to focus more on the anonymous activists of the Construction Workers' Union, who were the real heroes of Madrid's resistance. For our sake, as iconoclasts, we shatter myths. On November 3, YAG's regulars occupied Getafe, 13 kilometers outside the capital, and advanced up to the buildings in the outer perimeter of Carabanchel Alto. Largo Caballero did not want to leave Madrid without first implicating the CNT in the government. He argued with and almost imposed himself on Manuel Azana in his effort to get him to allow the CNT to join the government. 4 CNT ministers entered Largo Caballero's second government on November 4. The next day, Largo Caballero argued that the government should leave Madrid and all the ministers took off for Valencia on November 6. General Mayaja received orders to defend the Spanish capital and that night made Lieutenant Colonel Vicente Rojo chief of his general staff. He began to organize the city's defense and prepare to fight the assailing columns with any means possible. At the same time, the people of Madrid rose up heroically and aided the soldiers. It is at this juncture that the myth begins, as one can appreciate in the following account. Generals Varela and YAG attacked at dawn on November 8, Asensio, Castellón, and Delgado Serrano's columns all went in the direction of the Casa de Campo. Tella and Barron pressed toward the Toledo and Segovia bridges in a diversionary movement. Meanwhile, the 11 International Brigade paraded along the Gran Via to delirious cheers. It was composed of the Edgar André, Paris Commune, and Dombrowski battalions. General Kleber led the brigade and Nicoletti served as its commissar. There were about 2,000 men. The brigade took its position in the Parque del Oeste, but some of its units went into action in the Casa de Campo. The enemy attack was extremely intense there, and its air force bombed Madrid mercilessly. But Varela's attack failed. All he managed to do was penetrate the Casa de Campo. Mola took charge of the whole sector the following day. His forces occupied the strategic Garabitas Hill and mounted their artillery on it so as to fire on Madrid. They came close to the Manzanares River near the Los Franceses Bridge. Tunan de Lara 209 did not invent the preceding cliché, he just copied it from others, as others will surely copy it from him. This is how authors will continue to describe the first 48 hours of Madrid's resistance. The account is correct in general and only inaccurate with respect to the 9 International Brigade. Fortunately, Lieutenant Colonel Vicente Rojo gives us an exact account of where Kleber and his men were at the time. One can be sure that they'll say what they want, all those books that relate the event in those or similar terms, as well as the brilliant journalists who announced the city's imminent fall that day from their parapets in Madrid's hotels. Kleber and his men were simply sunbathing somewhere in the Tajo or Tajuna Valley, where they couldn't even hear an echo of the fighting. And he didn't meet with Bertin, Kleber, and General Mayaja, as is often claimed, on November 8, 10, 0 or 12 or any other day to find out where the attack on the capital was going to be repeated. 210. The 11 International Brigade went into action on November 12 and, despite fighting brilliantly, lost ground in the area that would become the Achilles heel of the university city. The enemy column managed to sink its first echelon into the Manzanares on November 13, between the Los Franceses Bridge and the Hippodrome. It established a front of approximately 1,000 meters in length, although it did not cross the river. For its part, Column 4 moved in an eastward and northern direction, but without reaching the wall. The 11 International Brigade fought brilliantly. 211. The 11 Brigade fought but gave ground. That would be a serious charge if one were speaking of troops from another political sector. What do the historians say about the Durruti column's first steps in Madrid? Robert G. Kolodny describes it very colorfully. On November 14, the Durruti column of Catalan anarchists reached Madrid, and its 3,000 men, well armed, wearing beautiful green uniforms, paraded up the Gran Via, their martial display evoking the same wild acclaim as that which greeted the International Brigade 6 days previously. Rojo and Mayaja were elated with the arrival of the tough-looking fighters from Catalonia, little realizing that the Catalans would soon cancel the hard-won gains of the Madrid militia and the international battalions. Garcia Oliver, the anarchist Minister of Justice, accompanied Durruti to the War Ministry for an interview with General Mayaja and Lt. Colonel Rojo. The anarchist chieftains demanded that the Durruti column be given an independent sector of the front in order that their achievements not be claimed by other units. Mayaja agreed and assigned Durruti the key sector in Casa de Campo. "We will save Madrid and then return to the walls of Zaragoza," said Durruti, as he agreed to attack in the morning and drive the rebels from the areas they still held in the park. The anarchist commander asked for an advisor from the international brigades and was given Santi from the staff of General Goriv. On November 15, Durruti demanded all the aviation and artillery in the city as support for his column. Artillery was concentrated from all the city sectors and the few tactical planes at the disposition of the general staff flew over the Catalans, but the machine gun from the rebel lines demoralized the anarchists and they refused, despite the threats of their valiant commander, to go into battle. 212. Durruti, furious and ashamed, promised Mayaja that the attack would be repeated in the morning. The president of the Madrid Junta of Defense then made a tragic blunder. He left the Catalans in the Casa de Campo, in the area directly in front of the University City. 213. Robert G. Kolodny is writing science fiction here, as he adapts himself to Koltsov's Bible and confuses and deliberately mixes up people and events. It was the PSUC's Libertad López Tienda column marching in the military parade that he describes. Although they were Catalan, they were not the Catalans of the Durruti column, who were still in Barcelona on November 13. And the Catalans who were soon going to cancel the hard-won gains of the Madrid militia and the international battalions were not the Catalan anarchists but the PSUC Marxists. We previously noted that the Generalitat's Ministry of Defense called a meeting of column leaders to discuss Madrid's defense. At that meeting, they decided that Durruti would address the Spanish workers by radio. Durruti gave the speech on November 4 and then returned to Aragon. The Generalitat's Ministry of Defense held another meeting of column leaders on November 11, which we will discuss in the following chapter. But important things happened in the interim, events in which we find all the biased misunderstandings about the crossing of the Manzanares River. Under the GPU's wise counsel, the Communist Party went to war against the CNT. 214. One of the GPU's recommendations was to speed up the shipment of troops to Madrid. Their goal was to counteract the effect that the possible arrival of Durruti and his men could have in the capital. 215. The PSUC thus threw together a column, which it named Libertad López Tienda. A member of this column will help us understand the formation. In response to the request for more troops from Madrid's defense ministry, the Libertad López Tienda column was hurriedly organized in barracks controlled by the UGT-PSUC. It left Barcelona for Madrid on November 9 and was composed primarily of the following elements. A majority were Marxists. Remnants of Marxist columns that had broken up on the Aragon front, whose members had returned to Barcelona and joined the new columns. Troops from the 1935 draft who could not go back to their residences after the dissolution of the army in 1936 and who were roaming around Barcelona. They also signed up, in part, because they'd heard that the conscripts were going to be mobilized and had discovered some of their old officers in the column. A group of professional soldiers who joined because of the danger of circulating through Barcelona with military identification papers alone. The UGT, for its part, did not stop them from enlisting, either because they were needed or because López Tienda, who had a certain prestige among them, imposed it. As noted, the column was put together quickly and divided it into battalions. There were more than 2,500 men in total. Professional soldiers commanded almost all the battalions, centurias, and sections. The men did not receive any military training, although they were equipped and uniformed in a regular enough way. It was the first unit, the only one, I think, in which the commanders wore insignia indicating their rank. 216. The column received Czech weapons and a small quantity of ammunition in Valencia. They continued marching to Albacete where, as indicated to López Tienda in Valencia, the column would be armed completely. According to this witness, they received nothing in Albacete, although the officers were obliged to exchange the stars for the bars, the emblem designating commanders in the army that was being formed. There were several incidents during the march from Albacete to Madrid and part of the column got lost. López Tienda, the officers around him, and Mayaja and Rojo were in constant contact. The following day, on the morning of November 13, the column paraded on Madrid's Gran Via to the crowd's cheers for the Catalans coming to defend Madrid. In the early afternoon, the column took its positions in the upper parts of the Monclo Parque del Oeste, particularly in the previously opened trenches along Marat and Rosales avenues. The column was totally inactive. During the day of November 14, López Tienda and his immediate collaborators were quite busy. As Mr. Martinez Band 217 says, he had been ordered to put his column under Durruti's command, who had arrived with the bulk of his column from the Aragon front. The Palacios column must have received the same order. However, this order never existed more than on paper. The Libertad López Tienda column never joined Durruti's forces. Lopez Tienda was personally opposed to putting himself under Durruti's command and ceding his control over his column. The professional soldiers also didn't like the idea of reporting to a militia leader, and the commissar and part of the column categorically refused to fight under an anarchist like Durruti. So, the command never took effect and Lopez Tienda continued to receive his orders directly from the Defense Council, that is, from Rojo and Mayaja. 218. Here we must interject, to save time, Durruti left his men in Valencia and traveled to Madrid with Manzana, Yoldi, and Shirley Garcia Oliver. He had to tell Mayaja and Rojo to prepare for the arrival of his column. Rojo had planned a counter-offensive for the early morning hours on November 15 and, as Martinez Band noted, put the Libertad Lopez Tienda column under Durruti's command the previous day, given that he had come to Madrid to be the general leader of the Catalans. Lopez Tienda and the Marxists in the column rejected this order. As we will see, the Durruti column arrived in Madrid in the morning of November 15 and did not enter the battle until November 16, which means that neither Durruti nor his column had anything to do with what took place on November 15, which was when General Asencio's rebels crossed the Manzanares River. The following statement on the issue is definitive. On November 15, Lopez Tienda gave the column commanders the following order: advance and take positions along the banks of the Manzanares, especially in front of the Los Franceses bridge, where the Nationals were attacking furiously in an effort to establish a bridgehead that would enable them to enter Madrid. The order noted that they had amassed large numbers of aerial and battleship forces as well as Moroccans. They must not cross the river anywhere, especially over the bridge. The approximate positions that each battalion would have to cover and hold were marked out on a map. Militarily speaking, they crossed the Parque del Oeste in a laughable and absurd way. This resulted in our first losses, even before we took the designated positions. There is no doubt that the nationalist forces launched a vigorous attack and that the Republicans held their ground. Dynamite had been placed on the Los Franceses bridge earlier, and we blew it up then, for fear that the nationalists might fight their way across. There were 2 tanks and Moroccan troops near the middle of the bridge when it exploded. They had almost forced through, since the Republicans' fire had diminished as a result of the shortage of weapons and ammunition, and also because the artillery was focused on the forces on the grounds of the Casa de Campo. As an anecdote, in an interval in the fighting shortly before we blew up the bridge, a small group of civil guardsmen occupying an area on the right flank of the column left its position and approached the bridge. The national forces did nothing to stop them from crossing the bridge, and the Republicans, although somewhat surprised, also did nothing, wondering if it was a maneuver ordered by the command. They broke into patriotic cheers once they crossed the bridge and, joining the nationalists, began to shoot at their old position. There was some subsequent fighting, but it less intense after we had demolished the bridge, except for sporadic and violent attacks under its ruins. But this is all I can describe as an eyewitness. I was wounded in the early part of the afternoon and vacated from the front with many others. I received emergency care, then I was hospitalized, and then later evacuated. This is where my relationship with the Libertad Lopez Tienda column and the Madrid front ends. But, apparently, from what I heard before I was evacuated, and what a member of the column told me, someone with whom I was connected throughout the war, the Libertad Lopez Tienda column existed on paper alone after only 48 hours of operation. 219. Given this testimony, Vicente Rojo's explanation of the crossing of the Manzanares makes sense. We had to stop their attack immediately, with all the resources that we had placed there during the preceding days, which were superior to those that we had anywhere else. But in this case, the enemy applied extreme pressure to a very narrow part of the front. They also managed to cause one of our improvised units to panic. This unit, which had come from other fronts and hadn't experienced the city's reaction to the crisis on November 7, hadn't grasped the nature of the struggle in Madrid. That unit withdrew in disorder, which spread to our other forces. The enemy was thus able to overwhelm them and enter the university city. They occupied various buildings and got as far as the Hospital Clínico. 220. Obviously, the Durruti column was not an improvised unit, since it had been fighting in Aragon since July 25. We can thus infer that Rojo is not referring to the Durruti column. Nonetheless, his work is confusing, particularly when he mixes up the Catalans. Fortunately, Francisco Hidalgo's insistence on the improvised nature of the Libertad López Tienda column clears up any ambiguity. Alcofar Nasses was one of the first to see this matter clearly. He writes, "Today we know that the Romero column defended the Los Franceses bridge, which had absorbed the men of the old Francisco Galán column. At its right there was the 4 mixed brigade that Arellano led, which Romero took over after Arellano died in the university city that day. There was also the Catalan PSUC Libertad López Tienda column. We sincerely believe that these last 2 units were responsible for the passage of the nationalist forces to the other side of the river. But, then, where was the Durruti column? Very possibly in reserve in Madrid. It didn't enter into battle until that night. 221. Chapter 19. The Durruti column in Madrid. The CNT militants in the center region were the first to request Durruti's presence in Madrid. Recognizing that his legendary name could offer an immense psychological boost to the resistance, they decided at a November 9 meeting to bring him into the struggle for the capital. David Antona and Miguel Inestal went to Bujarelas to convince him to come to the city. Apparently the government had the same idea, and Federica Montseny, on its behalf, also set out to secure an agreement with Durruti. 222. There was also activity in Barcelona designed to get Durruti to go to Madrid. Soviet Consul Ovsenko told the Generalitat's Ministry of Defense that if it sent reinforcements to Madrid quickly, the Russians would arm them. Diego Abad de Santillan, occupying Garcia Oliver's old post in the Ministry of Defense, urgently summoned all the column leaders in Aragon to a meeting in Barcelona on the evening of November 11. The column representatives wondered who among them could best lead the Catalan forces in the capital. They decided to send 12,000 men and all agreed that Durruti should be at the head. Durruti was the only person to object. He was excited and asked us to leave him on the Aragon front. "If you saw the streetcars in Zaragoza, as I do from our lines, you wouldn't want to go either," he said to Santillan. I told him that it was pointless to think of an attack on Zaragoza, given our situation. Then he said that they should send someone else, Miguel Yoldi, who was more capable than he. Even if that were correct, I said, Miguel Yoldi's name wasn't Durruti, and Durruti was what we needed to raise the fighters' morale in Madrid. He finally gave in, and that's how the meeting ended. Each one went to his post to organize the men that he would send to the capital. 223. Durruti called Bujarelas in the morning on November 12 and asked them to prepare the following forces for Madrid: the 1st and 8th Agrupación, in addition to the 44th, 48th, and 52nd Centurias, which were made up by internationals exclusively. These forces included miners, who were experts with dynamite and also the most experienced. They had participated in the occupation of Sedamo, Fuente de Ebro, and had led the counter-offensive in Farlet against Urrutia's mobile column. They were not novices by any stretch of the imagination. The total number of these troops was approximately 1,400 men, which is a much smaller number than that advanced in texts that we have cited. Miguel Yoldi, Ricardo Rianda, Manzana, and Mora constituted the forces' war committee. To reconstruct the Durruti column's departure from Barcelona and its arrival in Madrid, we will use 2 memoirs, written months after the events and many kilometers from one another. If one of the authors, José Mira, can be suspected of hiding some facts to protect his organization, the other, Belgian journalist Matthew Corman, is free of that sin, since he was not an anarchist and joined the column's international group for reasons of solidarity alone. Corman writes, "In the port under the constant pressure of Durruti's 'Let's go! Let's go!' the militiamen feverishly unloaded box after box from a ship that had arrived from Central America. They were full of rifles or pieces of machine guns. Others piled the crates into railway cars. None had slept in 48 hours, and when the operation was over that night they would begin a long, 800-kilometer trip. The cars, pulled by two powerful locomotives, bore the heavy load of our war materiel, some of which would go to the internationals when it reached Madrid. 224. Corman describes Durruti in the Barcelona port, wearing glasses and recording the materiel unloaded under the light of the street lamps. This indicates that it was nighttime or at least already dark on November 13. Although there are endless errors in John Lurch's book about Durruti's death 225 and, inexcusably, he fails to cite his sources. Lurch does provide some historical data that can be useful when one knows the outlines of Durruti's life. We will draw upon his book to expand on Corman's account of the unloading in the port, which occurred on platform number 8. The arms were Swiss and Mexican and, although the Russians had purchased them at a high price, they were pure junk. The Mexican guns were Winchesters with 5-bullet cartridges, like the Mauser rifles, but their caliber wasn't Spanish, which made it extremely difficult to find ammunition for them. That, in addition to the fragility of their butts, which broke after a light blow, drastically reduced the utility of these weapons. The Swiss rifles were even worse. They were an 1886 model and the ammunition blocked their barrels after a few shots. Durruti didn't have a chance to test the arms in Barcelona, but when he learned about their quality in Madrid, he called Santillan and told him that he could shove the rifles up his ass. But immediately sent 35,000 FAI hand grenades. 226. Although we don't know the exact hour, the expedition took off for Valencia in a cargo train during the night of November 13. While the train took its route, Durruti flew to Valencia with Manzana and Yoldi. When the expedition reached Turia around noon the following day, Durruti and Garcia Oliver were waiting on the station's platform. 227. He spoke with Jose Mira and Liberto Ros, leaders of the Agrupaciones, and told them that they would have to complete the trip to Madrid in buses or trucks because rebel bombers had destroyed some of the railroad lines. He said that he and Garcia Oliver would fly to the capital and prepare for the column's arrival. They arrived in the Madrid in the afternoon on November 14, as Rojo and Mayaja were planning their attack for the next day. Durruti's presence in the capital led many to believe that his column was there as well as. Durruti and Rojo may have thought that the column would arrive that night, which would help explain the order putting the Libertad López Tienda column under Durruti's command. Durruti and Garcia Oliver bumped into Kultsov while going from the War Ministry to 111 Serrano Street, the headquarters of the CNT Defense Committee. Kultsov left a picturesque account of their conversation in his diario, which we transcribe for its curiosity. The Catalan column arrived with Durruti. They are 3,000, well-armed and well-equipped men, who look nothing like the anarchist fighters who surrounded him in Bujarelas. Durruti gave me a jubilant hug, as if I were an old friend. Joking, he immediately said, "See? I haven't taken Zaragoza, they haven't killed me, and I haven't become a Marxist. Everything remains ahead." He's thinner. He's more disciplined. His aspect is more martial. He has assistants and speaks to them not like he's addressing a rally, but as a leader. He requested an officer advisor. They suggested Santi. He asked several questions about the Russian and then accepted him. Santi is the first communist in Durruti's units. When he appeared, Durruti said to him, "You're a communist. That's okay. We'll see. Don't leave my side. We'll eat together and sleep in the same room. We'll see. I'm going to have some free time, as is normal in war," Santi replied. "I ask permission to leave your side during those hours." "What do you want to do?" "I want to teach the men how to shoot machine guns. They shoot very poorly with them now. I want to teach some groups and create machine gun sections." Durruti smiled, "I'd also like to learn. Teach me too." 228. Garcia Oliver came to Madrid at the same time. He is now Justice Minister. Durruti and Oliver function as a pair. The two famous anarchists spoke with Mayaja and Rojo. They explained that the anarchist units have come from Catalonia to save Madrid and that they will save it. However, they won't remain here afterwards, but will go back to Catalonia and the walls of Zaragoza. Later they ask for an independent sector, where the anarchists can demonstrate their successes. Otherwise there could be misunderstandings, and other parties might even try to claim anarchist victories as their own. Rojo proposed putting the column in the Casa de Campo, where they will attack the fascists tomorrow and kick them out of the park in the southeast direction. Durruti and Oliver agreed. 229 The value of Kultsov's narrative is that it clearly reveals the origins of the story advanced by Hugh Thomas, Tunan de Lara, and others, who never took the trouble to verify what they copied from him. Unfortunately, this author of historical fiction, as his colleague Ehrenberg described him, has been a true mine of information for the historians of the Spanish Civil War. Eduardo de Guzman writes, "The situation is desperate at sunset on November 15. There are no forces to command. There is no one to stop the enemy advance. To take men from one sector would be to leave it exposed. But if that doesn't happen, Madrid might be lost tomorrow." Fortunately, the Durruti column reaches Vallecas that evening. They are 4,000 vigorous and determined fighters, 4,000 anarchists hardened by 4 months of incessant battle. They have come in one go from the Aragon front. Although they're suffering from a punishing fatigue after completing the long journey, Durruti tells Mayaja, "At 2 o'clock in the morning, my men will be in their assigned position." 2:30. De Guzman is mistaken about the number of fighters, but correctly places the column's intervention at 2 a.m. on November 16. We will now consider the state of the university city after the rebels ruptured the front on November 15. The rebels didn't capture the university city in 10 minutes. The nationalist troops had to take its buildings one by one, and the anarchists, communists, and internationals defended them tenaciously. Both sides suffered terrible losses. The Republicans reacted to the enemy crossing of the river by placing all their reserves in the university city, in order to launch a counterattack that would restore the situation. It was surely during that counterattack that the Durruti column entered into action. But, due to poor leadership it was decimated. To surround the new nationalist wedge, the internationals of the 11th Brigade occupied the northern part of the university city, the so-called Palace area, leaving its old zone up to the San Fernando Bridge to Sabio's V Mixed Brigade. The remains of the Lopez Tienda column, the Durruti column, and the battered 4th Brigade completed the front. Reserves from the V Regiment, the Heredia and Ortega columns soon arrived as reinforcements. Colonel Alzugare took control of the defense of the entire university city area. Kleber established his command post in the Club de Puerta de Hierro while his battalions advanced. He put the Paris Commune column in philosophy and letters, the Dombrowski column in the Casa de Velázquez, and the Thulman column to its left, on the other side of the Cantarana stream next to the viaduct. The V Brigade covered the right, up to the river. Durruti occupied the science department, with his men in the School of Dentistry, the departments of medicine and pharmacy, and the Santa Cristina Asylum. The V Regiment was placed further behind, at the Clinico and the hospitals nearby. 231. Vicente Rojo and Mayaja ordered the counterattack to begin at the crack of dawn on November 16. We will examine the Durruti column's participation in the action and, to do so, we'll continue using Corman and Myra's writings. But we must first say a word about a meeting held that night in the CNT Defense Committee headquarters. We take the following from Cipriano Mera. Around 10 in the evening, a phone call came into the command post urgently demanding my presence at the CNT Defense Committee. I hurried to Serrano Street, where I met Eduardo Val, Durruti, Garcia Oliver, Federica Monsanati, Manzana, Yoldi, and some other comrades. Durruti wanted to know my opinion of the situation in Madrid. I told him what I thought and also about the suggestion we had made to General Mayaja, Lieutenant Colonel Rojo, and our defense committee. I emphasized how dangerous it was that the enemy had occupied the heights of Cuatro Caminos and also pointed out that a sewer ran from the Hospital Clínico to the Manzanares, through which the rebels could supply their forces without being seen. Later, Mara said to Durruti. It seems like you've come with 16,000 men. No, only 4 to 5,000, he said. 232 How do you think we should counterattack? Get it in your head, Buenaventura, that there aren't only enemies on the other side. General Mayaja seems to want to do right by us, but he's surrounded by communists and they don't want the people to think that Durruti, the most distinguished anarchist guerrilla, is responsible for Madrid's defense, when they, with their posters and musical bands, try to make themselves look like the city's only defenders. I know, Cipriano. And I didn't want to come here without my entire column. Our organization demanded that I bring only part of it, to see if we could save the situation. The government also insisted, given the risks, that I leave some of my forces in Aragon, since there wasn't enough time to fully relieve my troops there. So, that's where things are. What we can do now is unite our two columns. That seems feasible to me, taking yours from where it is and joining it with mine. That's impossible under these circumstances, I stated. Mayaja will object. He thinks my forces should protect the sector that they're occupying now, since it's one of the most delicate. Okay, then I'll have to work with my people alone, Durruti said. I'll do as I'm ordered, counterattack in the early morning toward the Casa de Velázquez and try to get up to the Manzanares. I would have preferred to wait another day, so my forces could rest and learn more about the enemy's positions. But we'll do what they command. What I can do, I responded, is give you a centuria that's familiar with the area, so it can guide your men. It's too late for that today. You can do it tomorrow. We said goodbye with a hug. I wished him luck and went back to my command post. 233. Jose Mira writes, it was approximately 9 a.m. when we entered on the Vallecas Bridge. Workers and fighters welcomed us passionately as we marched through the city. The fascists launched a cowardly attack on our column as we passed the Finnish embassy. We assaulted the embassy and inside found a real arsenal of automatic weapons and hand grenades, which we seized. After liquidating that rebel stronghold, we stopped on Hortaleza Road, where we were given accommodation at a children's school located near the Ciudad Lineal train crossing. At 4 in the afternoon, a town car pulled up to the gate of the school and an agitated Federica Monsanei got out. She hastened to tell us, comrades, the Moors have reached Rosales Avenue. It's extremely important that these forces go there right now, unless you want the grief of wondering how they took Madrid this very afternoon. In reply, Liberto Ros and Jose Mira said, Durruti told us not to leave here under any circumstances when he left. We have to wait for him to come back, which surely won't be long, if what you just said is true. Good luck to all, she said, and tore out quickly. 234. It was 4 p.m. on November 15. Mira's statements, both the written and what he has communicated to us verbally, are reliable and consistent with those made by Mira. Jose Mira continues, meanwhile, the enemy was advancing along the Bamila and had even reached the Los Franceses bridge. The bridge had been blown up earlier, so they waded across the river and entered through that part of the university city. Durruti arrived a few minutes after Federica left. He told us, prepare to leave at 2 a.m. for the cellular prison. There, on the ground, we'll study the situation and determine the best way to counterattack. We covered the distance to the Monclo barracks on foot. The Madrid group went at the head, led by Comrade Timoteo, who would die in battle in Porto Aravaca on January 5, 1937. When we reached the prison, I saw Durruti and Manzana impatiently awaiting our arrival. Over a map of the university city, they pointed out the positions that we had to occupy. Manzana suggested that we examine the terrain a bit. Protected by darkness, we marched toward the Plaza de la Ciudad, and returned shortly afterwards, leaving comrades Miguel, Navarro, and Marino en route, so that they could direct the forces that were going to follow later. We quickly distributed the hand grenades and ammunition that each militiaman could carry on his back. 235. General Kleber, like the other military leaders, received orders to begin the counter-attack in the early morning hours. But Kleber, according to Vicente Rojo, ignored that order and did not enter into action until 10 a.m. This delay benefited the enemy, by giving it time to reinforce and organize its positions. 236 But those who did attack in the near darkness were Asensio's soldiers. Despite their fatigue and smaller numbers, these rebels conquered the Casa de Velázquez and the School of Agronomic Engineers, precisely in the area entrusted to the 11 International Brigade. The attack surprised the Dombrowski Battalion, which had recently set up camp in the Casa de Velázquez, and 2/3 of its men fled. After fighting heroically, the remaining third was completely annihilated. 237. The occupation of the Casa de Velázquez and the School of Agronomic Engineers, coupled with the scattering of the Dombrowski Battalion, doubtlessly made the counter-attack much more difficult, particularly for the Durruti column, which was setting foot in the university city for the first time. José Miras continues, "We deployed in two flanks at daybreak. Liberto and his force entered through the Parque del Oeste and continued forward until they occupied the Rubio Institute. They encountered ferocious resistance during their advance. I was designated the left flank, which included the Santa Cristina Asylum and adjacent buildings, the wall along the avenue that ran up to the Hospital Clínico, Casa de Velázquez, and Philosophy and Letters, where we had to establish contact with Liberto through the palace and an international group along the northern edge of the building. Our push coincided with an enemy advance and both sides were exposed. There was terrible carnage, for them as well as us. We had to fight hand-to-hand on several occasions." Mira continues his account of the fighting without being precise about places, although we can suppose that they occupied the Santa Cristina Asylum. At 6 o'clock am, he continues, the Hospital Clínico was occupied and remained in the care of the 44th Centuria, led by Mayo Ferran. Mira says that at around 9 o'clock in the morning 90 enemy batteries, hundreds of planes, and numerous tanks supported the enemy's relentless drive. The earth boiled with shrapnel. The microscopic planes, later known as Chatos, also joined the battle and confronted 100 rebel Trimitar fighter planes with indescribable courage. Despite their smaller numbers, our bold aviators shot down 10 enemy planes, which fell on our lines. At 11 a.m., forces led by a commander named Minanza appeared at Cuatro Caminos. They carried a written order from the General Staff instructing them to garrison in the Clínico, aiding the advance of our forces. Documents we have consulted indicate that the men under Minanza were members of the V Regiment. Thus, like Kleber's forces, the V Regiment joined the battle only after a considerable delay. Meanwhile, Mira continues, several attempts to take the Casa de Velázquez ended in failure due to the lack of men, since most of our reinforcements had been decimated and others were occupying rescue positions in the early morning hours. Mira writes that they were fighting to capture the Casa de Velázquez and Philosophy and Letters on the night of November 16. He also notes that there was hardly any combat in the Hospital Clínico area then and that Commander Minanza left or evacuated, whatever you want to call it, the Hospital Clínico at 11 o'clock p.m. He later adds that we finally had the satisfaction of embracing the internationals who had managed, with tremendous effort, to break through the perimeter and help us carry out the final assault on Philosophy and Letters. But, he notes, we had to defend ourselves throughout the night against non-stop nationalist attacks on the building. He continues, we hadn't eaten since we started our drive through the university city or done anything to mitigate the overpowering exhaustion. Those were our circumstances when we watched the sun rise on November 17. We kept fighting with the same intensity as we had the previous evening. 238. November 17 was tragic. The bombing of the capital was terrible. A journalist from Paris Soir included this in his report from Madrid. Oh, old Europe, always so preoccupied with your petty games and dire intrigues. You'll be lucky if you don't drown in all this blood. Another journalist, César Falcon, wrote, Madrid is the first city in the civilized world to suffer an attack from the fascist barbarians. London, Paris, and Brussels should see, in Madrid's destroyed houses, in its devastated women and children, in its museums and bookstores now reduced to piles of rubble, in its defenseless and abandoned population. What their fate will be when the fascists go after them. 239 General Asensio's troops stormed the city in three directions. Those led by Baron attacked the students' residence, with the intention of winning Rosales and Marat avenues near the Parque of Oeste. Serrano's forces divided into two columns, one fighting against the Santa Cristina Asylum and the other against the Hospital Clínico, to open way toward Cuatro Caminos. Bombings accompanied the advancing troops, as well as artillery fire shot from Garabitas and Carabanchel Alto onto the university city. The Junkers let their deadly loads fall. Describing the scene, José Mira again used a very expressive phrase, "The earth boiled with shrapnel." To get to the Hospital Clínico, Serrano's troops first had to attack the Santa Cristina Asylum, where part of the Durruti column was billeted. The clash was extremely violent and there were constant hand-to-hand melees. Some troops scattered in the clamor of the battle, particularly those that Commander Minanza had left in the Hospital Clínico before evacuating it the previous night. Some of these ran toward the Monclo Plaza, but a group that Miguel Yoldi pulled together, most of whom did not belong to the column, held them back. With a pistol in his hand, Yoldi stopped them from fleeing and put an end to the incipient wave of panic. 240 Cipriano Mera met with José Manzana at 4 p.m. on November 17 in order to help him position troops in front of the Hospital Clínico. Mera writes, "Our people quickly occupied the cemetery in front of the reservoir of the Isabel II Canal, the nuns' convent, and the Guzmán el Bueno Civil Guard barracks. We also took the Geography and Cadastral Institute, the Red Cross Hospital, and the whole area of small houses around the Metropolitan Stadium. At nightfall, Comrade Yoldi and I went to the Durruti column's headquarters. Durruti arrived shortly afterwards and we updated him on the situation. He sent messengers to order the Centuria leaders to gather during the night, without abandoning any of the buildings that they were holding. There was such disorder, and circumstances had changed so radically in the university city during the day, that Durruti no longer knew where his centurias were. After he dispatched the messengers, he asked Mera to send the centuria that he had earlier promised to the Guzmán el Bueno Civil Guard barracks. When Durruti assembled the centuria leaders in the Department of Sciences at midnight, the balance of the battle was terrible. More than half of his forces had died. Only a quarter of the international centuria was still alive, according to Corman. In total, barely 700 of the 1,700 men who entered the fray remained, and they were in desperate shape after 36 hours without a bite to eat or a sip of coffee. They were also soaked, thanks to the relentless rain, and the cold froze to the bone. The fighting seemed endless, while death by bullet or bayonet could surprise at any moment. Durruti spent that night among his men, visiting them at key sites in the area. Mira describes the conditions. It was neither better nor worse than the previous night. Bayonet attacks followed one another without interruption. There was an extremely high number of casualties on both sides, although our ranks became thinner, because there was no way to replace those who fell. But the enemy received constant reinforcements. It sent us fresh meat every 10 minutes, which we liquidated with our automatic weapons. The following morning, terrible volcanic craters opened up across the university city. Death was everywhere. 241. When Durruti parted with Liberto Ros and José Mira, he said that he was going to discuss relieving those still fighting with the Ministry of War. He would try to replace those who were most exhausted. Durruti was obsessed with relieving his men. He knew that you can only demand so much from combatants and that the best way to ensure the struggle's continuity was by giving them a rest. However, circumstances in Madrid made that impossible. In fact, of all the forces fighting in the university city, Durruti's were the ones who were completely engaged. The others, beginning with the internationals, alternated their men. For example, Durruti saw how the 12 International Brigade partially replaced Kleber's Internationals in the early hours of November 18 and that other Spanish units were relieved as well. When he returned to the column's headquarters, Durruti ran into Ariel, the Solidaridad Obrera correspondent. Ariel asked him for his impressions of the battle. 242 The conflict will be difficult, very difficult, but we'll save Madrid if we fight well today. The fascists won't enter the capital. Our comrades have fought and continue fighting like lions, but we've had many losses. Manzana and Yoldi are injured. We need to replace our fighters because, I assure you, the battle is and will be very tough. Without wasting time, I went to the defense committee to tell Eduardo Val what Durruti had said to me. When I informed him about the situation, Val wanted to discuss the matter with Durruti personally. We took off for Miguel Angel Street. Durruti told Val the same thing, they had to replace the men at once. Val immediately called the Confederal centers and asked for fighters. A comrade from a Confederal unit replaced Yoldi, but Manzana, despite having his arm in a sling, wanted to continue fighting. 243. After making more calls, Val, discouraged, told Durruti that there was no way that they could gather the necessary people to replace his men. All the comrades were mobilized, many of them fighting with non-confederal units. The situation was terrible. If he kept his men in battle, it was to lead them to certain death. And yet withdrawing them without replacements was impossible, it would undermine the morale of those still fighting and leave the path open to the enemy. Given the dilemma, Durruti decided to raise the issue with the General Staff. As Durruti was leaving for the Ministry of War, Liberto Ros entered with bad news. Jose Mira had been injured and the men were insisting on a relief. Liberto Ros and Marino were members of an anarchist group that received its baptism in struggle in 1933. Marino was now 21 years old and Liberto 22. Durruti appreciated those two young men greatly who, despite their youth, had conducted themselves excellently in the battle. Durruti stared at Liberto and asked him, "Where are the fascists?" To his strange question, Liberto responded, "You know perfectly well where they are, we're fighting in the Moncloa." "Exactly," Durruti replied, "a stone's throw from the Puerta del Sol." "Liberto, do you think that a relief is possible under these circumstances? Speak frankly to the comrades. Tell them the truth, there is no relief. They have to endure, endure, and endure. My conditions are no different than the rest of yours. I spent last night in the University City, I was with you in the Moncloa this morning, and tonight I'll replace Mira. Tell this to the comrades. And stay at your post if your wound isn't serious." 244. After Liberto left, and Durruti again got ready to go to the Ministry of War, Mora told him that Emilienne was on the phone, calling from Barcelona. Durruti hesitated for a moment and then nervously took the receiver. "How are things?" he asked in a tone that was far too sharp for an anxious loved one. "Yes, I'm fine, but excuse me. I'm in a rush. See you soon." He hung up. Durruti saw that Mora was startled by the exchange. "What do you want?" he asked. "War makes man a jackal." 245. Chapter XX. November 19, 1936. Durruti met with Vicente Rojo and General Mayaja in the Ministry of War and told them about the state of his column. Durruti was neither the only one in the University City whose forces were in dreadful shape nor the only one to press the General Staff for a relief. But what could Mayaja and Rojo do? The battle for Madrid didn't unfold according to the classical patterns that they had studied in military school. In fact, these men had been reduced to little more than coordinators of information, which they retransmitted to those responsible for the various sectors at nightfall of each day. It was the fighters themselves who dictated the defensive strategy, by their own volition and without coercion. The militias won the battle for Madrid, Rojo repeated constantly then and also later in writings on the topic. The only positive thing that Durruti extracted from his meeting with Rojo and Mayaja was that they pledged to do everything they could to replace his men the next day. But his fighters would have to carry on until then, while seizing, if possible, the Hospital Clínico and holding the line in the university city. The soldiers in the Ministry of War thought the rebels had thrown everything they had into battle during the previous day and now, having failed to take the city, would focus on retaining the positions they had won and preparing future attacks. But, nevertheless, if the militias could contain the fascists in the university city for the next 24 hours, then Madrid would be saved. Events will demonstrate that this prognosis was correct. Durruti was worried when he left the Ministry of War. There weren't enough men or arms in the capital. The people were holding the city out of sheer desperation. Even the government, when it ordered General Mayaja to defend Madrid, didn't really believe that he could do so and told him to retreat to Cuenca if things went poorly. But the unexpected had occurred. When those fleeing toward Madrid arrived, they realized that they couldn't run anymore and, if they had to die, it was better to die fighting. This explains the psychological phenomenon that took place on November 7. The military textbooks became superfluous from that moment on. Courageous individuals transformed themselves into a collective force that was determined to defeat the fascists or perish in the attempt. Vicente Rojo captures the sentiment perfectly. There was no shortage of that type of ambassadors attaché during the confusing the first days. With a somewhat insolent and somewhat stupid attitude, one could find it in the offices of the command. But why don't you surrender now? Because we don't feel like it, was the reply. 246. That spirit made Madrid's defense possible. And it produced characters like Antonio Cal, who showed his comrades that with a little calm and a bomb you could blow up the tanks raising Carabanchel Bajo, Usera, the Segovia Bridge, and outlying districts. Cal started a trend and more than a few of those mechanical beasts were detonated with his method, although many fighters were also crushed underneath them. The leader of the España Libre column was among those who died. He went after a tank while trying to inspire his men. He destroyed the tank, but paid with his life for the achievement. Durruti's mind was full of these chaotic details as he descended the stairs in the Ministry of War. He bumped into Koltsov on the landing. They greeted one another and Durruti declined his invitation to go witness a battle in the university city. He shook his head and told me that he was going to attend to his own sector, specifically, to shield some of his fighters from the rain. These were the last words that I heard from him. Durruti was in a bad mood. 247. In addition to all this, after his departure from the Ministry of War, Durruti occupied himself by checking on the integrity of the column's new positions. He went from the Petroleo gas factory, crossing the Pimiento Hill, up to the Civil Guard barracks, including all the small houses to the east of the Hospital Clínico, until linking with some of the buildings in the university city. 248. Before returning to his headquarters around 8 p.m., Durruti passed by the War Committee to get information relevant to the next day's activities and discuss the militarization of the militias with Eduardo Val. The Confederal militias were the only ones in Madrid still using the old structure. All the socialist and communist forces had accepted the militarization and their leaders assumed the corresponding military rank. Naturally, the communists were the most frenetically militarized and their influence was expanding rapidly. Communist propagandists exaggerated the well-orchestrated intervention of the international brigades and portrayed them as the soul of the anti-fascist resistance. The Soviet Union coordinated the arrival of its military aid with that propaganda. The Cheetos flew the skies of Madrid and valiantly confronted the squadrons of rebel fighter planes and German bombers that were leveling the capital. The Russian tanks also made an appearance. Madrid's residents naturally welcomed this support, but the Communist Party exploited the people's gratitude in a tragically ignoble way. It multiplied Soviet sales by 1,000, presenting them as the utterly disinterested contributions to Spain's defense, and flooded its papers with tales of the USSR's generosity. And of course the heroes of the moment were always party men like Lister or the peasant. 249. In addition to all this, attacks on the anarchists began to slip through with alarming regularity. The fact that the Soviet Union was the only power selling military products to Spain enabled the Spanish Communist Party to implant itself firmly. It had already begun to control the Ministry of War through the intermediary of the fated General Mayaja. 250. Durruti and Val discussed the Russian issue. In an effort to confront the Stalinist danger, a meeting was called for the following day, November 19. Cipriano Mera, Val told Durruti, would come see him that night at his headquarters. That evening, Feliciano Benito, Villanueva, and I went to his command post, Mera writes, to see if we could be useful in any way. They spoke about Madrid's defense. Mera insisted that they had to unify all the confederal forces into one, strong unit that Durruti would lead. Durruti was concerned about the issue of leadership. He thought that the war committees should still be subject to rank and file control. He recognized that this created some problems, but at least it stopped an army from forming, which would certainly act like an army even if it wasn't called one. 251 Mera received a call from his command post and had to leave, but before doing so he and Durruti agreed to meet at the Civil Guard barracks at 6 a.m. on November 19. Durruti would lead the attack on the Hospital Clínico from there. The General Staff put some forces that had come from Barcelona at his disposal and it would be with them, plus the Centuria from Mera, that they would have to take the Clínico. November 19 broke with the same weather as the previous day. There was rain which fell torrentially at times and a cold wind that made the day especially bitter. Mud, water, wind, and lead, with death spying from every corner and behind every tree. It was still dark when Durruti and Mera met at the entrance of the Queen Victoria Civil Guard barracks. Feliciano Benito and Artemio Garcia were there as well. Yoldi and Manzana had come with Durruti. Together they ascended the barracks tower, which would give them a good vantage point from which to follow the operation. It was dark, so we couldn't see the first moments of the attack, but around 7 o'clock we confirmed that our forces were on some of the floors of the Clínico that opened onto the exterior and the flat roofs. Durruti sent a message to the captain in charge of the assault, telling him to occupy the first floor and the basement, and then clean out the rest of the building. Messengers had informed us that our forces had met some resistance on the lower floors, which is why they went to the upper levels. I then told Durruti that I remembered distinctly, from when I had worked there as a builder, that there was a corridor in the Clínico that led to the main sewer from the Manzanares and that it was large enough to travel through. That was when Durruti sent the urgent message to the captain. 252. But the order arrived late. Since the rebels were in control of the first floor, the forces above them were incommunicado. So, they had to attack the first floor again. Durruti had a reserve battalion and ordered its leader to send 2 companies to the Clínico. The battalion captain expressed some concern about the mission, but Durruti insisted, pointing out that if they didn't take the floor, the comrades upstairs would remain trapped. If fighters can't rely on each other, he said, then there's no trust, and victory is impossible when that's gone. Whether or not he was convinced, the captain sent the designated forces to the Clínico. When Durruti returned to the observation post, Cipriano Mera wanted to have a discussion about discipline. I was telling him that sometimes orders have to be carried out immediately when a bullet suddenly interrupted our conversation. It tore into the casing of the stairs. That bastard almost got us, Durruti exclaimed. They renewed the attack on the Hospital Clínico and Mera and Durruti left the tower and went down to the street. Mera was preoccupied with the issue of discipline. The struggle had taught him, he said, that for people to carry out their mission and not budge from their assigned position, in a word, so that they obey, there is no choice but to use the tool that we're afraid to even mention, discipline. Mera recorded Durruti's response, "Okay, Mera, we're mostly in agreement about this. I agree with the core of what you're saying, and also with your idea of joining our forces. Mine have to be relieved because they've suffered heavy blows in the last few days. We'll see Comrade Val at 4 o'clock and can discuss all this together." 253. It was 12:30 p.m. on November 19, 1936. When Durruti entered his headquarters and asked Mora for an update, Mora gave him the most recent communication from the fighters, Comrade Durruti, our situation is desperate. Do everything you can to get us out of this hell. We've had many losses and haven't slept or eaten in 7 days. We're physically shattered. I await your prompt response. Salutations, Myra. 254. As soon as he read this, Durruti sent the following note with a messenger: Comrade Myra, I know that you're exhausted. I am too. But what do you want, my friend? War is cruel. However, the situation has improved. You have to stay at your post until you're replaced, which will easily happen today. Salutations, Durruti. And he dictated the following order to Mora, who would get it signed by General Mayaja: Comrade Myra, the Ministry of War has decided to relieve column personnel occupying the vanguard positions. You will ensure that today these forces retire from the positions they defend and assemble in the barracks at 33 Granada Street. You will communicate with the person responsible for that sector, so that he designates replacement forces for the Department of Philosophy and Letters and the Santa Cristina Asylum. You will report back to me regarding the fulfillment of this order by noon tomorrow. Madrid, November 19, 1936. Signed, B. Durruti. Approval, General Mayaja. 255. Durruti had just finished signing this document and was instructing Mora to have it authorized by General Mayaja when Bonilla arrived, accompanied by Lorente and Miguel Doga. They told him about unpleasant developments at the Hospital Clínico. Bonilla's news changed Durruti's plans. Julio Graves, his driver, already had the Packard ready to take Durruti to the meeting at the CNT Defense Committee that day. Manzana told Durruti to go to the meeting and that he would take care of the problem at the Clínico. Durruti hesitated for a moment and then said, if it's a dispersal of forces, my presence would be more effective. We follow Antonio Bonilla's account. I decided to speak with Durruti at 1 p.m. to tell him what had happened. Lorente was driving the car and a very admirable Catalan carpenter named Miguel Doga came with me. When we arrived at the barracks, we saw that Durruti's Packard was running and that he was getting ready to leave with Manzana. I explained to him what had occurred and he decided to go see it personally. I told Julio Graves to follow our car in order to avoid passing through areas where there was fighting. He did this. Manzana, as was customary, wore his submachine gun on his shoulder and had a scarf hanging around his neck, upon which he rested his right hand at times, because his finger had been injured several weeks earlier. Durruti appeared unarmed, but as usual carried a Colt 45 under his leather jacket. They followed us until we reached the houses occupied by our reduced forces. They stopped their car, and we stopped ours about 20 meters ahead. Durruti got out to say something to some militiamen sunning themselves behind a wall. There was no fighting in the area. Durruti was fatally wounded right there and the Spanish Revolution suffered the hardest and most unimaginable setback. We were in the other car, some 20 meters ahead, and had been stopped for 3 or 4 minutes. When Durruti was getting into the car, we put our car in gear. When we looked back to see if they were following us, we saw the Packard turning and pulling out at a high rate of speed. I got out of the car and asked the boys what had happened. They told me that someone had been injured. I asked them if they knew the name of the man who had spoken with them and they said no. I told Lorente that we should return immediately. It was 2:30 in the afternoon. 256. Antonio Bonilla makes 2 things clear: A, that Durruti left the headquarters on Miguel Angel Street with only 2 companions, and B, that they hadn't seen what happened because when Durruti was getting into the car, we put our car in gear. When we looked back, we saw that the Packard was turning and pulling out at a high rate of speed. Nevertheless, Bonilla's comments immediately raise questions. He says, I got out of the car and asked the boys what had happened. They told me that someone had been injured. Bonilla stated that there was no fighting in the area and they were 20 meters away from where Durruti was. 20 meters is a short distance and a shot, even from a submachine gun, should have been clearly audible to them. Bonilla doesn't mention hearing a shot. How did the boys know that someone had been injured? Bonilla doesn't clarify this. It's strange that Bonilla didn't investigate further after those militiamen told him that someone had been injured. Ariel, the Solidaridad Obrera correspondent, recorded Julio Graves' account of the events. That day, the day of Durruti's death, a meeting was going to be held in the National Subcommittee on Reforma Agraria Street across from the Retiro. Comrade Prats from Tarrasa had come to Madrid as a representative of the National Committee. Since the Soli building had been abandoned due to the recent night's bombings, we used a room on an upper floor of that building to prepare the newspaper. The National Subcommittee comrades knew that I went to Durruti's headquarters every day to gather information for the paper, and at noon asked me to tell Durruti that there would be a meeting at 3 o'clock that afternoon to discuss the militarization of the Confederal militias. After eating, I made my customary trip to Durruti's headquarters. When I arrived, they told me that he had left for the front a few minutes earlier. I had just missed him once again. Had I caught him before he left, perhaps he would have gone to the meeting and thus escaped death. But fate, destiny, had something else in store for him. Durruti had to die like a hero that day. In the middle of the afternoon, I saw Durruti's driver enter. He was a young man of medium height and with a refined bearing. Julio Graves was his name. He asked for my brother Eduardo, and I told him that he was sleeping in the next room. The young man's face was full of sadness, but I didn't give it much thought, given the emotional times in which we were living. I heard my brother wake up and say a few words to Durruti's driver. Both began to cry. I got up quickly and rushed into the room where they were sobbing. "What's happening?" I asked, full of concern. "Durruti's been seriously wounded," one of them told me, "and might be dead already." "But it isn't a good idea to disclose the news," Comrade Julio Graves said. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. "Tell me the whole truth," I said to Graves. "The truth is very simple." After eating, we headed for the University City, along with Comrade Manzana. We went up to Cuatro Caminos and from there down along Pablo Iglesias Avenue at a high speed. We passed through the colony of small houses at the end of this avenue and turned rightward. Durruti's forces had changed locations, after the losses they'd suffered in the Monclo and at the walls of the Modelo prison. An autumn sunlight filled the afternoon. When we reached the wide road, we saw a group of militiamen coming in our direction. Durruti thought that they were some boys deserting the front. There was heavy fighting there. The Hospital Clínico, taken by the Moors at the time, towered above the surroundings. Durruti made me stop the car, which I did, at the corner of one of those small houses for protection. Durruti got out and approached the fleeing militiamen. He asked them where they were going and, since they didn't know what to say, he forcefully convinced them to return to their posts. Once the boys obeyed him, Comrade Graves continues, Durruti came back toward the car. Bullets were raining down with increasing intensity. The Moors and civil guard were shooting with greater determination from the gigantic colored Hospital Clínico building. Durruti collapsed when he reached the car door. A bullet had pierced his chest. Manzana and I jumped out of the vehicle and hurried to put him inside. I turned the auto and, driving as fast as I could, headed for the Catalan militia hospital in Madrid, where we had been a little bit ago. The rest you already know. That's all. Graves concluded his statement with an important detail. Some tears slipped down the young Confederal's cheek. He and Manzana had been the only eyewitnesses to that tragic and fatal hour for the hero of Madrid's defense. 257. Chapter XXI. Durruti kills Durruti. They carried Durruti's mortally wounded body into the column hospital at the Hotel Ritz between 2:30 and 3 p.m. The doctors on duty were José Santamaría Jaume, Moya Prats, Martinez Fraile, Cunel, Sabots, and Abads. They immediately took him into the operating room, which had been installed in the basement as a precaution against the constant bomb raids. All the medical personnel rushed there once they found out the patient's identity. Durruti recognized a trusted friend among them and sat up slightly on the table on which they'd placed him. He spoke with an excited and upset voice. He was confused and incredulous at what had happened to him. The doctor grew pale when he heard Durruti's revealing words. With a firm gesture, he ordered him to be quiet. 258 Once the doctors examined the wound and saw how serious it was, they realized that they would incur an enormous responsibility given the patient's importance if they operated and he died. Dr. Martinez Freile and Dr. Santamaria decided to consult a prestigious surgeon with many more years of operating experience. Santamaria instructed several militiamen to immediately find Dr. Manuel Bastos answered. He was in another CNT hospital located in the Hotel Palace, not far from the Ritz. The CNT Surgical Hospital No. 1 had been installed in the Hotel Palace and Bastos answered oversaw its operations. There are two curious details about that hospital. The first is that the Soviet embassy occupied one of the wings of its first floor, and the other is that it was precisely there that Franco's espionage service established one of its first webs. It had compromised the medical activities there and ferreted information about the injured and dead to the rebels. We now move on to Manuel Bastos Answert's testimony. A group of militiamen came to see me during one of the bombings and, with great mystery and visible agitation, insisted that I examine an important leader, who was seriously injured and in another hotel hospital. The patient was clearly a prestigious bigwig with a huge reputation. Those around him didn't hesitate to let me know that his own followers bore responsibility for his wound. The bullet had horizontally crossed the upper abdomen and injured crucial internal organs. The wound was fatal and nothing could be done for the patient, who was already on his last breath. I heard what were probably his final words, "They're going away now." He was alluding to the increasingly muffled noise of the explosions, which led one to suppose that the bombers were withdrawing. When I made my diagnosis that he was terminal indeed, he died shortly thereafter. All the medical assistants let out a tremendous sigh of relief. I had released them from a heavy burden, the possibility that they might be ordered to operate on the patient, who would very probably die. They knew that his acolytes would attribute his death to their medical intervention and hold them responsible for it, with all its consequences. I bumped into doctors many years later who were present at the scene and they still shudder to recall it. They only speak of it in a whisper and pale at the memory alone. 259. Given Manuel Bastos's diagnosis, they decided not to operate, which meant letting the patient die. In the Hotel Ritz's room 15, in the presence of Dr. Jose Santamaria, who stayed by the bed stringently ordering no one to disturb him, Buenaventura Durruti passed away at 4 a.m. on November 20. It was 40 years and 129 days after his birth and 4 months after Francisco Escaso's death. The demise of these two men marked the end of one of the most agitated chapters in the history of proletarian struggle. Durruti had lived a good deal of his life underground and his trajectory had always been controversial. He was necessarily an enemy and a bandit for the bourgeoisie. But, for revolutionaries, Durruti was a uniquely gifted man who devoted himself body and soul to the cause. And his death, for either group, had to be exceptional. The fate of those falling daily in the struggle against Madrid's invaders was simply inadequate for Durruti. The collective imagination began, even before he expired, to turn his death into something extraordinary. After leaving the site where Durruti was wounded, Antonio Bonilla, Lorente, and Miguel Doga went to the column's headquarters on Miguel Angel Street. Manzana received me. I asked him where Durruti was and he told me that he had gone to a National Committee meeting. I told him that was a lie, that the CNT National Committee wasn't in Madrid. The color of his face changed and he told me that he was in the column for Durruti, and for all of us, and that he would quit if we lost trust in him. "You've lied to me," I told him, "and I hold you responsible for that. I insist that you tell me everything at another time." I had to return with the people I was with. Comrade Mora arrived on a motorcycle at 5 a.m. the next day and told me that Durruti had died. 260. Cipriano Mera writes, although Durruti was an hour late, his delay didn't surprise us because we knew how busy he was, that he needed to be everywhere at once. Manzana came a little later and pulled me aside to speak with me privately. I could see that he was extremely upset and I hastened to ask him, "What's happening, Manzana?" Almost in tears, he replied, "They just shot Comrade Durruti and it looks like there's no hope for him." "What? What the hell are you saying? I was with him just hours ago and he told me that he was going to his command post to put things in order." "Yes, but around 4 o'clock in the afternoon a messenger told us that the captain in charge of the 2 companies sent to the hospital Clinico had ordered his troops to withdraw. You know how Durruti is with these things. He summoned the car and we took off for the Clinico to see if the messenger's report was true. I told him that he didn't really need to be there to confirm the facts. It wasn't that I thought something might happen, but simply felt that he should stay in the command post and lead the men more calmly from there." Okay, but what happened?" "We reached the end of the avenue and, without stopping, entered through a street that goes to the eastern part of the Clinico. Durruti made us stop the car when he saw a militiaman running in our direction. He got out and asked him why he was running. The militiaman said that he was going to the health post, to get them to send some stretchers, because several men were injured and one had been killed. Durruti let him continue on his way. As he entered the car, whose door opened toward the Clinico, he told us that they had shot him." "Who was with you?" "It was Durruti, his 2 messengers, Yoldi and I." "Do you think the shot came from the Clinico and that our forces had already abandoned it?" "Yes, there's no doubt that it was enemy fire. Comrade Manzana told me that it was extremely important to keep quiet about what had happened, since Durruti's men, after so many scares, might think that he had been assassinated by other anti-fascists." We agreed to this, but I told Manzana that we had to tell Val. He concurred and we entered his office to communicate the terrible news. Manzana and I went to the Hotel Ritz immediately afterwards. They were taking Durruti out of surgery on a stretcher when we arrived. They brought him up to an isolated room on the main floor. He opened his eyes as they put him in a bed and stared at us silently. I was moved and kissed him on the forehead. I then left the room with Manzana, to whom I said, "We've lost our comrade Durruti." Val suggested that I go to Valencia right away to tell the CNT National Committee what had happened and personally inform comrades Mariano Rodriguez Vázquez, Garcia Oliver and Federica Montseny. I resisted, saying that perhaps the doctor was wrong and there was no need to alarm the other comrades. I didn't convince anyone, they were all certain that Durruti's fate was sealed. We again spoke about the circumstances of the deplorable event. Val voiced his suspicions when he asked Manzana, "Was this an act of communist treachery?" "No," Manzana responded categorically, "the shot came from the Clinico. It was bad luck. The hospital was in enemy hands." We talked some more and then said goodbye. I left for Valencia at once. 261. During the hours that transpired between Bastos Ansert's terminal diagnosis and the moment of his death, Durruti received massive doses of morphine to counteract the pain. This left him in a state of semi-consciousness, interrupted by brief moments of lucidity. He died at 4 o'clock in the morning on November 20. Dr. Santamaria conducted the autopsy in the hospital and confirmed the damage caused by the 9-caliber long bullet. The projectile had entered the thorax under the left nipple near the armpit. His autopsy stated, Durruti had a very developed chest. Given the topography of the thorax, I realized that the diagnosis that surgery was impossible had been mistaken. An operation could have produced positive results, although doubtlessly the patient would not have survived. 262. When the autopsy was completed, Durruti's body was delivered to the city of Madrid's specialized services for embalmment. They had decided to transfer his corpse to Barcelona for burial. There are more contradictions enveloping Durruti's last moments than any other period of his life. Each of 3 eyewitnesses gives a different version of the events, introducing or omitting various details. That is why Durruti's death, which should presumably have been a relatively straightforward matter, has become a mystery. Manzana contradicts Julio Graves when he affirms that there were 3 more in the car in addition to the 3 passengers that we already know of, 2 unknowns and Miguel Yoldi. But Graves was categorical, he and Manzana were the only witnesses. The recent declaration from Antonio Bonilla that we have used allows us to discard him as an occupant of the vehicle. However, neither Manzana nor Graves mentions that Bonilla was the person who informed Durruti about the developments at the Hospital Clínico. The 2 doctors also contradict one another. José Santamaría declares that Durruti's wound was caused by a bullet fired less than 50 centimeters from the victim, probably around 35, a calculation deduced from the intensity of the gunpowder stains on the garment that he was wearing. 263. Manuel Bastos answered, who gave the definitive diagnosis, says the bullet had horizontally crossed the upper abdomen and injured crucial internal organs. More concretely, expanding on his statement, he writes, the large caliber bullet grazed the colon, destroyed the spleen, perforated the diaphragm, and damaged a lung, where it remained lodged. 264. Dr. Bastos does not note that the bullet could have been fired from a short distance or any discoloration that a close-range shot would leave around the entry hole. In addition to these contradictions, there was the absurd decision, apparently made by Manzana, to keep Durruti's injury a secret and to advance the theory of a bullet fired from the Hospital Clínico, at a distance of 1,000 meters. It is impossible that a 9-caliber long bullet could have caused the damage evident in Durruti's body. What prompted Manzana to falsify the facts? Eduardo Val was the only significant CNT leader in Madrid at that time, and Mera states that he found out from Manzana. Mariano Rodriguez Vázquez, Garcia Oliver, Federica Montseny, and other established militants were not in the capital and thus had to accept the explanations given to them by Manzana, Graves, and others. As a result of all this, even before Durruti's funeral, while he still lay dying, the issue had become a huge problem for those directly or indirectly linked to the fatally wounded revolutionary. Durruti's comrades, inspired by his exemplary revolutionary life, continued to defend Madrid resolutely. And these men, his comrades from so many battles, knew that the revolution had begun to retreat and that the loss of Durruti would only accelerate the process. Any attempt to explain Durruti's death, especially as an accident, smelled of assassination, and an assassination could only have come from the Stalinists. If we mix all these elements together, we end up with a conspiracy of fear. Manzana and Graves were afraid. The doctors were frightened when they found an injured Durruti in their hands. They trembled at the thought of operating because the militiamen would hold them responsible if he died. Dr. Bastos's diagnosis saved all of them, and they let Durruti's life fade away in the 12 hours of agony that he had left. That fear is apparent in Santamaria's statement above, in which he says that they were wrong not to operate but that Durruti wouldn't have lived in any case. What is he trying to say with this? If an operation was possible, that means that there was a chance that he might survive. They did not exploit that possibility and thus condemned Durruti to death by internal hemorrhage. Durruti, the anti-hero, had become a hero. Ultimately, Durruti the hero killed Durruti the man. Chapter XXII. Durruti's funeral. While Durruti slowly died in room 15 of the Hotel Ritz, the CNT militants in Madrid continued their meeting on Reforma Agraria Street. Ariel didn't dare send the news to Solidaridad Obrera in Barcelona before the meeting's decisions were publicly revealed. To disclose Durruti's death without examining the consequences would have been flippant at the time. He was afraid of undermining the fighters' morale. Franco's troops had redoubled their efforts, and any change in the Republican side could have disastrous results for the defense of Madrid. 265. Cipriano Mera reached Valencia around 6 a.m. and found that the building housing the CNT National Committee was empty at that early hour. He bumped into a young man there and explained that he urgently needed to see Garcia Oliver and Federica Montseny. The youth told him that they were staying with most of the other government ministers at the Hotel Metropolitano. When he learned that Durruti had been seriously wounded, Garcia Oliver lamented the sad but unsurprising event. He had always opposed the CNT's decision to send Durruti to Madrid and thought it much more important for him to stay in Aragon. The news was crushing for Federica Monsanei. She felt responsible because she had made the greatest effort to get him to go to the capital. The telephone rang. The caller told Garcia Oliver that Durruti died at 4 a.m. They had expected the news, but it still dazed all of them. They wondered what was going to happen when the CNT fighters found out about his demise. Cipriano Mera writes, "The three of us finally left the hotel for the National Committee. We met with Marionette, who had become the General Secretary a few days ago. He told us that Val had already called from Madrid and told him about Durruti's death. He then looked at all of us, wondering who should replace our lost comrade. Various names were mentioned: Ortiz, Jover, Ricardo Sanz. It was finally decided that the latter would be the best person to take the reins of the remnants of the column in Madrid and continue fighting there. Manzano would go to Aragon and lead those forces. Personally, I wasn't happy with the decision. I thought Garcia Oliver was the person who should take Durruti's position." 266. Ariel writes, "Durruti's corpse rested in a square, white room on a small iron bed, wrapped in a sheet. A cushion supported his head. The light of the new day entered through the glass balcony doors, which opened to the plaza holding the obelisk for the heroes of May 2nd. It was all so fitting for the new popular hero. Some horse chestnut trees let the last leaves of autumnal gold fall. Victoriano Macho, the famed Spanish sculptor, arrived at 8 a.m. to make Durruti's death mask. Other artists from the Alianza Intellectual came with him. Macho asked to remove the sheet covering his body so that he could work better, a Hercules, a real Hercules. Victoriano Macho burst out when he saw Durruti's nude cadaver." 267. Ricardo Sanz writes, "I was in Figueras at noon on November 20th with Commander Ramos de Iglesias. The table was set. We were going to eat. Garcia Oliver called and gave me the terrible news: get the car and return to Barcelona immediately. Madrid just told us that Durruti was killed in the university city. The defense council met and we decided that you'll take his place. Don't waste time, come at once." I was distraught when I entered the dining room. They were all sitting around the table, waiting for me so we could eat. I gave them the tragic information. Minutes later we took off for Barcelona at top speed. I didn't learn anything new at the Ministry of Defense. They made me leader of the Catalan troops in Madrid. And Garcia Oliver gave me the following task: find out what happened and keep me apprised of everything." 268. Ariel writes, "At night, they took Durruti's body to the National Subcommittee building and put it in a mahogany coffin. They brought along Durruti's suitcase, the only luggage that he carried with him. It was old and small. What did it contain? It was almost empty, except for a dirty change of clothes and a shaving kit. That's all it held. That was the entirety of Durruti's baggage. This fighter's austerity was evident there. 2 days earlier, he had asked the CNT National Subcommittee for 100 pesetas to attend to some minor necessities. He, who risked his life to provide the Confederation with large sums of money, relinquished all to be an example of meticulousness. That suitcase was a treasure of dignity. He had renounced everything except victory. But for him victory was a matter of one's daily conduct. That is the luminous wake that he left behind, the memory of a lifetime of daily struggle. A group of men from Durruti's forces made the most moving visit. They wore leather caps, jackets, and corduroy trousers. Their rifles were still warm from being fired. They had left the front for a moment. All the fighters from his unit wanted to see their dead comrade, whom they loved so much and who had demonstrated his loyalty and courage so many times. But that was impossible. They couldn't abandon the front. Disconsolate tears glistened in their eyes. In the silence, in the deep emotion of their silence, they promised from the bottom of their hearts to continue the struggle until true freedom is victorious. Until the triumph of the proletariat. 269. Ricardo Sanz, I left for Madrid at dawn on November 21st. At the entrance to Valencia, near the San Miguel de los Reyes prison, I ran into the entourage of vehicles taking Durruti's corpse to Barcelona. I stopped for a moment, to get some details about what had happened, and I questioned eyewitnesses who had been with Durruti. I then continued on to Madrid. I arrived at sunset. There was great disorder everywhere. No one could believe that Durruti was dead. Everyone thought he couldn't die. Anything but that could happen. It didn't matter if he was sunk into the earth. It was the same thing as Madrid's last cat perishing, it was impossible. There was no way to accept that this time it was Durruti's heart that had been grazed by an enemy bullet. The communists murdered him, some said. They shot him from a balcony, others added. Only his enemies could have killed him, all agreed. Talk like that showed that no one thought that Durruti could have died from a bullet fired from the fascist trenches. 270. The group escorting Durruti's body to Barcelona arrived just after midnight on November 22. The Violetana and the area surrounding the CNTFAI building were impassable from that moment until the morning of November 23, when his funeral occurred. The funeral took place in the beginning of the next day. The bullet that killed Durruti had clearly struck the city of Barcelona in its heart as well. It is estimated that 1 of every 4 or 5 Barcelona residents marched behind the coffin, not counting those lining the streets, in the windows, on the rooftops, and even in the trees along the Ramblas. Parties and unions from every tendency convened their members, and the flags of all the anti-fascist organizations flew alongside the anarchists, above this human sea. It was grandiose, sublime, and extravagant. The crowd moved forward without being led. There had been neither orders nor prior organization, but everything happened anyway. The scene was incredible. The burial was scheduled for 10 o'clock, and yet by 9 o'clock it was already impossible to get to the anarchist regional committee building. No one had thought to clear a path for the procession. Groups came from everywhere. Those from the factories passed each other, intermixed, and blocked the way. In the center, the cavalry detachment and motorized troops there to precede the coffin were hemmed in. Cars bearing wreaths were stopped everywhere, unable to go forward or backward. It was only with tremendous effort that the ministers could be taken to the casket. At 10:30, covered with a black and red flag, militiamen from the Durruti column carried his body out of the anarchists' building on their shoulders. The crowd raised their fists for the final salute. They sang the anarchist hymn Sons of the People. It was a powerful moment. Inadvertently, 2 musical groups had been invited, one played quietly, the other very loudly, and neither managed to retain the same rhythm. The motorcycles revved their engines, the automobiles honked their horns, the militia leaders blew their whistles, and the coffin bearers couldn't take a step. It was impossible to form the funeral procession. The musical bands played again and the crowd sang the same hymn once more. Neither the bands nor the people paid heed to one another, and the sound blended into a music without melody. The fists were still raised. The music and the salutes finally stopped. From then on, one could only hear the noise of the crowd, in whose center lay Durruti, resting on his comrades' shoulders. It took at least half an hour to clear the street so that the procession could set off. It required several hours to reach the Plaza de Catalunya, which is only blocks away. The cavalrymen found their own way to the plaza, each one individually. The musicians, who more or less got lost, tried to regroup there. The cars, stopped in the opposite direction, went backwards. Autos carrying wreaths drove through side streets and tried to position themselves as if they were in the cavalcade. Everyone shouted and yelled. No, it wasn't a royal funeral. It was a popular funeral. Nothing was ordered, everything was spontaneous and improvised. It was an anarchist funeral, and therein lay its majesty. It was strange at times, but always magnificent and conveyed a rare and somber greatness. The speakers delivered their funeral orations at the foot of the Christopher Columbus statue, not far from where Ascaso, his companion in death, fought and fell at his side on July 19. Oliver, the only surviving member of the group of 3 friends, spoke as a mate, comrade, and the Spanish Republic's Minister of Justice. In these anguished hours, he said, the government of the revolution salutes Durruti and all those who have fallen in the struggle against fascism. In his Campanera, it pays homage to all the women who cry at the loss of a loved one, in Durruti's daughter, all the children whose parents have perished. We salute all those who fight on the front and who will continue fighting until victory. The Russian consul spoke afterwards and ended his speech in Catalan, exclaiming, "Death to fascism!" Companies, the president of the Generalitat, spoke last. "Comrades," he said, "forward, forward." It had been assumed that people would disperse after the speeches and that only a small group of friends would accompany the coffin to the cemetery, but it was impossible to follow the program devised beforehand. The crowd didn't disband but, instead, occupied the cemetery, blocking the path to the tomb. The thousands of wreaths obstructing the cemetery's walkways made the approach even more difficult. Night fell. It began to rain torrentially. The cemetery turned into a field of mud, drowning the flowers. At the last moment, they decided to postpone the interment and the coffin bearers made a half-turn in front of the tomb and carried their load to the mortuary. They buried Durruti the next day. He will rest once and for all in the mausoleum that will be constructed for him and Escaso. It will be a site of pilgrimage for those who feel the death of their heroes without mourning them, who honor them without that sentimentalism that we call piety. 271. Martinez Band writes, on November 23, 1936, a very significant meeting took place in Leganés, which Generalissimo presided over and Generals Mola, Salaquet, and Varela, as well as the leaders of their general staffs, attended. They made the extremely important decision to give up the frontal attack on Madrid, thus changing the course and fate of the war. 272 That same day the national and international press reported on the funeral services held for the anarchist, for the outlaw that Durruti had been his entire life. Kaminsky accurately noted, the proletarian demonstration that accompanied Durruti's body was, along with Lenin's burial, one of the most important worker demonstrations in the history of the working class. More than 500,000 people were there, although its greatness lay not in the physical presence of the crowd but in the deep emotion that Durruti's death elicited throughout revolutionary Spain. El Frente, the publication of the Durruti column, concludes the article that it published on November 23, 1936 by saying history and legend will be his august heralds. Indeed, since news of Durruti's demise first circulated, a legend began to emerge that still exists to this day. For the popular imagination, Durruti's death did not reflect his historical magnitude. And, like at other times during his adventurous existence, that imagination wove a different story that seemed more consistent with the man who embodied so many of their aspirations. Ruta, the Libertarian Youth's magazine, said, Durruti, the fighter who never forgot the workshop, Durruti, the leader of the column that spurned honors and stars, Durruti, the man of the people who lived for the people. He was a powerful inspiration for us, the anarchist youth. El Frente Libertario, the newspaper of the Confederal militias, cited Durruti's final words as a shout of courage, brothers, forward for the revolution. Adding, we will deserve nothing less than disdain if we fail to fulfill his last wish. The press from all the anti-fascist forces celebrated the hero. But the anarchists, enemies of leadership cults, voiced this in Solidaridad Obrera. Any organization other than the CNT would have consecrated him as a caudillo. Tierra y Libertad, the FI's publication, said, the city and the man sought one another, found one another, and interpenetrated. They were worthy companions. The CNT and FAI committees received thousands of letters and telegrams from around the world. Spanish political figures and column leaders expressed their grief. Leaders of the revolutionary left, like Andrew Nin or Marceau Pivert, said that Durruti's death was a terrible loss for the revolution. Dozens of Spanish and foreign writers articulated their sorrow. Among them, it was Pierces who best pointed to the immense vacuum left by Durruti when he asked, who will be strong enough, and dignified enough, to take on Durruti's legacy. 273 How could we summarize his bequest? There is nothing better than citing a paragraph from his last letter, which he wrote to Liberto Callejas 24 hours before he died. Before I left Catalonia, I asked those sharing my views for support. I'm not talking about those with weak souls and lacking in energy, but those of us determined to give the final push. Rifles alone do nothing if there isn't a will and a plan in every shot. There's no doubt that we'll stop the fascists from entering Madrid, but we have to get rid of them soon, because we must conquer Spain anew. 274. Fourth part. The deaths of Durruti. The purge of Trotskyist and anarcho-syndicalist elements has begun in Catalonia. This work will be conducted in Spain with the same vigor with which it was conducted in the USSR. Pravda, December 17, 1936. Introduction. The fourth section of this book would be unnecessary if a haze of confusion hadn't emerged around Durruti's death immediately after it occurred. But, since the mystery of his death still exists today, 40 years after the fact, we are obliged to add this epilogue. From the moment Durruti received the injury that would end his life, the witnesses of the event began circulating contradictory accounts of the incident, which even the CNT could not counteract. There were clear political interests motivating each account. Kultsov correctly acknowledged that Durruti was one of the most brilliant men of Catalonia and the Spanish workers' movement, which is why every tendency within the anti-fascist camp wanted to exploit his death for its own purposes and ideological ends. The most dramatic example occurred when he was posthumously granted the rank of lieutenant colonel in order to make it easier to give the same rank to Lister, Modesto, Valentin Gonzalez, and Cipriano Mera. That was an unambiguous political assassination, given the revolutionary attitude that Durruti maintained up to the moment of his demise. That, in addition to the pervasive exploitation of a phrase attributed to him, not only consummated Durruti's political murder but also contributed to the annihilation of the proletarian and peasant revolution. Indeed, immediately after his death, the GPU used the Communist Party to begin the hunt for the anarcho-Trotskyists. This was all done in the name of renouncing everything except victory. It is impossible to analyze the various accounts of Durruti's death without considering the political climate at the time and the psychological dimensions of the Spanish tragedy. In that conflicted situation, an official account of Durruti's death that was not definitive, and it couldn't be said definitively that Durruti died from an enemy bullet, had the potential to provoke an armed conflict among anti-fascists. But a persuasive explanation of his death was never provided. In fact, the existing accounts are so contradictory and raise so many questions that we believe it is unlikely that the issue will ever be clarified. We can group the accounts of Durruti's death into three categories. A fascist killed Durruti. One of Durruti's comrades assassinated him because he was beginning to turn toward the communists. The GPU murdered Durruti. To those three possibilities, we can add a fourth, that of the Vox Populi, the counter-revolution, all the political forces trying to make Spain return to the starting point of July 18, 1936 executed Durruti. First chapter. The first versions. Cipriano Mera. Manzana asked me to go up to one of the flat roofs of the so-called Cerro del Pimiento, where we saw that the Hospital Clínico was indeed in enemy hands. To retake it, given the positions, we would have to capture the whole block in front of the hospital house by house. We went up to Canalillo, so our people could seize the cemetery in front of the reservoir of the Isabel II Canal, the nuns' convent, the Guzmán el Bueno Civil Guard Barracks, the Geography and Cadastral Institute, the Red Cross Hospital, and the whole colony of little houses north of the Metropolitan Stadium. 1. Antonio Bonilla. To defend the area, the survivors of the Durruti column took positions in cottages near Pablo Iglesias, some 400 meters from the Hospital Clínico, whose building in construction was under the control of Franco's forces. On November 18, the Del Rosal column from Asturias came to help us, and one of its members, a dynamiters captain, pointed out to me that the enemy left the building under construction nightly and then returned at dawn. He proposed that we take it that night. We fired a volley at the building at 4 a.m., and, since no one responded, a large group of comrades occupied it. They shouted from the balcony, asking me if I could hear them sing the International. There was a dramatic encounter several hours later. The nationalists returned to the building through a tunnel connected to the Casa de Velázquez II as they had every morning. The two sides were face to face. There was shooting and more deaths among Durruti's men. The survivors sought refuge on the upper floors. Franco's forces eventually withdrew through the tunnel and the men from the Durruti column returned to the cottages. I decided to speak with Durruti at 1 p.m. to tell him what had happened. Lorente was driving the car and a very admirable Catalan carpenter named Miguel Doga came with me. When we arrived at the barracks, we saw that Durruti's Packard was running and that he was getting ready to leave with Manzana. I explained to him what had occurred and he decided to go see it personally. I told Julio Graves to follow our car in order to avoid passing through areas where there was fighting. He did this. Manzana, as was customary, wore his submachine gun on his shoulder and had a scarf hanging around his neck, upon which he rested his right hand at times, because his finger had been injured several weeks earlier. Durruti appeared unarmed, but as usual carried a Colt 45 under his leather jacket. They followed us until we reached the houses occupied by our reduced forces. They stopped their car, and we stopped ours about 20 meters ahead. Durruti got out to say something to some militiamen sunning themselves behind a wall. There was no fighting in the area. Durruti was fatally wounded right there and the Spanish Revolution suffered the hardest and most unimaginable setback. We were in the other car, some 20 meters ahead, and had been stopped for 3 or 4 minutes. When Durruti was getting into the car, we put our car in gear. When we looked back to see if they were following us, we saw the Packard turning and pulling out at a high rate of speed. I got out of the car and asked the boys what had happened. They told me that someone had been injured. I asked them if they knew the name of the man who had spoken with them and they said no. I told Lorente that we should return immediately. It was 2:30 in the afternoon. This is what Bonilla said to Pedro Costa Must. 3. When we spoke with Bonilla and asked him if he had heard a shot, he said no. We also asked him how many people were in Durruti's car and who his guards were. He replied that only Manzana and the driver left the barracks with Durruti, that Durruti and Manzana sat in the back seat, and that Durruti did not have any official guard, but that if someone was accompanying him it was whoever happened to be around him at the moment. When we asked Bonilla if he knew a person named Ramon Garcia, for he answered, there were 2 militiamen in the Durruti column with that name, but neither frequented the column's headquarters and certainly wouldn't have been one of Durruti's guards. Besides, I don't recall having seen either in Madrid. 5. There is nothing in what we've transcribed here that provides any compelling evidence explaining exactly how Durruti was killed. In Bonilla's account, there is only the suggestion of the possibility of a shot from José Manzana's machine gun. Julio Graves. After eating, we headed for the University City, along with Comrade Manzana. 6. We went up to Cuatro Caminos and from there down along Pablo Iglesias Avenue at a high speed. We passed through the colony of small houses at the end of this avenue and turned rightward. Durruti's forces had changed locations, after the losses they'd suffered in the Monclo and at the walls of the Modelo prison. An autumn sunlight filled the afternoon. When we reached the wide road, we saw a group of militiamen coming in our direction. Durruti thought that they were some boys deserting the front. There was heavy fighting there. The Hospital Clínico, taken by the Moors at the time, towered above the surroundings. Durruti made me stop the car, which I did, at the corner of one of those small houses for protection. Durruti got out and approached the fleeing militiamen. He asked them where they were going and, since they didn't know what to say, he forcefully convinced them to return to their posts. Once the boys obeyed him, Comrade Graves continues, Durruti came back toward the car. Bullets were raining down with increasing intensity. The Moors and civil guard were shooting with greater determination from the gigantic colored hospital Clinico building. Durruti collapsed when he reached the car door. A bullet had pierced his chest. Manzana and I jumped out of the vehicle and hurried to put him inside. I turned the auto and, driving as fast as I could, headed for the Catalan militia hospital in Madrid, where we had been a little bit ago. The rest you already know. That's all. 7. Joan Lerch makes an error when he discusses Julio Graves' testimony in La Muerte de Durruti and thus leaves a question in the air. Lerch believes that Durruti and his companions went to the militia's hospital in the Hotel Ritz after leaving Miguel Angel Street but before going to the University City. This is false. Julio Graves' comment is unambiguous, headed for the Catalan militia hospital in Madrid, where we had been a little bit ago. Graves left the injured Durruti in the hands of the doctors and then went to see Ariel's brother at the CNT's National Subcommittee building on Reforma Agraria Street, where the Soli correspondent had occupied a secretary's office. Graves went there at 5 p.m. And it was there where that he told Ariel the news. What's happening? I asked, full of concern. Durruti's been seriously wounded, one of them told me, and might be dead already. But it isn't a good idea to disclose the news, Comrade Julio Graves said. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The three of us went to the Hotel Ritz, where the hospital of the Catalan militias was. Very few knew about Durruti's dire condition at the time. Ariel narrates the trip that he, Julio Graves, and his brother made to the Hotel Ritz. He also describes his conversation with Dr. Santamaria. I said goodbye to them, after saying that I'd return shortly. I went to the CNT National Subcommittee to report the news. Some information had already arrived there. There was talk of keeping quiet, of discretion. I didn't dare call Barcelona until later. Madrid's defense demanded that and much more if necessary. We had to wait for the release of the decisions made by the CNT militants, who were meeting at the time. 8. Durruti's driver and I went to the Soli building, where we could speak more calmly. It is logical that Julio Graves concluded his statement to Ariel with the phrase where we had been a little bit ago, given that both he and Ariel were coming from the Hotel Ritz. Cipriano Mera. I went to the Defense Committee on the afternoon of November 19. We continued our chat, while waiting for Durruti to arrive. His delay didn't surprise us because we knew how busy he was, that he needed to be everywhere at once. Manzana came a little later and pulled me aside to speak with me privately. I could see that he was extremely upset and I hastened to ask him, "What's happening, Manzana?" Almost in tears, he replied, "They just shot Comrade Durruti and it looks like there's no hope for him." "What? What the hell are you saying?" "I was with him just hours ago and he told me that he was going to his command post to put things in order." "Yes, but around 4 o'clock in the afternoon a messenger told us that the captain in charge of the two companies sent to the hospital Clinico had ordered his troops to withdraw. You know how Durruti is with these things. He summoned the car and we took off for the Clinico to see if the messenger's report was true. I told him that he didn't really need to be there to confirm the facts. It wasn't that I thought something might happen, but simply felt that he should stay in the command post and lead the men more calmly from there." Okay, but what happened? "We reached the end of the avenue and, without stopping, entered through a street that goes to the eastern part of the Clinico. Durruti made us stop the car when he saw a militiaman running in our direction. He got out and asked him why he was running. The militiaman said that he was going to the health post, to get them to send some stretchers, because several men were injured and one had been killed. Durruti let him continue on his way. As he entered the car, whose door opened toward the Clinico, he told us that they had shot him." "Who was with you?" "It was Durruti, his two messengers, Yoldi, and I." "Do you think the shot came from the Clinico and that our forces had already abandoned it?" "Yes, there's no doubt that it was enemy fire. Comrade Manzana told me that it was extremely important to keep quiet about what had happened, since Durruti's men, after so many scares, might think that he had been assassinated by other anti-fascists. We agreed to this, but I told Manzana that we had to tell Val. He concurred and we entered his office to communicate the terrible news. Cipriano Mera describes their trip to the hospital. There, Mera, Manzana, and Yoldi again discussed the need to keep the news secret to prevent the Durruti column's men from doing something rash. Mera writes that Val, who had just come to the hospital, urged him to go to Valencia to communicate the news to Mariano R. Vázquez, the CNT General Secretary, and Ministers Garcia Oliver and Federica Monsanei. We again spoke about the circumstances of the deplorable event. Val voiced his suspicions when he asked Manzana, "Was this an act of communist treachery?" "No," Manzana responded categorically, "the shot came from the Clínico. It was bad luck. The hospital was in enemy hands. I left for Valencia at 1:9. There are several flaws in Cipriano Mera's account. The time of Manzana's arrival at the Defense Committee is confused with the time of Durruti's injury. Manzana arrived at 4 p.m. and Durruti was not wounded then. Mera did not go to Valencia because of Val's insistence, but at the request of the CNT militants who were meeting. Manzana's and Julio Graves' accounts are incompatible, in essence and detail. They differ about the militiamen. Also, Manzana says that Yoldi and 2 messengers were present, whereas Julio Graves states that only he and Manzana were there. Graves is closer to the truth than Manzana. Nevertheless, it is comprehensible that Mera makes this error, given that Yoldi and Durruti were together so frequently. Despite all these mistakes and contradictions, all agree that it was necessary to keep silent. Only a small number of people knew about what had occurred until 5 p.m. on November 19. R. Dinany Carmen. Carmen was a Russian cameraman who traveled with Ilya Ehrenberg, the journalist from Izvestia. In 1947, he published his notebook from the Spain in Moscow's Novi Mir. In one entry, he recounts his last meeting with Durruti, which supposedly occurred shortly before his death. He writes that he bumped into Haji in the Ministry of War. Haji, he claims, was getting ready to visit Durruti to try to convince him not to withdraw his men from Madrid. Carmen decided to go along, since he also wanted to speak with Durruti, whom he hadn't seen since he and Ehrenberg were in Bujareliz in August. They found Durruti in the palace on Miguel Angel Street. We entered his office, where Durruti was dictating something to a typist. He got up immediately when he saw us and rushed to greet Haji, shaking his hand at length, as if fearing that he would never see him again. His black eyes, which had always been bright and shiny, now suggested a certain sadness. A few days ago Haji had been added to Durruti's general staff as an advisor and Durruti couldn't go very far without him. According to Carmen, Durruti made them walk through the palace, telling them to take whatever they fancied, paintings or anything else, but all with the intention of dodging any explanation of his decision to withdraw his men from the front. Haji took him by the arm and sat him down on a velvet couch. Durruti docilely lowered his gaze. Haji protested Durruti's plan to withdraw his men from the front. Doing so, he said, would deal a serious blow to the combatants' morale. He finally convinced Durruti to continue fighting in Madrid. "Okay, I'm going to the brigade." "I'll go with you," Haji said. No, Durruti replied, visibly annoyed. "I'll go alone." With a quick step, he went to his guard, the car. "To the brigade." Durruti adjusted the pistol on his belt and we all went into the street. The car and the guard were already there. Durruti's chief of staff came out of the building with a bandaged arm. I asked Durruti to let me join them, because I wanted to take some photos of the front. He curtly told me, no, especially not now. He asked his chief of staff, what's new in the sector, and jumped in the vehicle, which took off quickly, followed by 4 other cars. Haji and I returned to the headquarters of Madrid's defense. An hour later, I saw Haji while walking through a corridor in the Ministry of War. He was looking out a window. I called out to him, but he didn't respond. I shook him by the shoulders. He turned to me and I saw that his eyes were full of tears. What's wrong? They've killed Durruti. They just killed him. A treacherous blow from behind took Durruti's life, in the most critical moment of his struggle against himself and the classical anarchists. He was an honest man, ready to draw pertinent conclusions from everything that took place in his fatherland, but they killed him. 10. If we take Carmen's account seriously, we have to ask, who told Haji that Durruti had been shot immediately after the event? The doctor's contradictions. They brought Durruti to the hospital and immediately took him to the operating room. Half a dozen doctors surrounded him, all of whom were paralyzed by fear. Since none were prepared to take the initiative, they decided to call Dr. Manuel Bastos answered. After seeing the patient, he declared that Durruti was terminal. All the medical assistants let out a tremendous sigh of relief. I had released them from a heavy burden, the possibility that they might be ordered to operate on the patient, who would very probably die. They knew that his acolytes would attribute his death to their medical intervention and hold them responsible for it, with all its consequences. I bumped into doctors many years later who were present at the scene and they still shudder to recall it. They only speak of it in a whisper and pale at the memory alone. Dr. Bastos reported that the bullet had horizontally crossed the upper abdomen and injured crucial internal organs. The wound was fatal and nothing could be done for the patient, who was already on his last breath. 11. Bastos's diagnosis was incorrect, as we will see. Regarding the characteristics of the wound, he does not say that it was visible under the left nipple, at heart level, as it appears in all the photographs of Durruti's cadaver. Why this silence? We suspect that Dr. Bastos no longer recalled Durruti's wound clearly when he wrote his book, after having operated on thousands of patients in the interim. In any case, his comments only render the case even more enigmatic, since they contradict those made by Dr. Santamaria. Jose Santamaria Jaume conducted the autopsy on Durruti. I opened the thorax to inspect the damage caused by the bullet. Durruti had a very developed chest. Given the topography of the thorax, I realized that the diagnosis that surgery was impossible had been mistaken. An operation could have produced positive results, although doubtlessly the patient would not have survived. According to Santamaria, the injury was caused by a bullet fired less than 50 centimeters from the victim, probably around 35, a calculation deduced by the intensity of the gunpowder stains on the garment that he was wearing. With regard to the bullet, it was surely 9 caliber long. And the injury was under the left nipple, in the thorax. 12. Santamaria's localization of the injury is not consistent with Bastos' description, and thus one must conclude that they were either discussing different wounds or simply expressed themselves in different terms. We must also point out that we cannot understand Santamaria's assertion that an operation could have produced positive results, although doubtlessly the patient would not have survived. If the patient died, the operation would not have been positive. And if the operation could have had positive results, that implies that there was a significant chance of survival. Santamaria's emphasis on its possible negative consequences seems best understood in terms of the panic reigning among the doctors. To summarize, what we have thus far is a series of contradictions that do not clarify the circumstances of Durruti's injury. Instead, they lay the foundations for the legend that immediately formed around his death and ensure that his demise will always remain a mystery. The CNT National Committee ordered Ricardo Sanz, another Nosotros group member, to replace Durruti in Madrid. He was in Figueres at noon on November 20 when Garcia Oliver instructed him to go to the capital. He set off at dawn the next day and bumped into the caravan taking Durruti's body to Barcelona at the San Miguel de los Reyes prison in Valencia. According to Sanz, he spoke with Manzana and Miguel Yoldi, who were representing the column in that procession. Sanz does not say what they told him. He continued the trip to Madrid, which he reached at sunset. There was great disorder everywhere. No one could believe that Durruti was dead. Everyone thought he couldn't die. Anything but that could happen. The communists murdered him, some said. They shot him from a balcony, others added. Only his enemies could have killed him, all agreed. Talk like that showed that no one thought that Durruti could have died from a bullet fired from the fascist trenches. I was extremely interested in finding out how Durruti died. This preoccupied me, as is easy to understand, for several reasons. In the first place, Durruti was a very close, lifelong friend of mine. Second, as Durruti's replacement, I needed to know exactly what had happened in order to determine how to proceed as the new leader of the unit that he had led. Ricardo Sanz met with Dr. Santamaria and inspected the hospital Clinico sector. He says that he took statements from those with Durruti when he was injured and concluded, after his investigation, that there was no doubt that Durruti died fighting the enemy and from a bullet fired from the hospital Clinico building in the university city. He also says, Durruti was a victim of carelessness. The vigilant enemy saw the car stop a mere kilometer from the building and waited for its occupants to get out and become exposed. When he had them in range, he shot a burst of machine gun fire that hit the mark. Durruti was fatally injured, and 2 of his companions less seriously so. Thus it was, when there was no fighting and when no one expected it, that an entirely unanticipated attack cut short our precious Durruti's life. 13. There are various problems with Ricardo Sanz's statement, which he made in 1945. Instead of clearing up Durruti's death, it simply makes it even more obscure. Julio Graves and Jose Manzana mention 1 or more militiamen to explain why Durruti got out of the car. Antonio Bonilla agrees on this fact. Sanz does not note any militiamen and writes only that it was reckless to leave the vehicle in a combat zone. Sanz also cites a burst of machine gun fire, which neither Manzana nor Graves mention. And then Sanz contradicts Manzana, who spoke of heavy shooting, when he writes there was no fighting. Sanz should have been more precise in his account and also provided the names of the 2 men injured with Durruti. If we give credence to Johnlerch, Ricardo Sanz responded to a questionnaire of his, possibly in 1970, in which he identified Manzana and Yoldi as the wounded comrades. In his new statement, Sanz admits that he did not speak with anyone in Madrid who had been with Durruti when he was shot, but says that he spoke with Manzana and Yoldi near Valencia. None of his informants had been present during the incident. Thus, Sanz's new comments only raise more questions. Before concluding with Sanz's testimony, we should say a few words about the psychological state in which he found the column members. Sanz held a meeting with the surviving members of the forces that Durruti brought to Madrid in the barracks on Granada Street. Federica Monsanelli was also there, trying to calm the agitated men. After Sanz and Monsanelli spoke, a militiaman voiced the group's sentiments. Comrade Sanz, don't be surprised by our alarm. We're convinced that it wasn't the fascists who killed Durruti but our enemies within the Republic. You run the same risk, since they want to eliminate all men with revolutionary ideas. Some fear that the revolution is going too far. Sanz later commented, everyone who hadn't died at Durruti's side thought more or less the same thing. 14. Some column members fulfilled their pledge to return to the Aragon front but most stayed in Madrid. A document sent to José Mayra by Miguel Palacios, the chief commanding officer of the X-Brigade, confirms this, chief commander to Comrade Mayra, representative of Durruti's forces. Given that the Polish company must withdraw to the town of Pardo, use your reserve forces to try to cover the area it occupies along the Casa de Campo wall, after Puerta de Aravaca. Leave the rest of your force behind and consult with the company that you have to relieve. Command Post. December 7, 1936. Chief Commander. The document was signed and sealed with the round stamp of the X-Brigade. 15. Most historians who discuss the battle for Madrid obscure the Durruti column's contribution to the resistance and also make it disappear from the conflict after Durruti's death. We hope that the above text will inspire the authors in question to correct their writings. Solidaridad Obrera dedicated the front page of its November 21 issue to Durruti's death. Its version of events also does nothing to illuminate the matter. Our comrade went to visit his column's advance positions around 8:30 in the morning. On the way, he ran into some militiamen who were returning from the front. He stopped the car and a shot rang out as he emerged, which we believe was fired from a window of a house near the Monclo. Durruti collapsed without saying a word. The assassin's bullet penetrated his back. The injury was fatal. Who could have provided that information to Solidaridad Obrera? Clearly Ariel wouldn't have done so, given his statements. Could this version be a fantasy of the newspaper's editor, Jacinto Torrio? The first public commentaries appeared on November 23, the day after Durruti's funeral. The fascists broadcast this on Radio Sevilla. Durruti was killed by those he annoyed while alive, because he was a threat to their political ambitions. They added, "What happened to Durruti will happen to many of his friends." Moscow's Izvestia published this on the same day. To a great extent, the Popular Front government was formed because of pressure from Durruti. After the terrible experiences of the fight against fascism, Durruti underwent an evolution that brought him closer to the Communist Party. When he left the Aragon front for Madrid, he declared, "Yes, I feel like a Bolshevik and I'm inclined to put Stalin's portrait on my desk." 16. The following rumor was circulating through Madrid at the time. Durruti, convinced of the efficacy of the Communist Party, had renounced anarchism and joined the Communists, on the condition that his membership be kept secret until the opportune moment. 17. In response to these stories, the CNT and FAI released a joint communiqué, "Workers." The ambushers of the fifth column have circulated the false and despicable rumor that our comrade Durruti was murdered in an act of treason. We urge all comrades to reject that terrible slander. It is a vile attempt to break the proletariat's formidable unity of action and thought, which is its most effective weapon against fascism. Comrades, Durruti was not the victim of treachery. He fell in the struggle like so many other freedom fighters. He fell like heroes fall, while fulfilling his duty. Dismiss all the rotten lies circulated by the fascists to undermine our unity. Disregard them completely. Don't listen to those who sow fratricidal myths. They are the greatest enemies of the revolution. CNT National Committee. Peninsular Committee of the FAI.18. This document explains nothing about Durruti's death, but it underscores that he died while confronting the enemy, whatever the exact circumstances of the event. The CNT and anarchist committees conducted an in-depth investigation of his death, although they have never revealed its results. This suggests that their main concern was maintaining the anti-fascist front at all costs. However, the CNT and FAI's allies were not as generous. Some, particularly the CP, not only spread falsehoods about Durruti's demise but also hastened to fill the void he left with Kleber. General Vicente Rojo denounced this in a November 26 letter to General Mayaja. The press is making a patently exaggerated and false attempt to exalt this general. And his leadership qualities aren't real, if only because they depend on his artificial popularity. It seems that is the military idol of some of our political parties, who are presenting him as the caudillo capable of leading the revolution to a happy ending. As always, this is extraordinarily harmful, because it foments the leaderism that has caused so much damage to our homeland. It's even worse if the person that they're trying to elevate doesn't really have the ability to lead. 19. Chapter 2. Fact or Fiction? Matthew Corman. Durruti was killed by a blast of gunfire when he got out of his car. That was the only victory of the fifth column in Madrid. The militiamen surrounded the house from where the gunshots came and killed everyone inside. 20 Another column fighter, who prefers to remain anonymous, expanded on Corman's version. J.M. When they left the headquarters on Miguel Angel Street, Bonilla, Manzana, and a third person whose name I don't recall took their seats in the car. Once they got to the Monclo Plaza, the place closest to the Hospital Clínico, Durruti told the driver to stop near one of the cottages on the avenue. Just as he did so, someone in a cottage shot at the vehicle. A bullet pierced the car window and injured Durruti in his side. After collecting themselves, the car's occupants went toward the building. 2 or 3 individuals took off running. A round of gunfire hit one of them, who died instantly, but the others managed to escape. A CNT membership card issued by the Bakers Union in Madrid was found on the corpse. There was an investigation, which confirmed that its owner had died a few days earlier and that his family had noticed that the card was missing when they gave them his personal belongings. This indicated that members of the fifth column had infiltrated the hospitals and were stealing political identification documents. Point 21. Jaume Miravitlles. In his memoirs, Jaume Miravitlles says that 1 year after Durruti's death, there was an exposition in Barcelona commemorating the heroic resistance in Madrid. Among other objects, the shirt he wore on the day of his death was on display. It was spread out in a showcase and people gathered around to see the tattered edges of the bullet hole. Miravitlles alleges that he heard people say that it couldn't have been caused by a bullet shot from 2,000 feet away. That very night, he states, I had specialists from the medical laboratory come to examine the shirt. All concluded the same thing, the bullet had been fired at close range. Days later, at a banquet that Durruti's companera attended, he questioned Emilienne Morin about the matter. Surely you must know the truth, how did Durruti die? Yes, I do know, she answered. I insisted, so, what happened to him? She stared at me and said, for as long as I live, I will accept the official account, that a civil guard shot him from a window. Then, in a low voice, she added, but I know that he was murdered by someone close to him. It was an act of vengeance. 22. Pierre Rosely. Pierre Rosely, a French Communist Party activist and section chief in the 11 International Brigade, declares, on November 21, the same day as Durruti's death, his column attacked the Hospital Clínico and the Santa Cristina Asylum. They began in the morning and, after numerous unsuccessful attempts, finally penetrated the hospital's walls in the early afternoon. Durruti was in his command post, in front of the Modelo prison. At times the shots seemed to come from behind. Durruti dropped dead. A stray bullet? A ricochet? The anarchist leader had had many enemies among old CNT and FAI militants since August. They reproached him for his disciplinary harshness and some accused him of ambition and compromising with the communists. Minutes after the event, Pierre Rosely claims that men from the Durruti column told him, our own people killed Durruti. 23. Mikhail Koltsov. November 21. A stray or perhaps intentionally fired bullet fatally wounded Durruti as he got out of his car in front of his command post. What a shame, Durruti. Despite his errors and his anarchist practices, he was doubtlessly one of the most brilliant men in Catalonia and the entire Spanish workers' movement. 24. Dominique Desanti. They killed Durruti in front of the Modelo prison, the pride of the Republic. Everything has been said about his death, but some years ago we meet an old, repentant anarchist who claimed with details that would be difficult to invent that one of his comrades had executed him. With his discipline in indiscipline, Durruti would have made us lambs. We grumbled, like the socialists and communists. He demanded that we fight without challenging his orders, but we believed that everyone should have the right to decide whether or not to attack. He commanded like a Soviet general. The contrite anarchist added, I didn't know it back then, but while there are many ideologies, there's only one way to fight and the goal is to win. 25. Hugh Thomas. On November 21, while the battle was still raging, Durruti was killed in front of the model prison. His death was said to have been caused by a stray bullet from the university city. It seems more probable, however, that he was killed by one of his men, an uncontrollable, who resented the new anarchist policy. Durruti's funeral in Barcelona was an extraordinary occasion. All day long a procession of 80 to 100 people broad marched down the Diagonal, the widest street in the city. In the evening, a crowd of 200,000 pledged themselves to carry out the dead man's principles. but the death of Durruti marked the end of the classic age of Spanish anarchism. Pierre Bruet and Émile Temim. On November 14 the 3,500 men of the Durruti column arrived from the Aragon front. The Madrid crowd gave them a triumphal welcome. Durruti asked for the most dangerous sector. He was given the Casa de Campo, opposite the university city. The general staff allocated him an officer, the Russian Santi, as advisor. On November 15, the main attack actually began. By the end of the afternoon, the Asensio column had managed to break through and gain a footing in the university city. On November 21, Durruti was killed in the university city, probably by one of the men in his column who resented the risks he made them run and the discipline he imposed on them during this hell. 26. The reviewer from the Times Literary Supplement. To his enormous credit, Durruti finally agreed to go to Madrid and work out a deal with the Communist Party and the government. He and his bodyguard went clattering into the underground restaurant of the Gran Via while the shells from General Franco's troops crashed into the street outside. The Madrileños had never seen such a display of military hardware as those warriors carried, and they were enthusiastic at the thought that these well-accoutred men were at last on their side. Durruti left his bodyguard. He made a deal with the communists. And 15 minutes later he was shot in the street by agents of an anarchist organization called the Friends of Durruti. 27. This is the version of Durruti's death advanced by a writer from the Times Literary Supplement in a review of The Anarchists by James Joll and Anarchism by George Woodcock. He reproached both historians for their depiction of the event. Neither of the authors under review has the episode quite right. They both accept the theory that Durruti got out to the Madrid front and was there shot by persons unknown. This was the theory which was, for obvious reasons, circulated by the Spanish Republican government and the Communist Party at the time. They also had every interest in blurring the violence of the conflict between the anarchists and the communists. It was even said that perhaps Durruti had been killed by a stray bullet from the Franco trenches. None of all that was true. He was shot in the back in the presence of many observers in the streets of Madrid. And the killing could be seen as perhaps a final demonstration of the philosophy of anarchism and above all of the final conflict between the anarchists and the communists. The Friends of Durruti were organized quite a while before Durruti was murdered. It was intended to express the true spirit of anarchism as against the authoritarian tendencies of communism. It was therefore logical that the Friends of Durruti should shoot Durruti. It was the last act in the quarrel between Bakunin and Karl Marx. People mentioned in his article, as well as others interested in the war in Spain, replied in the following issue of the Times Literary Supplement. 28 Hugh Thomas writes, "Sir, your reviewer of James Joll's The Anarchist says categorically, as a definitive fact, almost as if he had been there himself, that the Spanish anarchist leader Durruti was murdered in the streets of Madrid in 1936 by the extreme organization known ironically as the Friends of Durruti." He adds that, many observers saw the murder and that the Spanish Republican government and Communist Party circulated the theory that he had been shot at the front, either by the nationalists or unknown persons. It would be very interesting to know exactly who these many observers were and whether any of them can now be identified. It is also perplexing why your reviewer should think that the government and the communists had a good reason for hiding the facts of Durruti's death, if they knew them. Surely their relations with the anarchists were already tense enough by November, 1936, for them to have used the opportunity of Durruti's murder to discredit Durruti's colleagues, particularly those reluctant to submit to the disciplines of war. And then, what evidence is there that the Friends of Durruti were organized at this time at all, as a group? Albert Meltzer. There is a statement by Albert Meltzer immediately after the letter from Hugh Thomas. Your reviewer of the Jolls the Anarchists claims to have greater knowledge of Durruti's death than he seems prepared to substantiate with sources. When a man is shot in the open street, in a period of warfare, one can attribute his death to his opponents or his supporters quite easily. At the time of his death, Durruti was shot, in the open street, in a quarter from which the fascists were being evicted. It is impossible that the killer could have recognized him, and shot him knowing that he was shooting Buenaventura Durruti. He wore no special uniform. The killer was shooting at random at militiamen advancing and therefore could have only been a Francoist. While Durruti was shot in the back, it was from a height, among buildings still occupied by the enemy. Later recriminations in the Republic brought forward the suggestion by the anarchists that Durruti had been shot by a communist, but that is improbable. It was, however, true, that Durruti's death was of great tactical advantage to the communists, since it removed the one man in the anarchist movement whose prestige was great enough to have withstood the growing communist influence. The Friends of Durruti was formed months after Durruti's death. Those who adopted this name in Spain were the anarchists who opposed their organization's policy of compromise with the government and submission to the blackmail by the Communist Party. Your reviewer mixed up two communist lines of attack upon the anarchists when he asserts that the Friends of Durruti killed Durruti, who was about to do a deal with the communists. The communists at the time of his death were in no position to do a deal. It was only with the Russian influence, coming to a head after Durruti's death, that they could have done so. In several published interviews, with the veteran Russian anarchist, Emma Goldman, Buenaventura Durruti made his position clear, shortly before his death. Asked if he were not too trusting, he replied, "I have no fear that if the workers are called to choose between our methods of freedom and the so-called communism you have seen in Russia, which they will choose." She asked what would happen if the communists proved too strong for the workers to be able to choose, and he said quite pointedly, "It will be an easy matter to deal with the communists when we have disposed of Franco, or even before if the necessity arises." Had he lived, this might have been proved true. James Joll. Joll also commented on the review in the Times Literary Supplement. Students of Spanish anarchism and of the Spanish Civil War will be grateful to your contributor for his account of the murder of Durruti. It is perhaps a pity that your insistence on anonymity make it impossible to identify this particular source in order to assess its value and to refer to it accurately in future versions of the story. Anonymous. The incriminated critic responded to his opponents in the same edition of the Times Literary Supplement. Your correspondents, Mr. Thomas and Mr. Meltzer, raise 4 principal points. First, where was Durruti shot? Secondly, who shot him? Thirdly, why did they do so? And finally, why should the story have been officially distorted? Mr. Thomas believes that he was shot in the Parque del Oeste, that is to say, at the front, not in Madrid. Mr. Meltzer accepts that he was shot in the street but not that he was shot by the Friends of Durruti. I was in Madrid on the day of the murder and was at the scene of the crime within half an hour. There were several people there whom I knew at least by sight, 2 of them members of Durruti's bodyguard. They certainly had no time to concoct for my benefit the story of what had happened. Durruti was shot, as Mr. Meltzer rightly points out, from an upper window, but he amazes with his statement that nationalists were being evicted from that section of the city at the time and therefore he was shot by a nationalist who was simply firing at Republican militiamen advancing. I would really ask Mr. Meltzer to re-examine his sources. Such an episode might have occurred many weeks earlier or many months later. No such battle with Franco supporters could possibly have occurred inside Madrid at that time. There was no need for Durruti to wear a special uniform to be identified. The killers were waiting at a window from which they could cover the exits of the building where Durruti was known to be completing his negotiations. The window was on the same side of the street, hence the shot in the back as he came out of the door. Naturally it is possible for anyone at this date to deny that the killers were really members of the Friends of Durruti. When Mr. Meltzer, naming no sources of his own, asks me for mine, I can only remind him of what that sort of war is like. My sources are, I should think, long since dead on many fronts. They were not the sort of men to be found now alive and happy at Chatham House or the United Nations. Nevertheless, it is just possible, I am afraid this is the only help I can offer Mr. Joll, that one or other of the American correspondents in Madrid may have got the news past the censorship, so that it might be worthwhile looking through American newspapers' files of the period. Both Mr. Meltzer and Mr. Thomas are, to my knowledge, mistaken in suggesting that the Friends of Durruti was not in existence as an organization at the time of Durruti's death. Their slogans were on the walls, their leaflets distributed. Two views of them can be held. They can be seen on the one hand as purist anarchist idealists who felt, as any anarchist might, that under the pressure of the war the anarchist leadership was abandoning basic anarchist principles. Or they might be in fact agents of the enemy masquerading as anarchists for disruptive purposes. Here, Mr. Thomas's reminder that the anarchists were often used by other organizations is valuable. Their killing of Durruti is explicable on either count. As for the official version of the story, surely it is obvious that, since the object of the killers, whether idealistic or otherwise, was to disrupt and provoke, the object of the government and of the communists, who had just been negotiating, must be to thwart this attempt by preventing the general public and, above all, the men on the fighting front, from learning the truth. It was an elementary riposte to the provocation. In my view, Mr. Meltzer touches the heart of the matter with his quotation from Durruti's interview with Emma Goldman. She asked if he were not being too trusting. He denied it. But there were dedicated anarchists who thought that he was. And they also thought that in the brief interval between the interview and the murder he was changing his mind in the direction of a necessary cooperation with the communists, who in my personal judgment were at that date a very great deal more powerful in the Republican armed forces than Mr. Meltzer suggests. Antonia Stern's version. Her account differs from those previously mentioned and adds a new dimension to Durruti's death by linking it to that of Hans Baimler, a German communist, who served as a military attaché in Spain. Baimler's mysterious death filled his friends with worry, including Antonia Stern, who was among his closest intimates and also a collaborator. Baimler had quarreled with the German section operating out of Barcelona's Hotel Colón, the PSUC premises. He had reproached them for bureaucratism and for focusing more on what was happening in the Catalan rearguard than the fight against fascism. Antonia Stern conducted a painstaking investigation into Baimler's death. We extract the following paragraphs from her work. It was a year before the tombstone at Hans Baimler's grave received a name or any information relative to his death. And the inscriptions that were added were false. Hans Baimler died in the university city, not in the Casa de Campo, some 3 kilometers away. Did they hope that this incorrect information would disorient the public if there was an investigation, or did they simply want to avoid mentioning the university city? One can't forget that Durruti was shot down there 10 days earlier, from behind, in a cowardly way. Were they trying to stop anyone from noticing the coincidence? Perhaps there is a connection. But there is more. Baimler's real friends, who spoke of him and cherished his memory, were immediately regarded with suspicion and persecuted. Antonia Stern acknowledges that she initially believed the official version of Hans Baimler's death. She explains what happened to her. I wanted to collect statements from Hans Baimler's militia comrades and publish a book in his memory. I was isolated as soon as I arrived in Barcelona and later tyrannized. Despite the fact that I had the best recommendations and permission to travel, my work, my trip to Madrid, and ultimately everything related to my effort to gather material for the book met with difficulties and prohibitions. I was finally told outright that I should give up my projected work on Hans Baimler. But, since I didn't obey party orders, I was arrested. They also detained all the militiamen who had shared their recollections of Baimler with me. The reason for our mistreatment, and why they wanted to prevent any talk of Baimler, escaped us. We understood when we found out how Baimler died. They strangled the revolution with Hans. We couldn't win because the best comrades had been liquidated by their own party, a militiaman confided to me. 29. Father Jesus Arnal and the journalist Montoto. Father Jesus Arnal, better known in Aragon as Durruti's secretary or Durruti's priest, was fulfilling his religious duties as a parish priest in Aguinaldo when the military uprising erupted on July 19. Fearing for his life, he hid for the first few days and then fled the area. He got as far as Candasnos. There, a CNT militant named Timoteo, who saw no reason to execute him, tried to protect the priest and ending up taking him to the Durruti column in Bujareliz. He was given a job as a clerk in the Centurias Committee, along with Antonio Rota, Jose Esplugas, and Flores. Eventually Arnold became company commissioner and secretary to division captain Ricardo Ryan da Castro. He went to France once the war ended but soon returned to Spain, where authorities interned him in a concentration camp. When he was finally freed, he again began working as a priest, this time in Balabar. Such was the life of Durruti's priest until one day he made the decision to write his memoirs and explain the mystery of Durruti's death. From the moment that he publicly declared that he was doing so, journalists and filmmakers besieged him and he didn't have a moment of peace. Father Jesus claims that his primary reason for writing his memoirs was to justify his presence in the Durruti column. Apparently the idea occurred to him in 1967 after he spoke with Mariano Pacheco, a technician involved in filming Golpe de Mano in his village. According to Father Jesus, Pacheco wanted him to confirm the circumstances of Durruti's death, which Pacheco had already learned from Julio Graves. Jesus Arnold, perhaps inspired by the filmmaker and aware that divulging a new account of Durruti's demise could be profitable, set out to pen his memoirs. After he publicized the fact, some journalists from the EFE agency in Monzon came to interview him in November 1969. They ran an article on November 11 in Barcelona's El Noticiero Universal. El Heraldo de Aragon reprinted the piece on November 30, Laritas La Mañana did so on December 2, 1969, and Angel Montoto published an article on the issue in La Prensa on July 7, 1970. Durruti's death is the central matter in all of these pieces. Jesus Arnold writes, before reaching the bridge that separates France from Spain, Rico told us. Now you'll know the truth about Durruti's death. I'd always said that it was a secret, which we'd sworn not to reveal for political reasons and because it was a ridiculous death for Durruti. When we got to the university city and before entering the battle zone, Julio, the driver, parked the car along the curb. The vehicle was the convertible Hispano that we had taken from Bujareliz. Durruti carried a Naranjaro submachine gun, the type with a short barrel that you use to really blast the gendarmes. When he leaned forward to get out of the car, he went to rest the Naranjaro on the curb. The safety latch slipped when the gun hit the ground and the fateful shot rang out. According to Arnold, the following occurred shortly after the above statement appeared in the press. A car stopped in front of my rectory house, and a gentleman, a lady, and a child got out. They came to my office and the man said to me, "I'm from Barcelona. I've come to greet you and find out how you learned the truth about Durruti's death." I calmly gave him my version and the sources who had given it to me. He said, "I was in the car. You can't use my name, only my pseudonym Rhaegar." He showed me some documents proving his identity. "You're right, except for some minor details. The vehicle was not a Hispano but a Buick, the machine gun did not hit the curb but the car's running board, and Ricardo Ryan da Castro was not there but Bonilla and Manzana were. I don't know how Rico learned the facts, but he wasn't in the vehicle. The accident occurred in the Monclo Plaza at the corner of Rosales Avenue at 4 p.m. on November 19, 1936. They immediately took him to the Hotel Ritz. Federica Monsanati and Mariano Vasquez swore us to secrecy. These comments from the mysterious Rhaegar turned Father Jesus into a detective, because the difference between his version and Ryan Da's troubled him. He writes, with many questions in mind. The journalist Angel Montoto and I began a series of meetings with people that we assumed would be well informed. They spoke with Doctors Martinez Fraile, Manuel Bastos, and Jose Santamaria. This resulted in the contradictory statements from Bastos and Santamaria that we've already noted. Arnold and Montoto accepted Santamaria's version, because it fit more comfortably with their own theory. Ready to continue their investigation, Montoto went to Toulouse to question Federica Monsanati and Father Jesus went to Realville to speak with Ryan Da. Mr. Angel Montoto visited Federica Monsanati in France and told me this when he returned. She said that we're right, when I asserted that Durruti's death was an accident. But I still wasn't satisfied and went to France, to the town of Realville, where I'd been told that Rico lived. He received me like a father would receive a son. I told him, "Look, Rico, I come to embrace you and your family, but also for an issue that I really want to clarify, Durruti's death. The truth is what I told you when we crossed the border and there is none other. However, you can add or clarify that I wasn't present at the accident, but you know that Manzana and I were closer than brothers." He told me everything within 10 minutes of the event. I don't hesitate to say that Durruti was killed accidentally. I believe, concludes Father Jesus, that the last word has been said on the matter. 30. The last word? Chapter 3. Contradictions and fabrications. In the presented versions, none of the above attempts to resolve the mystery of Durruti's death are credible enough to be accepted as the last word on the topic. There are simply too many contradictions, omissions, or other inadequacies. While each account may have some positive element and perhaps all of those elements, taken together, could produce a narrative of Durruti's death that is more consistent with the truth, that would involve pure speculation, which is hardly appropriate in historical research. The Stalinist version first surfaced in Izvestia, it was reinforced by the journalist from London's Times Literary Supplement, and was finally embraced by historian Federico Bravo Moratta. It was the latter who wrote that Durruti joined the Communists, on the condition that his membership be kept secret until the opportune moment. The Stalinist account had two goals: to appropriate Durruti's personality for their political ends and to incriminate the anarchists. That is also the purpose of the Russian cameraman's assertion that most of the column's adventurist members were capable of killing Durruti. Of course, all of these sources are deeply suspicious. While it is true that one can interpret some of Durruti's published statements as sympathetic to the united front against fascism as advocated by the Communists, Durruti had clearly specified what he meant by the unity of action, and his affirmations on the issue are unambiguous. His last public statement was his letter to the Russian workers. Although Durruti personally opposed sending a delegation to Russia, when the column's war committee decided to do so, he drafted his declaration. There is not one mention of Stalin or the Bolsheviks or the Soviet government in the text. It is a statement from one worker to other workers, asking them to support the social revolution in Spain and asserting his determination to carry it forward. With this as Durruti's final statement, one would have to make huge leaps of imagination to see Durruti's evolution toward the Communist Party. The Stalinists insinuated that one of Durruti's own men could have killed him, and Pierre Bruet, Hugh Thomas, and Dominique Dessanti repeat this claim. This is the greatest possible affront to the 1,000 Durruti column fighters who lost their lives defending Madrid. The Durruti column men who went from Aragon to the capital not only had faith in Durruti, but also followed him without hesitation, even to death. Any one of them was willing to die at his side. Durruti's exemplary and constant engagement in the struggle, whether in Aragon or Madrid, backed up his influence over his men. There was no contradiction between Durruti the column leader and Durruti the militant, and he fulfilled his leadership responsibilities not in his headquarters at 27 Miguel Angel Street or the Santa Lucia Inn, but on the front lines. There is no way that a man from his column could have shot him, unless the assassin was mentally unstable and it was an isolated act. But this merits further commentary. We have already seen that General Vicente Rojo made Durruti responsible for the university city. We also noted that a Communist Party column refused to take orders from Durruti the anarchist. But, nevertheless, since Rojo's order is in the archives, historians have assumed that the Libertad López Tienda column was under Durruti's command and have therefore denominated it the Durruti column in their writings. It was this column that was responsible for the nationalists' passage across the Manzanares River. That order prompted Martínez Ban to mistakenly describe the Libertad López Tienda column as anarcho-syndicalist, although he later corrected himself. Neither Hugh Thomas nor Pierre Bruet nor others who assert that the Durruti column was responsible for the crossing of the Manzanares have made such clarifications. Vicente Rojo also put other troops in Madrid under Durruti's orders, including some Carabinero companies. Thus, in Durruti's sector, there were survivors of the original column that came from Aragon plus various others that are difficult to classify politically. If Durruti's murderer was among them, he would have to be one of the troops added to the column in Madrid, who neither knew nor loved Durruti and might have been ideologically hostile to him. How may Miravatli's fantastic imagination! We also attended the exposition in Barcelona. A shirt was on display, but not the leather coat on which the famous gunpowder stains were visible. Miravatli saw Durruti's shirt in a display case, but it was not removed for analysis. Did the doctors that Miravatli's brought in determine that the bullet had been fired at close range by looking at the garment through the glass of the display case? Ricardo Sanz, who was responsible for the exposition, is still alive and can confirm whether or not Miravatli's was permitted to take the shirt to the laboratory for analysis. We will now address Miravatli's second claim. Emily Ann Morin, Durruti's widow, left Barcelona with their daughter shortly after Durruti's death to work with organizations supporting the Spanish Revolution in France. We asked her if she attended an official banquet, at which she would have had the opportunity to speak with Miravatli's. She replied categorically that she did not and had never met him. Santi, Durruti's military advisor. Santi is a strange figure and his role in Spain will always be somewhat mysterious. He used numerous names, although apparently his real one was Khd Mansurov. Ehrenberg, who frequently mentions him, calls him Haji, although Koltsov designates him Santi. In any case, according to Ehrenberg, Haji was recklessly courageous, to the extreme of infiltrating the enemy's rearguard. A good deal of Hemingway's novel For Whom the Bell Tolls comes from stories Haji told to the American novelist. 31 Ehrenberg also portrays Haji as a lieutenant colonel in the Soviet army and a member of the Russian general staff in Spain, which General Ivan Burdin led. We have asked many of those who were close to Durruti in Madrid and none offer any support for the claim that Santi was a military advisor to Durruti. All agree that Manzana and Durruti's own instincts were his only advisors. While Russian soldiers visited Durruti's headquarters in Bujareliz as well as Madrid, none remained. This suggests that in this instance as in others Koltsov confused history by inventing people or giving real people invented functions. Carmen's story is equally far-fetched, both his depiction of Haji's relationship to Durruti as well as his statement that 4 cars followed Durruti when he departed for the university city. There were no additional drivers in his headquarters at Miguel Angel Street, other than Mora, who served Durruti as a messenger. Nevertheless, there is something intriguing in Carmen's story. He situates the death between 2:30 and 3 p.m. and cites a statement from Haji, "They've killed Durruti. They just killed him." Who were they? The succeeding paragraph is an attack on the anarchists. A treacherous blow from behind took Durruti's life, in the most critical moment of his struggle against himself and the classical anarchists. Durruti tried hard to break with the clique of adventurers that surrounded him, and was beginning the real, unreserved struggle for the Spain's freedom. He was an honest man, ready to draw the pertinent conclusions from everything that took place in his fatherland, but they killed him. This "they" is ambiguous. They could be the classical anarchists, the fascists, or Orlov's GPU men. In any case, it would be very suspicious if Haji did in fact know about Durruti's injury at the time that it occurred, particularly when Mera, Val, and the militants at the CNT meeting did not learn of it until 5 p.m. The account of the journalist. From the Times Literary Supplement. This outrageous version is fully consistent with the Stalinist manipulation pointed to above, and Enrique Lister even embraces it today. However, the information provided by the journalist is inconsistent with the actual circumstances and only underscores the extravagance of his literary imagination. The writer from the Times Literary Supplement does not mention the column's role in Madrid's defense and implies that Durruti was in the capital solely to work out a deal with the Communist Party and the government. He says Durruti left his bodyguard. Made a deal with the communists. 15 minutes later he was shot in the street by agents of an anarchist organization called the Friends of Durruti, who were waiting at a window from which they could cover the exits of the building where Durruti was known to be completing his negotiations. The window was on the same side of the street, hence the shot in the back as he came out of the door. He mentions a window, not a balcony. From a balcony one can survey an entire street, but not from a window. The window must have been very close to the door. Was it a window in the same building? Despite the wealth of detail that he provides, the writer has forgotten the essentials: the name of the street, the window's location, and, finally, how did he know that the meeting lasted 15 minutes? Nothing in the English author's statement about the scene of Durruti's death conforms to reality. From start to finish, his story is pure invention. Even the assassins he calls the Friends of Durruti did not exist at the time, as Meltzer points out. The journalist argues that the Communist Party had an interest in making the public believe that Durruti died in battle. But all the Stalinist sources spread the rumor that one of Durruti's own men had killed him because he was evolving toward Bolshevism. The author claims that Durruti was shot from behind and in the presence of numerous witnesses. What did the observers do, and what did Durruti's famous guard do? Apparently neither did anything to stop the killer and simply let him escape. Thus one has to conclude that everyone present was complicit, even the communists, since the attack took place in the threshold of their building. The writer from the Times Literary Supplement, who is unable to support his account with logic and facts, clings to the life raft that Hugh Thomas tosses him, that the killers could be agents of the enemy masquerading as anarchists. This, if Durruti was executed, is the only potentially valuable aspect of this fanciful British version of Durruti's death. Corman and Anonymous. Corman's theory is supported by the anonymous column member and corroborated by Solidaridad Obrera. This opens up a new track in the investigation. Unfortunately, we have not found anyone able to confirm this story. The C&T men that we questioned, who were members of the Bakers' Union, do not recall these events. Father Jesus Arnall. We still need to consider the theory of the accident circulated by Father Jesus Arnall. Jesus Arnall claims that he wrote his memoirs to justify his presence in the Durruti column, although his entire book focuses on demonstrating that Durruti's death was the result of a stupid accident. Whether it was a stupid mishap or carelessness, as Ricardo Sanz claims, the implication is the same, and certainly stopping in a combat zone would be to court death. Ricardo Sanz's version does not seem bereft of logic, particularly since the other accounts, such as Arnall's, run into contradictions at every step. Jesus Arnall's theory of the accident rests on three claims: that Ricardo Rianda confessed it to him, that Federica Monsanati acknowledged its truth, and that the mysterious gentleman known as Rhaegar reaffirmed it. We will set aside the discrepancies in the doctor's statements. We are also not interested in the make of the car. What is important is the claim made by Rhaegar that the machine gun hit the car's running board, which suggests that Durruti did not manage to get out of the automobile. Rhaegar says that he, Manzana, Bonilla, and the driver were in the car. The accident occurred in the Monclo Plaza at the corner of Rosales Avenue at 4 p.m. Federica Monsanati and Mariano Vazquez swore us to secrecy. We will examine the site of the event. Fernández de los Rios and Princesa streets begin in the center of Madrid and let out in the Monclo Plaza. Isaac Peral Avenue is to the right of the plaza and Marat Street is to the left. The latter lets out into Rosales Avenue, in the middle of the theater of operations at the time. Monclo Plaza and Rosales Avenue do not meet. Rhaegar could have stopped himself from making that blunder by looking at a map of Madrid. The scene that he depicts is simply impossible. With respect to the occupants of the car, neither Manzana, nor Julio Graves nor Ricardo Sanz mentions Rhaegar. As for Bonilla, he asserts that he was in a separate car, which preceded Durruti's. Rhaegar claims that the accident took place inside the automobile. Bonilla says that Durruti got out of the vehicle, spoke with militiamen, that he was not carrying a machine gun, and that the shooting occurred when he returned to the car. Rhaegar is an utterly mysterious figure. This makes us suppose that he was not among Durruti's guards, since Durruti would not entrust himself to a stranger. The only possible explanation is that all the witnesses want to conceal his presence. Of course, none of this does much to support the existence of the so-called Rhaegar. Both Jesus Arnal and Angel Montoto bring Ricardo Rianda and Federica Monsanati into the discussion. We exchanged letters with Jesus Arnal in May and June 1971 after La Prensa published his story. We also asked the relevant parties to confirm his claims about Federica Monsanati and Ricardo Rianda. Rianda answered us on July 21 and 26, 1971. He said, "I will now discuss the question of Durruti's death. I wasn't with him at the time. Only the driver, Manzana, and a Catalan that he always took as a guard were there. I was in Monclo Plaza, which is where Manzana broke the news to me. I went to his side immediately. The fascist radio first said the communists executed Durruti and then his guards killed him. The CNT had to intercede to clarify things. The driver and the guard told Jesus. Jesus didn't know if I was alive, but one day a young man from Barcelona turned up at my house and told me that he knew how Durruti died. All of this is a moral obligation for me, and I never considered saying anything about the issue. I think this is propaganda from a certain communist party. Jesus, who had been my secretary, never asked about Durruti's demise. Jesus found my address and I later received some letters from him. I responded and then later he came to my home in Realville and told me Durruti was wounded in the Monclo Plaza. I told him that was incorrect. I was in the plaza and it was there that I found out what had happened. He said, "Did you know that the driver says that the machine gun fired accidentally and that he died shortly afterwards?" I told Jesus that I couldn't say anything, because I wasn't there and didn't have any information other than what Manzana gave me. In any case, there's no doubt that Durruti died defending the social revolution. For her part, Federica Monsanati told us, on the issue of Durruti's death, "I can tell you that I maintained, despite the German and Montoto, the same version as always, that Durruti died after being shot while exiting the car." Montoto was the first person to advance the thesis of the accident, based on the famous priest's story. Hans spoke with Montoto and Montoto began to circulate the idea of the accident after he returned from his first trip to Barcelona. They even made me vacillate, after sharing the doctor's testimony with me. But the worst is the claim made by Rianda, who Montoto and then the German went to see. Rianda says that Manzana told him what had happened and that everyone kept silent, because Marionette had instructed them to do so, since no one would believe that Durruti could die in such an absurd way. Everyone promised to keep quiet and have done so until today, 35 years later. I don't know if Rianda was in Madrid when Durruti died. I think you should write him. Ask him about it, so he can give you his version of the incident. I didn't admit anything to the priest. I've never laid eyes on him. I have always maintained the thesis of the stray bullet. If I vacillated and expressed some doubt, it was after Rianda's comments. What I can affirm is that no one ever, until now, gave me any version of Durruti's death other than the one generally accepted. I never made any comments supporting the theory of the priest in question who, I repeat, I've never seen in my entire life and didn't know existed until Montoto told me about him. But, given the circumstances, my testimony can't prove anything to the contrary because I wasn't in Madrid when he died. Mariano arrived before me, and it would be relevant to know if Rianda was there. In any case, this secret has been held so well that no one, until today, has suspected its existence. There have been various theories from communist assassination to one of his guards shooting him with the communist account dueling it out against the other version. But no one has ever suggested to me that a bullet accidentally fired from his own submachine gun might have killed him until now. I'm as disconcerted and intrigued as you. Tell me what you find out. We should make a few comments about these letters. Rianda was very sick when he sent them to us and had recently undergone an eye operation. He was also ill when Montoto and then Jesus Arnal visited him. It is clear from Ryan Daw's letters that he didn't say anything to Jesus Arnold about Durruti's death and that it was Arnold who supplied Ryan Daw with the accident theory. All Ryan Daw said was that he had no version other than what Manzana gave him, since he was not present when the incident occurred. Arnold provided him with supporting evidence, the statements by Rhaegar and his conversation with Mario Pacheco. Ryan Daw now had new information that he could neither deny nor affirm. That Arnold had to present such evidence further affirms our assertion that Ryan Daw had not said anything to him about Durruti's death when crossing the border. Where had Arnold gotten his theory? Arnold himself too tells us indirectly, as a further confirmation of my account, a few years ago the movie Golpe de Mano was filmed in my parish in Balabar. During the filming, which lasted a long time, I struck up a friendship with its technical crew. One day, a member of the crew named Mario Pacheco, who lived in Madrid, said the following to me while drinking a few beers in my house: "Jesus, I won't leave your house until you tell me how Durruti died." "Why does this interest you?" I asked. "Well, it does," he said, "and I'm not leaving until you tell me." I gave him the version that I received from Rico, which I had already stated some other time. "You're right," he said. "The driver, Julio, was my father's assistant until he retired, and he discussed it with us several times. It occurred in the Monclo Plaza just as you describe. They even painted a black and red flag where he was shot, which was visible for a long time. I had always believed that I was among the few people who knew the truth about this momentous historical event. Without intending to or seeking to, I entered the public discussion in the following way. Before explaining how this became a public matter, we must note something. According to Arnold, Ryan Daw disclosed his version as an act of trust, and presumably, when dealing with a priest, such trust would be inviolable. If Ryan Daw really confided a secret to him, shouldn't Arnold have asked Ryan Daw if he was permitted to reveal it? His failure to consult Ryan Daw was a clear violation of trust. Nevertheless, since Ryan Daw indicates that he did not say anything to Arnold at the border, we must place the question on another plane. Durruti's death was always a mystery to everyone. Arnold Durruti's priest was living in Balabar, and it is not surprising that Pacheco would speak with him about the issue. We believe that the origins of Arnold's story lay in his conversations with Pacheco. However, if the priest wanted a fuller confirmation, why not question Julio Graves, who was an eyewitness? Pacheco was friendly with Julio and therefore must have known how to reach him. The priest did not do this, but instead traveled around querying people who were only indirectly involved, like the doctors and, later, Ryan Daw. That oversight disconcerts us, and we are even more disconcerted when he writes, "Without intending to or seeking to, I entered the public discussion." This is unconvincing. No one, we assume, put a pistol to his chest and forced him to betray Ryan Daw's trust. In November 1969, some journalists from the EFE sub-agency in Monzon came to my house, saying that they had learned that I was writing my memoirs and wanted the first fruits of the information. They begged me to agree to an interview. The result was an article that appeared in El Noticiero Universal on November 11. It was a public issue now, and the anticipated commotion followed. In July 1970, someone from La Prensa turned up. Of course the reporter, Mr. Angel Montoto, wanted to discuss Durruti's death. The priest and the journalist became detectives from that moment on. Rhaegar enters the picture. They speak with the doctors, they visit Ryan Daw and Federica, but forget to ask Pacheco how to contact Julio Graves and forget to confront Santa Maria with Bastos' diagnosis. Arnold says, "Mr. Angel Montoto visited Federica Monsanati in France and told me this when he returned. She said that we're right, when I asserted that Durruti's death was an accident." Federica Monsanati denies this categorically. She vacillated when presented with the statements from Ryan Daw and Rhaegar as facts, but did not admit anything, for the simple reason that she couldn't confirm or deny the account, since she was not present when the shooting occurred. There is a lot of flippancy here. Mixed up with the version of the priest in question, we see the EFE journalists, the La Prensa newspaper, And, if that wasn't enough, the latter discord between Arnal and Montoto, which we will provide as an epilogue to their collaboration. In a letter sent on June 13, 1971, Jesus Arnal said, with respect to Montoto's mailing address, "I don't want to give it to you, because I don't want you to get entangled like I was, but it would be easy enough to find it in the telephone book. He doesn't work for La Prensa now and no longer has journalist credentials. A mess was made for me with the German TV, which seems to be interested in this matter of Buenaventura. They had to film at the Santa Lucia Inn and in the Casella, where they took me by car. The police had been informed about this and it turned out that they didn't have permission to film. On the other hand, my memoirs are dormant. He promised to touch up the style a bit, but what he did was exploit the matter for his own benefit. I'm going to try to get back all the material of mine that he has. We'll see if it's published someday, which may not be easy. But keep in mind that I'm not writing history, only justifying my presence in the column and defending Buenaventura's memory. What could we call this account of Durruti's death? The marketing of a secret assuming there was a secret. Chapter 4. Durruti's second death, or his political assassination. There is no legitimate hypothesis about Durruti's death that could diminish him or the organization to which he gave the best years of his life. The controversy over his death is not a consequence of his death per se, but rather the nature of the struggle in which the Spanish working people were engaged at the time and Durruti's revolutionary role within it, specifically, the battle between the revolutionary and counter-revolutionary forces that began in late September of 1936. In the context of a revolution in retreat, Durruti evoked the possibility of a return to and renewal of the journey initiated on July 19, 1936. He was a beacon of hope whose presence suggested that not everything was lost and that peasants and workers, if they continued to fight, could truly reconquer Spain. His death was a terrible blow to the revolutionaries. Indeed, there were already ominous signs on the horizon by autumn of that year. The moral disarmament of the militias began with the militarization decree in October. Also, the war was beginning to lose its social content and become a nationalist war. The counter-revolutionaries, led by the Communist Party, had stepped onto the stage. For Durruti to die in those circumstances would necessarily open the door to every possible conspiracy. Durruti's political and moral assassination began immediately after his physical death. We noted previously that Durruti, a leader despite himself, embodied the people's revolutionary desires. The counter-revolutionary offensive initiated after his demise made it seem as though Durruti had been killed because he was an obstacle to that offensive. At least that is how the popular soul experienced it. Whatever the circumstances of his death, it was a significant victory for the counter-revolution. The Communist Party and the PSUC's actions left no doubt that his absence benefited them. The CP, which won the struggle for power among anti-fascists, can be considered his moral assassin. And the ordinary man, who simply wants to end the suffering imposed by capitalism once and for all, does not distinguish between the moral and the physical. The communists, manipulated by Moscow, tried to appropriate Durruti's memory while simultaneously discounting his libertarian ideas and, even worse, insinuating that his killers were among the anarchists in the column. Framing the debate in this way ensured that Durruti's death would never be clarified. But, for revolutionaries, Durruti's death is no mystery. He died as an anarchist fighting for the social revolution and as a victim of the counter-revolution, like Nestor Makhno was of the Bolsheviks or Gustav Landauer was of Nazi in Germany. Juan Negrin, Spanish Prime Minister and Minister of National Defense, consummated Durruti's political assassination on April 25, 1938 when he posthumously made him a lieutenant colonel in the Popular Republican Army, in agreement with the cabinet and in light of the brilliant military services that citizen Buenaventura Durruti y Dominguez rendered to the Republic, who died gloriously at the head of his column on November 20, 1936 in Madrid. I have decided to name him Major of Militias, effective July 19, 1936. Likewise, Taking into account his distinguished conduct in war operations, I have the pleasure of granting him the rank of Lieutenant Colonel, effective on the day of his death, November 20, 1936. Barcelona, April 25, 1938. Signed, Juan Negrin, Prime Minister and Minister of National Defense. 32. The reader has seen Durruti's resistance to militarization throughout the pages of this book. In October, he renounced the rank of Major of Militias that Francisco Largo Caballero had conceded to him and was simply the general leader of the Durruti column when he died. Naming him Lieutenant Colonel for services rendered to the Republic was the greatest affront to his and the militia's revolutionary legacy. As we said, his political assassination began immediately after his death. Durruti, the hero; Durruti, the leader of the people. These slogans were a way to empty Durruti of his anarchist content. It was a way to obscure his struggle and manipulate his memory in order to conceal the advances of the counter-revolution. Prior to April 1938, military regulations indicated that leaders of the militia columns could not aspire to any rank higher than Major of Militias, although this did not prevent them from commanding army divisions and even corps. But the Communist Party wanted absolute control of the army and was seeding it with its militants. How could the Communists overcome existing military regulations without starting a war with the other sectors of the anti-fascist bloc? Durruti had been an exemplary leader, and so presumably no one would be troubled if he received an award for his exemplarity. However, by making him Lieutenant Colonel, they not only paid homage to the militias but also covered the CP's massive appointment of lieutenant colonels. They killed two birds with one stone. The Communists executed Durruti politically and consolidated their power in the army. It was Machiavellianism at its best. Durruti's name became a watchword in the propaganda released by all the governmental parties. They cited his name to justify any counter-revolutionary measure and always followed it with the famous phrase ascribed to him, "We renounce everything except victory." This sentence became the war's motto. Even in the cabinet, when a CNT minister resisted some policy that was antagonistic to the proletariat, his enemies shut him up by reminding him of the lapidary maxim attributed to Durruti, the leader of the people. Victory is what's important. We'll make the revolution later. Wasn't that what our great Durruti wanted? The manipulation of his memory reached such extremes that Emilienne Morin felt obliged to refuse the high honor granted to her when the government tried to make her a lieutenant colonel. I am not betraying Durruti's legacy when I say that he remained the intrepid anarchist of his early years up to the last moment of his life. It's not superfluous to invoke this, since it's no secret that various political groups have tried to appropriate the undeniable prestige of the hero of Aragon and Madrid for their own purposes. They've tried to make him into a great soldier, who was convinced of the need for an iron discipline and even welcomed the militarization of the militias, which was already being talked about in November 1936. His final words, "We renounce everything except victory," have become the fighter's mantra, but each one interprets them according to the needs of his organization or party. I don't want to begin a debate, because these aren't times for polemics, but in the midst of the contradictions and confusion born of war, allow me, as a witness, to say what I think. When Durruti spoke of victory, he meant, without any possible doubt, the victory of the popular militias over the fascist hordes, since he rejected the idea of a military victory of a bourgeois republic that didn't lead to social transformation. I heard him say so many times, it wouldn't be worth dressing up like soldiers to be governed by the Republicans of 1931 again. We accept concessions, but we won't forget that we have to carry out the war and the revolution simultaneously. Durruti never forgot his years as a hunted militant. The dramatic persecutions suffered by the CNT and FAI were etched in letters of blood in his memory. He didn't trust the Republican politicians in the slightest and refused to describe men like Aznar as anti-fascists. In a word, he believed that the Spanish bourgeoisie that supported the Republican cause would not miss the opportunity to unscrupulously undermine, even in the middle of war, the proletariat's revolutionary conquests. Regrettably, events show that he was right. Durruti was disgusted and horrified by the growing bureaucratism. In the famous speech that he gave in Barcelona before leaving for Madrid, he shouted the alarm about the corruption beginning to appear in the rearguard and denounced that bureaucratic parasitism. Unfortunately, he did not live long enough. And the bureaucratism of the conformists spread shamelessly. But Durruti's thought, his soul, if you'll permit me the expression, still lives in the heart of the Spanish proletariat, which has not, despite his martyrdom, forgotten his message. And that is why we have faith in the revolutionary potential of the Iberian workers, who will one day free themselves from their so-called leaders. Let the disorder of the French Popular Front make our Spanish brothers reflect, they should not have high hopes for help from Europe's great democracies. The prevailing affection for the combatants of liberty is nothing more than a passive and teary sentimentalism. We can't achieve the victory to which Durruti alluded, our victory, without help from the French proletariat, freed from the tutelage of its parties and beyond all nationalist considerations. We haven't lost the hope that French workers will understand their class duty and break the truce that their leaders have preached to them for so long. 33. Chapter V. Conclusion. Today, with the Red Army captive and disarmed, national troops have achieved their final military objectives. The war has ended. Burgos, April 1, 1939. Year of the victory. Time was passing. The French and international proletariat did not rise up and Spanish revolutionaries lost their first battle. General Franco's forces imposed the white peace of the cemeteries described by Georges Bernanos. 34. More than 250,000 executed, 500,000 exiled in France, and 1 million dead or disappeared. That was the tragic balance of the military adventure initiated in Morocco on July 17, 1936. And Spain, the so-called Red Spain that Socialist Leon Blum and Bolshevik Stalin abandoned to its fate, entered the tragic night of fascist domination that would last for nearly 40 years. The non-intervention policy, which was supposed to prevent the Second World War, met its greatest failure in August 1939 when the world began the most horrific war known to man. Joseph Stalin carried out his purges and his most faithful servants in Spain fell. Arthur Stashevsky, who negotiated the shipment of gold to Russia with Negrin, was one of the purges victims. And there were many more: Antonov Ovsenko, Mikhail Koltsov, General Benin, Ambassador Marcel Rosemberg. As Arthur London noted, the purges impacted almost every communist activist, regardless of their country of origin, that could have had direct contact with the international brigades or the Spanish question. The cleansing was so severe that it seemed like Stalin was possessed by a diabolic desire to erase his tracks in Spain. The French Communist Party went along with the other communist international affiliates in the application of the abuse. André Marty, the principal inquisitor in the international brigades, was a casualty, as was Charles Tillon, who administered a part of the Spanish gold entrusted to the French communists. That money was used to subsidize French guerrillas fighting the Germans, while Spanish guerrillas died without support in the mountains. Why was Stalin so savage with anything connected to the Spanish Civil War? Was it because his envoys, after seeing what had happened in Spain, understood the true meaning of Stalinism? What other reason could there be? A serious investigation of this issue would reveal a good deal about the present crisis of international communism. Indeed, Fernando Claughton has only thrown the first rock into the Stalinoid pool. 35. Of course, Spanish communists did not escape the witch hunt. The men who most helped Stalin betray the Spanish Revolution and lead the Republic to defeat, like José Díaz and Jesus Hernández, were also victims of the arbitrary. The first was thrown out a fifth-floor window in a remote part of Greater Russia, and the second had to flee to Mexico to save his skin. The conflict in Spain is still unresolved. Enrique Lister's attacks on the opportunist Santiago Carrillo put the importance of the communist record during the Spanish War in greater relief than Yo fui ministro de Stalin. 36 Those who say that they want to wipe the slate clean are doing a lot of wiping away. On January 26, 1939, Franco's headquarters sent an order to the man in charge of occupied Barcelona, Erase all signs identifying the burial sites of Red leaders in the Montjuic cemetery and prevent their graves from becoming meeting places for the people. Military bureaucrats transmitted General Franco's order to the civil governor, who sent the cemetery managers the following note: erase anything from the graves of anarchist and Catalanist leaders that could attract people's attention, especially from Buenaventura Durruti's tomb, which is there. Security guards, appointed for this purpose, must prevent all visits to those graves and detain anyone who expresses the desire to see them. I hold you personally responsible for fulfilling of this order. 37. There are 3 graves shielded by a large cypress tree in the Montjuic Civil Cemetery, more commonly known as the Casa Antunes Cemetery. The first, next to the cypress, belongs to Francisco Ferrer y Guardia, who was executed for his anti-authoritarian pedagogy on October 13, 1909. The adjoining one is Durruti's, and the third belongs to Francisco Escaso Abadia, born in 1901 in Almodvar and killed at the Atarazanas barracks on July 20, 1936. Covered with smooth stone, these 3 graves lack any inscription, thanks to El Caudillo. General Franco had unintentionally rendered a great homage to these men, since he not only stripped them of their leaderism but also made their graves easier to identify thanks to their anonymity. We have come to the end of our work, although the debate over Durruti's death will surely continue. It is undeniably a historical enigma. Unfortunately, men are more attracted to enigmas for their mystery than out of a desire to reflect deeply on a life, but that needn't concern us. What matters for us is Durruti's action-packed, revolutionary life. This is presumably what the poet Leon Felipe had in mind when he wrote, "The nobility of Durruti's life will inspire the birth of a legion of Durrutis in the times to come." Paris, April 1972. Revised in Paris, February 1977. Appendix. The Jigsaw Puzzle of The Search for Durruti's Body. 38. When Antonio de Sinalosa was a deputy for the Democratic Coalition, he submitted a motion in Congress to compel the government to give documents seized in Catalonia during the Civil War to the Generalitat. At the time, the San Ambrosio Archive in Salamanca held these important historical resources. The Minister of Culture supported the motion and said the following: "I'm in a position to promise that this slice of Catalonia's history will be housed in Catalonia shortly." Today, 15 years later, the archival material has been recovered. However, the history of Durruti and Escaso's lives is not only in the archives, but also scattered throughout Spain. Among other places, it is in Barcelona's Southeast Cemetery. Erasing history. We will begin by identifying questions that must be asked to Barcelona city councillors and Mayor Pasqual Maragall to find out where Buenaventura Durruti and Francisco Escaso's remains are. The former was provisionally buried on November 22, 1936 in small grave number 69 in the San Juan Bautista Way, 9th Agrupación. The latter was buried on July 21, 1936 in the rented wall tomb number 3344, Tier 4, in Sinvaya. We must first wonder about the absence of 1,000 wall tombs in San Olegario Way, Division 5. The tombs go from 1 to 4,999 and then jump to 6,000. It is a strange coincidence that Domingo Escaso Abadia, killed during events of May 1937, was buried in wall tomb 5817, according to cemetery management. What should one think? Was there a deal to make those tombs vanish? Was there an attempt to erase history? History can help us recover history. We will see the context that frames our inquiry. As mentioned, Durruti was buried on November 22, 1936 in small grave number 69. This grave had been empty since 1905, when it was given to the Barcelona City Council. The City Council ceded it to the Catalan militias, who would own it in perpetuity. It is logical that the CNT and FAI buried Durruti and Escaso in a mausoleum dedicated to their memories. The mausoleum was unveiled in November 1937 and the two were symbolically joined to Francisco Ferrer y Guardia, who had been executed in a ditch near the mausoleum on October 13, 1909. On November 23, 1937, Barcelona's Solidaridad Obrera reported on the ceremony held in Durruti's honor at his grave. The printed photo does not show small grave number 69 but the mausoleum. On November 22, 1938, the same newspaper recorded a second public commemoration of Durruti's legacy. Umbral magazine devoted 2 pages of text to the event and published several photos. One shows Garcia Oliver and Ricardo Sanz, the latter, lieutenant colonel of the 26th Division, is speaking to those gathered around the mausoleum. They are standing with their backs to the sea on the Igualdad Esplanade of what was then known as the Civil Cemetery and today is called the San Carlos Way Protestant Grounds. The confusion of the mausoleums. One of the photos shows a funeral wreath interwoven with a banner inscribed the 26th Division to Durruti, 20-11-1938. The wreath rests on a triangle-shaped wall, which was surely made of the same material as the tombs and on which there must have been an inscription etched in memory of the 3 men. Presently, as any visitor can see, the wall in question no longer exists and the 3 smooth tombs are quite anonymous. Civil or military authorities must have ordered the demolition of the wall after Barcelona's occupation on January 26, 1939. In 1966, after researching Durruti's tomb, we learned that one could see a document in the cemetery office that ordered the management to do the following: erase anything from the graves of anarchist and Catalanist leaders that could attract people's attention, especially from Buenaventura Durruti's tomb, which is there. Security guards, appointed for this purpose, must prevent all visits to those graves and detain anyone who expresses the desire to see them. Was the wall demolished then? Everything suggests that this was the case. And that is how we concluded the final chapter of our biography of Durruti. Concluded. Perhaps a story was only beginning. Several months ago, we set off for the Southeast Cemetery and requested information about where Buenaventura Durruti and Francisco Escaso are buried from cemetery management. An employee, with book in hand, was about to attend to us when another staff person entered the office and asked what we wanted to know. We repeated the question. He pulled a piece of paper out of the pocket of his overalls that contained typed information about Francesc Macia, Luis Companys, Buenaventura Durruti, and Francisco Escaso. Empty tombs. The tombs that you're looking for are in the San Carlos Way Protestant Grounds, toward the upper left. The 3 tombs are identical and have no markings. But Durruti, Escaso, and Ferrer's remains aren't there. The tombs are empty. That is extremely strange, we thought. Why are you sending us there if they're empty? Those are our orders, the employee responded without hesitation. Then where are their bodies? We insisted. They told me that Durruti's companera took his remains when the war ended, he said. We knew that was false. Emily Ann Morin, Durruti's companera, went to France in 1937 and hadn't returned. Isn't there any more information about Durruti or Escaso? We insisted again. There's nothing more than what's written in the book. The employee reflected for a moment and then said, what I'm doing with you today would have been impossible some years ago. The cemetery record book contains the following information: Francisco Escaso, buried on July 21, 1936 in the wall tomb number 3344, Tier 4 of Sinvaya. Owner not recorded. Transferred to Osario General on March 8, 1940. Buenaventura Durruti, buried on November 22, 1936 in small tomb number 69 of San Juan Bautista Way, 9th Agrupacion. Owner, the Catalan militias. On July 15, 1947 Mrs. Clara Vicente Bota was buried in the tomb. No body was present on the cited date. The book says nothing about the whereabouts of Buenaventura Durruti's remains. In passing, we want to point out another strange coincidence. Next to the small tomb there is wall tomb number 14, which the Alonso Cuvelas Carcano family owns. Carcano was a false name that Durruti used in 1925 when he fled to Buenos Aires while Chilean police were chasing him. Where are they? Durruti's remains have disappeared. They are not in the so-called official tombs of the cemetery, nor were they in the small tomb on July 15, 1947, when Mrs. Clara Vicente Bota was buried there. Then where is Durruti's corpse? The Barcelona City Council has the power to order an investigation of the issue, which naturally would have to include the cemetery ditch where nameless victims of the repression fell. That is also part of history. If, as the record book states, Durruti was buried on November 22, 1936 and no later entries indicate that he was transferred, there are such entries for Francisco Escaso. This would imply that Durruti's cadaver is still in small tomb 69. Then why was Mrs. Clara Vicente Bota's burial authorized? There is one of two possibilities: either the tomb was known to be empty or his body was removed. In the later case, where did it go? Or, if the tomb was empty, that could suggest that his remains were moved with Escaso's in November 1937 to the mausoleum. Then why does the cemetery employee say that they aren't there? A mystery. Mystery lovers now have another one to enjoy, thanks to those that envelop Durruti's death. We could call it Unburied Corpse, like the title of some dime store horror story. Afterward. Afterward 39. 100 years have passed since the birth of José Buenaventura Durruti Domínguez. He is a principal figure of Spanish anarchism and thus the last 150 years of our history. Indeed, despite all the attempts to undervalue and dismiss the extensiveness, persistence, and deep-rootedness of anarchist ideas in our society, anyone who explores our most recent past will note the presence of men and women who have embraced libertarian ideas. 1. Why a new edition? The republication of Abel Paz's Durruti is both important and timely. The book first appeared in France nearly 25 years ago and, since then, readers around the world have enjoyed it in Spanish, English, Portuguese, Italian, German, Japanese, and of course French. Today it is very difficult to find copies of the 1978 Spanish edition or even the revised version published 8 years later. 40. For that reason alone, the release of a new edition is very laudable, particularly one that has been revised and contains an updated bibliography. The Spanish public will now have the same easy access to Paz's book that readers in many other countries presently enjoy. But there are at least two additional reasons why this new edition is so valuable. First, it will help us recover one of the most distinguished figures of Spanish anarchism, and, second, it will help us reframe historical debates about the 1930s in Spain. Anarchists reject the cult of the leader and even the representation of their ideals. As Agustin Garcia Calvo notes, anarchists warn against inciting people's need for images and idols. While this biography is not an attempt to mythologize Durruti or elevate him to the pantheon of illustrious sons who died for the homeland or the revolution, there is no need to forget individuals who, due to their personal qualities or the particular circumstances in which they happen to live, can represent thousands of anonymous men and women and embody historical moments that merit recollection in opposition to the official history advanced by power. This has added significance in the present social context, when it is so important to defy the harassment of power structures that feel so sure of themselves, despite their feet of clay. As an instrument of struggle, as an element of resistance against the prevailing disinformation, this edition of Durruti in the Spanish Revolution appears. Buenaventura Durruti's biography is not like the biography of a king or politician, who owes his place in people's memories due to events that are distant from their daily lives. To use an example, today people remember Manuel Aznamur for his involvement in the assassination of peasants and his counter-revolutionary efforts during the 1936–1939 war than for his contributions to satisfying hopes for reform held by broad sectors of the population after the proclamation of the Second Republic or for pushing the social transformations experienced during the military conflict. There is a well-known anecdote about the Madrid politician's disdain for the Aragon Defense Council, which included his old chauffeur. 41. Beyond the particular vicissitudes of his life, Durruti's biography is the biography of countless revolutionary Spaniards who gave everything to the struggle for a more just society. By remembering Durruti, we recall all the others who are no less significant, even if unknown. This anarchist from Leon is not important because he was exceptional, but because he was one among many. That is precisely why the state was so devoted to manipulating his legacy to betray all that he defended and why his name figured in so many public scandals. Abel Paz has divided his work into sections that reflect the stages the Spanish people passed through in their struggle to emancipate themselves. First, there is the rebelliousness in the years following the First World War. After the economic explosion and the enrichment of Spain's financial elites, these elites again demonstrated their egoism by failing to invest their enormous profits into modernizing the country's productive capacity and by fighting unions that hoped to preserve the previous year's labor victories. They did so with bands of pistoleros led by sinister men like Arlegui, Martinez Anado, Manuel Bravo Portillo, and Baron de Koning. Durruti's rebellion is the rebellion of the Spanish people who did not accept the peripheral role assigned to them. After being betrayed by politicians and socialists in 1917, Primo de Rivera's coup in 1923 put a limit on the public rebellion, but only a limit, because their resistance continued. The people were buried, exiled, and abandoned by their supposed class comrades like the socialists, who even collaborated with the dictatorship. Despite everything, the rebellion continued. These were years of police harassment, unsuccessful uprisings, like the one in Vera de Baitaso, and even the appearance of doubts among old militants like Angel Pestana or Juan Piro. Contrary to expectations, the Spanish people's radical spirit resurged powerfully after the proclamation of the Republic in April 1931. Like Durruti, the Spanish proletariat was becoming militant. Revolutionary organizations were reborn with dizzying speed, most notably the anarcho-syndicalist Confederación Nacional del Trabajo. Its rebirth not only disrupted the Republicans' and Socialists' plans to set up a merely formal democratic regime, but also laid the foundations for the popular response to the 1936 military uprising. The CNT illuminated the Republican regime's failure to solve or even confront the country's social and economic problems. It exposed the contradiction of a group of rulers brought to power to effect profound social reforms in agriculture, religion, and military affairs, etc., but who were incapable of doing so and quickly resorted to the traditional methods of Spanish power repression and exile in reply to the resurgent anarcho-syndicalists. Authorities treated social discontent as a criminal problem and cultural, religious, and psychological transformations as subversions of the natural social order. This caused the Republican regime to lose the support of most of the working class as well as the bourgeoisie. There were candidates during the very first Republican parliamentary elections in June 1931 who denounced the official party's betrayal of the Republican ideals of Jaca, of Fermín Galán and García Hernández. The militant Durruti was among the thousands of CNT activists who kept anarchism alive, despite the failures and government oppression. It is thanks to their perseverance that Spanish libertarian organizations were able to transform what began as a military coup into a social revolution in 1936. When that occurred, Durruti and the other CNT members stopped being militants and became revolutionaries, dedicated to the construction of the new world that they carried in their hearts. Durruti fought with thousands of anarchists in 1936 to ensure that nothing would be the same again. It is these revolutionaries who represent Durruti's last months, the so-called uncontrollables who patrolled Spanish cities days before the coup, ready to confront the soldiers, those, later caricatured, who didn't hesitate to go fight Franco's troops and in many cases gave their lives, those who believed that utopia lived and never forgot it, despite defeat, torture, execution, and exile. Durruti's biography is all of theirs. His death is theirs too. Durruti's demise marked the disappearance of the revolutionary impulse of July 1936, embodied in the courageous militants who were isolated, attacked, and despised by so many, even parts of the CNT and FAI bureaucracy. And the obscure circumstances of his death are those of the dissolution of the revolutionary process, the replacement of the militias by a so-called popular army, the dismantlement of the new institutions of power and the reconstitution of the old governmental bodies, the eradication of the agrarian collectives and self-managed industries, and, finally, the replacement of revolutionary enthusiasm with the patient passivity of men subjected to war. After a mass funeral, Durruti's embalmed body escaped, just like the hopes of the thousands who accompanied him on his final voyage. Where did he go? Like the revolutionary hopes, no one knows. Are they waiting for better times to reappear? Perhaps, but such times do not emerge magically. Rebels, militants, and revolutionaries are not born by immaculate conception. Durruti in the Spanish Revolution is not a book by a hired pen. Its author is both a protagonist of many of the events described and an independent, self-taught historian of them. And he isn't a literary novice, nor was he when he began to write the work. He learned the writer's trade from multiple angels, whether as a contributor to the libertarian press or as a typographical worker. Far from literary or academic circles, he had to write Durruti without the comforts of the former or the amenities of the latter. Nonetheless, since it first appeared, this book has become an essential tool for comprehending and learning about Durruti as well as Spain in first third of the 20th century. In fact, its influence has been so pervasive that Abel Paz can justly complain that specialists have taken information from his work without crediting the source. Abel Paz's biography is valuable not only because of the depth of his research, but also because of his ability to paint a historical fresco in which Buenaventura Durruti's personality stands out in rich detail. This is possible because the author does not conceal his political convictions or try to hide behind a so-called historical objectivity. And yet his work is more objective than many that presume to be so on the basis of a false naturalism. Durruti in the Spanish Revolution enjoys an internal coherence that many university professors could only hope to imitate. Although one may disagree with his views, no one can say that he manipulates the facts. He possesses an indisputable personal consistency, whether he is Diego Camacho, Ricardo Santini, Abel Paz, or using any of the other names that he has acquired during his life. He has written 4 autobiographical works that explore his own life up to the middle of the 1950s, and I cannot resist extracting some brushstrokes from them in order to help the reader get to know the author. 42. 2 From Diego Camacho to Abel Paz. Passing through Ricardo Santini. Our author was born in Almeria in the mid-August 1921 and named Diego Camacho. The child of workers, his infancy transpired in summer heats cooled with gazpacho drinks and countless hours spent pondering the sun and the stars. His first educational experiences occurred when stories were read to him near the fireplace and when an elderly shopkeeper taught him to read and write. Later, in Barcelona, he joined the Natura Rationalist school. His adolescence unfolded while he received lessons there and also read in the library of the Libertarian Ateneo in the El Clot neighborhood. 43 He also attended the School of Life, where the subjects were the libertarian insurrections of 1933, soccer matches, and visions of prostitutes at dusk in the Campo del Sidral. By 14, Diego was enjoying excursions with the Sol y Vida group and belonged to the CNT's Manufacturing and Textile Workers Union and the clandestine Libertarian Youth of El Clot. At 4 a.m. on July 19, 1936, he heard hundreds of industrial sirens alert the city to the beginning of the military uprising and saw the barricades start to appear. Then there was gunfire, the horns sounding the rhythm CNT, 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 an attack on a church, and the first burning of money. The revolution had been launched and the teenage Diego Camacho was squarely in its track. He slept peacefully at the end of that day of revolutionary festival and, when he awoke, contemplated the profound metamorphoses, in the means of production, which the factory committees had seized immediately, in the barricades dominating the city, and also in the people's mentality. A few days later he joined the anarchist group Ordo and worked with thousands of other Barcelona residents to build a new society. Like many residents of El Clot, he learned of the creation of the Central Committee of Anti-Fascist Militias when Federica Monsanati explained it to them while she stood on a pile of bricks. At the time, he didn't see the danger of the CNT and FAI committees working on their own. The important thing was to consolidate the revolution outside of Barcelona by filling the ranks of the militia columns that were preparing to go to Aragon, to occupy the seminary on Diputation Street for the Popular University, and organize the Libertarian Ateneo in his district. Everything in revolutionary Barcelona followed its own path. It was turbulent, but it worked. Nothing could obstruct the marvelous chaos in which, without orders or a predetermined plan, transport functioned, food was distributed, and factory and workshop expropriations spread. Diego Camacho and other youth formed a group dedicated to fighting what they saw as increasing reformism within the CNT. They called themselves the Quijotes del Ideal. Everything had gone so fast, the Quijotes felt overwhelmed by events, but not defeated. Diego will never forget his conversation with Ramon Juve, an old anarchist of somewhat more than 30 years in age, around the time of Durruti's funeral. The revolution, he explained, was more than Buenaventura, more than the CNT and the FAI, it was what the workers, anarchist or not, had done during the July days. To have lived through that was something marvelous that no one could ever take away from him. The counter-revolution was operating at full speed by early 1937, the militias had been militarized, the communists had initiated their methodological struggle against the anarchists, and the prolongation of the war started to wear on the population. In addition to being one of the revolution's uncontrollables, Diego began an apprentice in a boilermaker's workshop and matured personally during this time. He spent a week immersed in the May Days, which occurred when the Stalinists decided to finally rid themselves of the troublesome Trotskyists and anarchists. When the conflict was over, Diego felt that the anarchists had been vanquished. He was arrested for the first time shortly afterwards. Although he was released without any problem, it was not a good time for a Cientista to fall into the police's hands. In October 1937, when Lister's communist troops had already invaded the collectives in Aragon, our author set off for an agrarian collective in Servia, in the Lerida province. There he learned firsthand how the peasants had carried out the collectivizations, the mistrust they felt for city people, and how hard it is to gather olives. He also witnessed the changes in customs, how the collective regime transformed the agrarian mindset, the youth's efforts to educate themselves, and the new role that women began to play. Diego Camacho stayed in this largely moneyless world until the spring of 1938. When he returned to Barcelona, he found an alien city and a libertarian movement descending into executivism. They were difficult times, of the fall of the idols, of retreat, hunger, and the advances of Franco's troops. But they were also months of romance and evening cinema. Defeat seemed inevitable in the beginning of 1939. Diego Camacho woke up in the early hours of January 21 to the news that Franco's troops were about to enter the city. He raced around in chaos, burning documents and organizing the evacuation. The following day was hell. Franco's air force dropped endless bombs. There was panic everywhere. At nightfall on January 25 our author boarded a truck requisitioned at gunpoint and set off for France with his companera, mother, and 2 brothers. The caravan heading toward the border was a poignant symbol. Soldiers and civilians mixed with one another, making it clear that the conflict had not been between 2 armies but between 2 social classes. Yet what began as a revolution had become a war. At the end of the month, Diego Camacho and thousands of others milled around the French border post in La Junquera, hoping that authorities would allow them to enter the country. When that occurred in early February, he faced a period of humiliations. Although no one had expected the French Popular Front government to welcome the avalanche of Spanish refugees with open arms, few imagined the treatment that authorities would dispense to them. As soon as they crossed the border, police separated the men from the women and children. They robbed them of their valuables and then interned them in concentration camps that were being constructed on nearby beaches. They transferred Diego to the Saint Cyprien camp. He arrived after dark and spent his first night there on a bed of sand, with the sky as a blanket, and hundreds of lice as companions. Survival was possible in the camp, like later in Argel-sur-Mer, because of the solidarity and mutual aid that existed among the internees. While much has been written about how the refugees suffered, there is little about their high level of solidarity. It was thanks to this that they had shelter and the capacity to stay informed about what was happening on the outside. This was how they learned that Franco had taken Madrid and that the war was about to end. Although he had thought his time in the camp would be brief, days passed and nothing changed. Correspondence became vital, as a means of locating loved ones and also for expressing feelings and ideas. Authorities sent Diego Camacho to a new camp in May, Barqueres. There he received a package with clothes and toiletries and learned about the signing of the German-Russian Non-Aggression Pact and the division of Poland between the two countries. After enduring communist accusations that anarchists were traitors for so long, it was now time for the Chinese, as communists were known by Spanish libertarians, to suffer the charge. A new worry soon cast a shadow over the future. With the beginning of hostilities in Europe, the French government initiated an increasingly aggressive policy of enrolling them in work companies or the Foreign Legion. Diego was in the Bram camp in the Aude by late 1939. In February 1940, authorities compelled him and his friend Raúl Carballera to labor as construction workers on a pipeline. Supplied with rubber boots and black raincoats, they traveled in a freight car to Château-Renault, a small town of Indre-Loire. There, thanks to the generosity of some old Spanish emigrants, he slept in a bed with clean sheets for the first time in more than a year. News arrived daily suggesting that the French army would be unable to hold back the Germans. He was not surprised when people fleeing the German advance inundated the road where he was working in the middle of June 1940. It was like Spain in January 1939. The difference was that they lacked an awareness of why they fleeing, all they knew was they faced a future of struggle. That was the case for Diego, either against the Germans or attempting to re-enter Spain. He arrived in Bordeaux on June 26, 2 days before the Germans. Once again he lived a refugee's life, sleeping outdoors and cooking over open-air fires. Our author took on a French-sounding name to claim a subsidy given to refugees by the French government. This was the first time that Diego Camacho assumed a new identity. He was now Jacques Camutzko. Coexistence with the German occupiers was not so bad at first. They were more interested in the Spaniards as a cheap source of labor than experienced enemies with nothing to lose. But he was living from hand to mouth, so it wasn't difficult for his companera to convince him to go to Bucéus, in the Deux-Sèvres district, where her sisters lived. He enjoyed a bucolic country life there until the end of July, when police arrested them and loaded them onto a train headed for Spain. He fled en route. He again began wandering around that court of miracles that was occupied Gironde. In October, the Germans sent him to work on the wall of the Atlantic. He was in a concentration camp again. After collecting his first payment, he gave the slip to the guards and boarded a train to Bordeaux. He discarded all his papers on the way and decided that he would be Juan González from then on. With that name, he experienced the increasing German pressure on the Spanish refugees, particularly after the first assault against the occupying forces in early 1941. In March, he went to Marseilles for the CNT on a mission to contact the comrades in the Free Zone. In the great Mediterranean port city, the CNT provided him with identity documents and some money by means of the Mexican embassy. Within a few days, he secured lodging in a house on the outskirts of the city where Mexicans sheltered Spanish refugees before they went to the Americas. In the beginning of summer 1941, he went to Grenoble to work as a builder. During this time, Hitler ended his alliance with Stalin and invaded Russia. The work consisted of building a dam in the Isera River. There, in a cable car, he felt what it was like to fly for the first time. He was nearly 20 years old. Several months later he received a letter from his friend Raúl Carballera. He was in the Argels camp and feared that they were going to ship him to the Algerian desert to work on the Trans-Saharan Railroad. He asked him for funds to help him escape. Diego immediately sent him money and a note saying, I will be present at your sister's wedding. Both intended to cross the border and secretly re-enter Spain. He went back to Marseilles, but authorities arrested him before he could leave for Spain. He began writing a semi-autobiographical novel while imprisoned in the Chavez jail in Rodano. It was a way to escape reality, to live as little as possible, to pass the time. In March 1942, he was tried and sentenced to 3 months in prison for falsifying official documents. When he finished his sentence, authorities interned him in a center for foreigners while waiting to send him to Mexico. However, in April they transferred him to a work company toiling in salt mines in Istras. It was actually an extermination camp, and he escaped the very night of his arrival. He went back to Marseilles, where he reunited with his friends Raúl and Javier Prado. Together they went to Toulouse to finish organizing the trip to Spain. They met Francisco Ponzon there, who helped them with the border passage. He gave them 2 blank, Spanish safe conduct passes and 25 pesetas. On June 1, 1942, Diego and Liberto Serra took off for the border, which they crossed the following day. They didn't do so as Diego Camacho and Liberto Serra, but as Ricardo Santini Escamé and Victor Fuente. The first of the two was 21 years old and had already spent more than 3 years in exile. The first thing he noticed about Franco's Spain was that you had to tip the auxilio social to eat in the cafes and that nobody walked arm in arm. His contacts in Barcelona told him about the pervasive repression and the terror that had overcome even the hardest militants. Diego and his friend felt that if their lives had been completely mad in France, Spain was more like Dante's Inferno. Even the word had become an empty, mechanical gesture. An intense smell of moral and physical misery saturated everything. 4 months later, Ricardo and Victor separated. Ricardo found a lover, got a job as a construction worker, and reunited with his family. Authorities arrested him in December and he learned firsthand about the treatment generously doled out in Franco's police stations. They charged him with disarming a night watchman and transferred him to the Modelo prison, where he joined the prison organization made up by the thousands of libertarian inmates there and learned how to play chess with pieces of bread. He went to trial in March 1942 and received a prison sentence of 6 years. He was one of the lucky ones. While incarcerated, he witnessed the execution of Joaquim Pilares, Bernabe Argales, Esteban Palarols, Justo Bueno Pérez, Luis Latorre, and many others. The beast was insatiable. The months consisted of prison routines and punishments, compulsory mass, and bad food. But there were also small joys and, beginning in 1943, hopes for an Allied victory. Those hopes faded when the victors made it clear that they would rather have the tranquility of Franco's cemeteries than attempt to restore the Republic or even the monarchy, which would return Spain to the conflicts of 1936. In the summer of 1943, authorities transferred him to the Burgos Penitentiary. One of his most difficult years in prison was 1945. The reality of Spain's abandonment and 6 months of solitary confinement followed the excitement of the landing on Normandy. He was transferred to the Girona prison in the middle of 1946. Prison officials assigned him to work in the offices there and, shortly afterwards, informed him that they had discovered an error in his file and that he was entitled to request parole. He waited for parole throughout March 1947. It was a hard month. He had nightmares, anxiety attacks, and became a chronic smoker. He finally left prison on the afternoon of Sunday, April 13. He had entered at 21 and was nearly 26 when he got out. It was spring and, although they had robbed him of more than 5 years of his youth, Ricardo felt reborn. But he would not be free when he turned 26, the prison gates again shut behind him only 114 days later. But before that happened, he spent time with some family members. He also spoke with a comrade who told him about the demoralization caused by the Allies' abandonment, explained the breakup of the CNT's unions, and urged him to go into exile. But Ricardo wasn't ready to leave Spain. He took on a new identity once more. A few days later, with the help of his friend Liberto Serra, he became the Falangist Luis Garcia Escamé from Granada. Garcia soon left for Madrid, with the goal of filling a position in the Peninsular Committee of the Iberian Federation of Libertarian Youth. The Puerta del Sol was the first site he visited in the Spanish capital. He wanted to see the exterior of its old Casa de Correo. This was the General Office of Security at that time, whose cells he would eventually get to know. Afterwards, he met his committee comrades, Juan Gómez Casas, José Pérez, and Juan Portales. He stayed temporarily in Portales's home. He took on the mission of coordinating the production of propaganda on a press that they financed with counterfeit money brought in from France. The first issue of Juventud Libre as well as propaganda against the July 1947 referendum was printed on the machine. One day in June, he saw General Franco visiting the Velázquez Palace. He always regretted not having a pistol with him. Franco should not be allowed to die in bed. If he did, the spirit of resistance that inspired his opponents would also perish. The peninsular meetings of the FAI and FIJL took place in mid-July. There were reports of a treasure hidden in Barcelona, and so off to Barcelona Ricardo Santini went at the end of the month. Police arrested him when he went to see the flat in which the money was supposedly hidden after a neighbor complained to authorities about the strange visits they were receiving. The brief interval of freedom came to a close. They kept him in the Barcelona's police headquarters for 12 days and then shipped him to the Modelo prison on August 17. He had turned 26 a few days earlier. It was another 5 years of incarceration, the prison routine, the meddling priests, and the many humiliations. But he also experienced the solidarity among the inmates again and the discussions about the course of the libertarian organizations. He will always remember June 26, 1948. Police shot down his friend Raúl Carbalera in Montjuic that day. These were years of watching the CNT decline. Its activity had diminished because the state had bled it with endless arrests, because it had failed to resolve the internal conflict between the moderates and radicals, and especially because it hadn't advanced a strategy that was in tune with the times, in which a new generation of Spaniards who had not known the war was entering the arena. In March 1949, someone tried to assassinate Eduardo Quintela, the head of Barcelona's social political squad. While conducting interrogations to find out who was responsible, authorities began to pull people out of prison, including our author. They brought him to police headquarters, questioned him, and threatened him with the ley de fugas. One morning shortly afterwards they dragged him into a Barcelona field and simulated an execution. He never knew if the event had been a charade or if rivalries between Barcelona and Madrid police had saved his life. Whatever the case, Diego was renewed that day. They returned him to the Modelo prison later that month. Doctors soon diagnosed him with a pulmonary injury, tuberculosis, and remanded him to the prison infirmary until he was tried, sentenced, and shipped off to the prison anti-tuberculosis sanatorium in Cuellar, in the Segovia province. Christmas of 1950 was the most difficult of those that he spent in prison. In 1951, only news of the strikes in Barcelona lifted his spirits. But, still, nothing could change the fact that the workers' organizations and guerrillas were exhausted. All that remained was desperation, and the hope that despair would somehow produce a conscious force that could take the struggle to its conclusion. At the end of the year, he learned that he could obtain parole if he acquired a guarantor. He had to get rid of a note in his file that indicated that he should be in government custody when released. In January 1952, he managed to have that damned document misplaced. He began another long wait, which ended on April 28. That Sunday, he left for Porcuna, Jaén, where he had found someone to sign for him. He was 31 years old and had spent his young adulthood in prison. In Jaén, he was able to convince authorities to change his residence to Barcelona. It wasn't easy for him to find work there at first, but CNT groups from the Food Workers Union helped him get a job in the Moritz beer factory and, later, with the publisher Sopena. The organization asked him to stay in the shadows so that he could carry out a job. In the meantime, he spent months reading and studying in the Aurora house. He met Carlos M. Rama during this period and watched the CNT continue to distance itself from the new generation born under Franco, while the communists played a dual game of armed opposition and infiltration into the Confederación Nacional de Sindicatos, and also tried to recruit the sons of the victors. Spain was also beginning to see the economic benefits of tourism and immigration. Ricardo Santini took on the responsibility of representing the CNT within Spain at the 8th Congress and the International Plenary of Groups in Exile held in Toulouse. He secretly left for France on June 25. He began using the name Luis Garcia again and had some conflicts with the exiled CNT. The source of the dispute lay in the exiled comrades' unrealistic view of the organization in Spain. They disregarded its decline as well as the need for a reorganization plan that would enable it to respond to the country's new conditions. During the 8th Congress, he learned that Spanish police had requested his extradition for transporting explosives and thus he ruled out returning to Spain. He stayed in the CNT's office in Toulouse, where he began to compile information about the underground life of Spanish libertarians and also write for CNT newspapers. In October 1953 he went to Brezals in the Durruti lawyer district, where the French police had established his residence. He began working as an unskilled laborer in a construction company there. In late November, the CNT asked him to go back to Barcelona to set up a printing press. He accepted and was in Spain by the beginning of December. He completed his task before the year was over, traveled to Madrid to speak with the CNT National Committee, and then returned to France. Ricardo Santini disappeared in the fog during his exile. Years later Abel Paz was born, the author of Durruti in the Spanish Revolution and many other works, some published and others still unpublished. All his books focus on the libertarian world, just like the speeches he has given in countries like Italy, Australia, and Japan. All his efforts revolve around spreading the libertarian ideal. It is to swim against the tide, like the libertarian world in historical studies. 3. Anarcho-syndicalism in the history of the Second Republic and the 1936–1939 War. A significant portion of contemporary Spanish historical literature emerged from a specific moment, the 1970s, and the establishment of the present regime 44, and suffered from problems typical of the period, such as the lack of intellectual debate in the country and the poor organization of academic programs. 45. However, these difficulties did not stop an enormous number of works from being released, especially since the publishing activity of municipal and provincial bodies peaked. Although it is an important means of diffusion, works printed by these entities have not always achieved adequate distribution or quality. Historians had a significant role to play during this time of accelerated change, and when new social and political structures were being born, their task was to establish historical memory and set up standards of political legitimacy that would buttress the system being constructed. It is not accidental that studies of the workers' movement predominated among the pieces released, although there were also significant works on electoral sociology, like those by Javier Tezel. It was during this period that many important studies appeared on one of the taboo subjects of Franco's regime, the Second Republic and the so-called Civil War. 46. Historians' opinions were taken into account, and some actually participated in politics. Their job was to provide an intellectual justification for the emerging democracy in a society that had seen the dictator die in bed. It was necessary to replace the rancid, anti-liberal historiography characteristic of Franco's regime with a new, social one. Researchers focused on two major topics: the role of Spanish society in the 30s and the causes and course of the civil conflict. As noted historian Julian Casanova indicated, there was a need for a new conceptual apparatus. 47. The discussion began in the second half of the 1970s and was bolstered by debates in other countries on topics such as the transition from feudalism to capitalism and the bourgeois revolutions. It was then that Marxist methodology lodged itself in Spanish historical studies. It was a Marxism more connected to the West, primarily to British Marxist historiography and the Annals School, than to the historical sciences in the officially communist world. This fact is important to bear in mind in order to understand the fate of Spanish anarchism and anarcho-syndicalism in the historical literature. These overwhelmingly young and progressive historians enthusiastically set out to scrutinize the inner workings of the Republican regime, document the vicissitudes of the proletarian organizations, and analyze the trajectory of the armed conflict. It was during this time that what today are seen as historical truths emerged. They ended up establishing a consensus, another concept closely linked to the 1970s that stressed the democratic role of the Republican government, as a promoter of the country's modernization, and characterized the so-called Civil War as a conflict fought in defense of those bourgeois, democratic values. Historians found the conclusion they were looking for. They argued that pressure from right and left-wing extremists prevented the Republican regime from instituting its reforms. This pressure inevitably resulted in the fratricidal struggle that stained the Iberian soil with blood for nearly 3 years and brought Spain into the long tunnel from which was just then beginning to emerge. The 1936 to 1939 conflict was a perfect field for applying a schema that was very attractive at the time. Those we might call the bad guys of the film were perfectly drawn, a right wing prepared for a coup including the landowners, who opposed all economic rationalization and were dedicated to drinking sherry, courting young women, and increasing the use of wide brim hats and short jackets. And the anarcho-syndicalists, bad guys as well, who manipulated ignorant, millenarian peasants and launched revolutionary movements that had no chance of success. In the 1970s and 1980s, like now, the memory of the 1936 to 1939 war served as an antidote to any attempt to question the new regime consolidating itself. The televised speech that Prime Minister Felipe González gave on the eve of the NATO referendum is a perfect example. His dualistic formulation, either me or chaos, revived the most bloody and familiar demons. Given the instability of times, it was useful to point to, and establish as a historical truth, the image of a moderate republic destroyed by extremists. But by doing so, historians began to dig their own graves without realizing it. They were set aside once they accomplished their task, almost useless in a society destined to have a zombie, robotized culture. These rains brought mud. Contemporary Spanish historiography must accept responsibility for its role in the contemporary decline of the humanities. Its position toward the study of social movements in general, and reduction of history to a mere contingency in which utopia and skepticism disappear, makes it an accomplice in the present dilemma. Historians who embrace a historical perspective shaped by the needs of the Spanish transition are incapable of studying social movements coherently. To illustrate this, I will raise a series of questions related to libertarian ideas and organizations. Although it is not possible to address them fully here, they can serve as a point of departure for more extensive studies in the future. Historians frequently forget, minimize, and even ridicule the significant presence of anarchists in Spain. They have applied labels such as irrational, messianic, utopian, terrorist, and criminal to anarchist organizations and individuals. If urban anarcho-syndicalists were anachronistic in the context of the new industrial modes of production, the CNT's peasant unions rested on a millenarian outlook based on forms of life that were disappearing. It's not so much that anarcho-syndicalism is unknown, but rather that historians have established falsehoods in the literature as truths, often on the basis of secondary works alone. For example, today, and increasingly so as ignorance of our history grows, anarcho-syndicalism appears either primarily in relation to Catalonia or as a mere datum in a chronicle of events. It is not that historians have ignored the anarchist presence in regions like Aragon or Levant, but they are methodologically mistaken when they portray an organization that was structured through a network of confederal relations as if it was centralized. In this context, the problems and dilemmas in Catalonia, the typical focus of studies on anarcho-syndicalism, need not correspond to those in Madrid, Aragon, or Andalusia. If the libertarian project in general has suffered such dubious treatment, its locally specific experiences which could help us understand the movement's activity as a whole have had equally troubling or worse fortunes. I would like to point to a recent example, the essay Manuel Tunen de Lara, Reforma Agraria y Andalucia that Antonio Miguel Bernal contributed to Manuel Tunen de Lara. El Compromiso con la Historia, su vida y su obra. This book pays homage to someone who is considered one of the fathers of Spanish social history, whatever differences one may have with his work. In his contribution, Antonio Miguel Bernal intends to note two issues in the history of Andalusia related to the agrarian question, to which Tunen had dedicated so much attention. One of these is known as the incident of the bombs. 48 Bernal frames this within the relation between civilian anarcho-syndicalists and Azana in the context of the agrarian reform law. 49 I must first state that I value Professor Bernal's historical work highly. His lectures have always delighted me when I have had the opportunity to hear him speak. I share many of his ideas and, like numerous historians, regard his works on land ownership and agrarian struggles in Andalusia as essential reading. Nevertheless, in this case, my esteemed professor has made the mistake, certainly without the premeditation or malice found in other authors, of attributing actions to Andalusian anarcho-syndicalists for which they were not responsible. I believe that it is necessary to clarify the error, particularly because he has announced the publication of a work on the bombs. 50. Bernal, misled by two apparently trustworthy witnesses whose claims he failed to verify, explained the incident of the bombs on the basis of an erroneous date, May 1933 instead of May 1932, which was when it occurred. From there, the careful thread of his analysis becomes completely lost. He trusts Sevillayan CNT member José León when he says that Sevillayan FAistas considered killing the person primarily responsible for the assassinations in Casas Viejas, but that had nothing to do with the stockpile of bombs in the spring of 1932. It is also not the case that these explosives were going to be used in a new insurrectional attempt by the anarcho-syndicalists, like the unsuccessful one in January 1933. 51 Surely they intended to use them in a revolutionary action, as Bernal says, but in 1932 and not to retaliate for the slaughter in Casas Viejas. The bombs of May 1932 could not be used to avenge crimes that still hadn't been committed. The problem for Bernal is that José León and Antonio Rosado López, another distinguished cientista from 1930s, confuse the dates in their recollections. I do not know what information León gave Bernal, beyond the claims that appear in his published text. But Rosado's testimony is accessible and he offers a detailed description of the explosion in Montellano on May 16, 1932. 52. Bernal builds his explanation on these two unreliable sources. He could have avoided this mistake by doing some simple research in the archives or by consulting José Manuel Macaro Vera's work on the Second Republic in Sevilla, which is otherwise biased against anarcho-syndicalism. 53 Or he could have remembered the pages about these events in Jacques Maurris's book on anarchism in Andalusia, which he himself wrote the prologue to. 54 Indeed, Antonio Miguel Bernal's error is not so much a blunder as symptomatic of a certain attitude in the study of Spanish anarchism. What was the chronological sequence of events? About the origin, purpose, and context of the incident of the bombs, there are documents that speak of a stockpile of explosives destined for use in an insurrection. There is no need to use Rosado's memoirs to establish its existence. Pedro Valina sent pieces to the local newspapers urging workers not to support the peasant strike and mentions the treason of false comrades. 55 A pamphlet 56 on this topic was published in June 1932, which tried to throw light on the debate in the CNT about the attitude of leading Sevillan militants during the bomb explosions and the May 1932 peasant strike. But if there were insurrectional preparations, is it certain that there was a plan to assassinate Azana? Around the time that authorities discovered the arsenal in Sevilla, Madrid's press reported on attacks against important politicians. 57 Was Azana among them? No, the papers mention those whom the CNT thought bore the greatest responsibility for its persecution, Miguel Mora and Santiago Casares Quiroga, interior ministers in the first Republican governments. 58. The relation between these attacks and the bombs of Sevilla lay in the detention of a group of anarchists in Madrid, whom police accused of having organized the attacks but also of stealing explosives in Portolano used to build the bombs. 59 Thus the police had been aware of the stockpile. The authorities admitted that they had the Madrid anarchists under control since the beginning of April, thanks to reports that they received from Sevilla's civil governor. In the words of Vicente Sol himself, the activity of Madrid's police is not the result of police activity in Sevilla, it's the other way around. 60 The explosives had not been stockpiled in a very discreet way. At 36 pesetas for a dozen bombs, wrote a Sevilla correspondent for the Madrid newspaper La Tierra, 61, who was surprised that the police had to wait for the Montellano explosion to discover what the whole city already knew. This makes it easier to understand the speed with which Civil Guard Captain Lisardo Doval Bravo discovered the arsenal. Doval had been well known among CNT members since 1926, when he participated in breaking up what is known as the Puente de Vallecas plot, and later led the crackdown against the Asturian revolutionaries in October 1934. He was uniquely skilled at extracting rapid confessions, which deputies Eduardo Ortega Gasset and José Antonio Balbontin noted in Congress. 62. In other words, Bernal's conclusions about the existence of insurrectional preparations and the government's utilization of the events coincide with reality. But they only coincide, since they rest on a false assumption. It is not possible that there was a plan to attack Azana for the events in Casas Viejas in May 1932, 6 months before they took place. And it is also not the case, as Bernal states, that the Prime Minister insisted that the matter be concealed so as not to intensify debates about his peasant policy after the experience of Casas Viejas. 63 It still hadn't occurred. I believe this example illustrates a carelessness that is common among academic historians who study Spanish anarchism. Their negligence often becomes manipulation in works on the 1930s, the Second Republic, and the War of 1936 to 1939. Spain's Second Republic emerged with enthusiastic popular support and the widespread hope that the new regime would institute the changes that its leaders had promised. Historian Santos Julia described it as a popular revolution in which the progressive, enlightened bourgeoisie tried to transform Spanish society by changing the political regime. 64 It relied on the workers in the Socialist Party and the UGT to do so, whose support was ratified in the August 1930 Pact of San Sebastián. The fall of the Bourbon monarchy not only produced a formal regime change, but also a subversion of dominant social norms. To an extent, the fear of the master, of the cacique, and of religion disappeared. The popular classes demanded their signs of identity, society entered into a process of secularization, and customs relaxed. The workers' movement demonstrated that it had its own identity, which it expressed in multiple activities, and in which anarchists had a very strong presence. The nearly destroyed CNT became a force again, and its reorganization, characterized by a strong pragmatism, guaranteed its expansion. The rebel anarcho-syndicalism of the 1920s reappeared and declared its desire to militantly transform society. The new rulers would have to take this into account. But the rulers did not, and were unable to carry out their promises and resolve the country's social and economic problems. This ultimately destroyed them. 65 In this sense, when historians say that the CNT is a revolutionary organization, they also mean that it subjected the Republican regime to devastating pressure, implying that the 1936 to 1939 war was a consequence of right and left-wing extremists who made an intermediate path impossible. But this is a half-truth. During the first year of Republic, from April 1931 to May 1932, it is inaccurate to characterize the CNT as a revolutionary organization. One conflict often cited as an example of the CNT's revolutionary antagonism toward the Republic is the telephone workers' strike. Although that is mistaken, the battle was about forcing the Republicans and Socialists to fulfill promises they had made before taking power. Indeed, in 1930 Indalecio Prieto even protested that the telephone company's situation was colonial in nature. However, after the proclamation of the Republic, their pledges went on to better pastures. when the recently created CNT Telephone Workers Union called a strike in July 1931 over economic issues and, especially, for union recognition, the government responded as if it was facing a revolutionary threat, despite the workers' peaceful disposition during the beginning of the dispute. Why? In the first place, it did so in the interest of its foreign policy, which required that it offer a reassuring image to foreign capitalists, and, second, because it was obsessed with erasing anarcho-syndicalism from the map. The socialists worried as they saw the CNT remake itself and gain ground among workers that the UGT had previously controlled, like telephone and railway workers. Socialist ministers mounted an aggressive anti-CNT policy, particularly Largo Caballero, head of the Ministry of Labor. And, finally, the government did so because of the limits of its reformism, which enabled it to quickly forget that its ability to institute real reforms was what justified its existence. The Republicans were incapable of solving the problems that the people expected to them solve. Certainly they were significant. There was a galloping financial crisis that affected important sectors of the economy, such as heavy industry and foreign trade. There was a critical situation in agriculture, and finally there was the employers' outspoken opposition to the new government. But of course its criminalization of the CNT and the conflicts in which it participated did not help matters. Instead of satisfying the transformative expectations, they merely tried to silence their critics with the same coercive methods that the monarchy had used. There were also highly radicalized groups that didn't hesitate to call into doubt the state's monopoly on the use of violence. A key element of the conflict between the CNT and the Republican Socialist leaders was the contradiction between the CNT's strategy of direct action and Socialists' commitment to mediating class conflicts with legislation. To prevent the CNT from growing, the government transformed any dispute in which it participated into a problem of public order, while it also imposed interventionist legislation designed to uproot the CNT's anti-statist syndicalism. Direct action meant rejecting state mediation of clashes between workers and bosses. In fact, the Socialists' obligatory mixed juries, a modified version of Primo de Rivera's parity committees, were an attack on the foundation of the CNT syndicalism. Casas Viejas, one of the violent events in the Republican CNT confrontation, caused both the collapse of the public's faith in the Republicans' reformist capacity and the beginning of the center-right offensive. The Republic began to lose worker support and to weaken the few improvements that the proletariat had won in recent months. Politically speaking, it also paved the way for increasingly right-wing governments after the November elections. After the Socialists' departure from government and the defeat of the CNT's insurrections in 1933, the two strategies that had defined the labor movement up until then began to sink into discredit. Spanish socialists felt betrayed after their expulsion from government and adopted a more radical posture. Largo Caballero was the most well-known representative of this tendency, and his most dramatic act was the failed uprising in October 1934. For its part, the CNT was struggling to survive as an organization, and voices began to arise within it that questioned its insurrectional strategy. An element appeared on the horizon in late 1933 that would have great importance for 1936 to 1939 conflict, a feeling of unity among the working class. Until then the Communists had championed the slogan of workers' unity, but their sectarianism and dependency on orders from the Third International prevented their propaganda from becoming more than rhetoric. Now workers' unity appeared as the element that could help militants overcome the impasse produced by the failure of the CNT's insurrectionary tactics as well as the socialists' collaborationism. This occurred at a time when the right-wing offensive, the radical euphoria, as it was known then, threatened to annul the improvements of the first biennium and elicit a vengefulness after the recuperation of conservative confidence. These factors transformed the workers' organizations. A sector of the socialists turned leftward, heterodox, minority communist groups and dissidents within the CNT created the Alianzas Obrera in December 1933, and the Communist Party abandoned the ultra-revolutionism that had characterized it until then. The CNT strategy also changed. The CNT collaborated with the UGT in labor conflicts on numerous occasions in 1934. This occurred in Madrid, Salamanca, Santander, Zaragoza, and in Sevilla during the UGT's national peasant strike. The CNT and UGT signed an accord in Sevilla that became the model for widespread local agreements in succeeding years. Finally, the May CNT Congress in Zaragoza approved some foundations of a CNT-UGT pact. The repression unleashed after the revolutionary events in October 1934 forced workers and left Republican organizations underground. The government persecuted the anarcho-syndicalists as if they were responsible for the uprising, and they also had to endure harassment from the socialists and communists, who accused them of betrayal because they hadn't participated in the events. This was not true, but the slander had a certain propagandistic impact. Nonetheless, the anarcho-syndicalists were able to silence those who accused them of treachery and regain the initiative. After the Popular Front victory in February 1936, the CNT began to surpass the UGT in its traditional strongholds like Madrid. Its proposal for a revolutionary workers' alliance at the Zaragoza Congress made it seem like the promoter of proletarian unity. It was the anarcho-syndicalists' ability to adapt to the Republican juncture, while not forgetting their revolutionary aims, that enabled them to reorganize so powerfully in 1936, after near dissolution for the greater part of 1935. It also explains how they were able to articulate a coherent response to the military uprising. In various parts of the country, they crushed the rebels and transcended the Republican political revolution with a social revolution. In this sense, the Spanish War of 1936 to 1939 was more of a social war than a civil confrontation. It was the last attempt, up to the present, to build a more just society on European soil. Hiding this fact has been a constant in the historical studies for the last 60 years. P. Lepages has pointed out that the shortcomings in the historical work on the Spanish War in Catalonia are, as a whole, typical of those in works on the rest of the Republican Zone 66. One of the more conspicuous failings pertains to the changes in political and power relations as well as social and economic transformations. Although there is extensive literature on the conflict, it focuses principally on politico-military themes and hardly treats certain problems and aspects of social reality. The weakness of local histories has ensured the perseverance of significant historical deserts. One of the most striking is the failure to acknowledge the revolutionary social and economic transformations that occurred. These are relative and partisan deserts. This year, 2 decades have passed since the death of the victor of 1936 to 1939 war. The mass media in Spain and elsewhere have run endless analyses and criticisms of the Spanish transition, all focused on establishing the historical truth about the country's recent decades. Most commentaries depict contemporary Spain as the happy consequence of the resolution of the problems that caused the Civil War. According to this theory, the present 1979 Constitution marks the definitive end of the fratricidal confrontation. These formulations assume that the Spanish conflict was a struggle between brothers, whose tensions were exasperated by the Second Republic, the uniquely conflicted European 1930s, primitive influences like anarchism, and the country's delayed modernization. One cannot forget that international public opinion received the Spanish conflict with great excitement because it was considered the first act in an increasingly more certain conflict with fascism. Nevertheless, its existence as a social war has been forgotten, when not deliberately concealed, a conflict in which those fighting one another were not brothers, parents, or cousins but rather partisans of distinct visions of social life. Indeed, many historians also forget that thousands of Europeans and Americans saw the events in Spain as a struggle for genuine social transformation. One can argue that it was such a struggle until the events of May 1937. The Spaniards who confronted the military rebels in July 1936 were not trying to stop German fascism or settle old family grudges, but to create a system of social relations distinct from the old regime and the Republicans' formal democracy. Curiously, on this point, liberal as well as Marxist historians coincide in concealing the revolutionary implications of the Spanish War, despite the fact that the publications on the issue are so numerous that it has become one of the star subjects of the 20th century. The communists and fascists also coincided, in that order, in destroying the so-called utopian constructions that emerged in Aragon in 1936 and 1937. 67 From my perspective, Durruti in the Spanish Revolution is a useful tool for redefining the Spanish War, for throwing light on the conflict's least known aspects, for clearing the way for the study of contemporary revolutionary movements, and, finally, for situating the Spanish conflict as the last, up until now, of the deep attempts at social transformation that have occurred on European soil. It was perhaps in Aragon where the revolutionary changes achieved their greatest depth and where historians have studied them most thoroughly. 68 There, the reply to the uprising took advantage of the absence and paralysis of government authorities. The collectivizing impulse spread throughout rural Aragon and structured itself by county. This is how collective modes of consumption, production, local trade, and municipal services were established in the villages and small cities, and a web of societies inspired by libertarian communism took shape. This has been ignored by historians to such an extent that if it were not for the testimonies of journalists and eyewitness observers, it would only be real to those who lived through the events and a few others. 69 Alejandro Diaz-Torre and Graham Kelsey have pointed to this and other significant instances of concealment in the studies of the Spanish Revolution. 70 Among them, there is the disappearance of the documents produced by the revolutionary organizations. They were not eaten by moths or hidden, on the contrary, the cited authors show that their enemies simply destroyed the material evidence of the existence of these organizations. In this context, it is worth emphasizing that the first great documentary failure did not occur after the fascist victory but during the forced dissolution of the Aragonian collectives carried out by Republican forces under the communist Lister. Likewise, historians have disparaged and dismissed eyewitness accounts. They have qualified them as foreign witnesses, muddled, or uncritical and superficial. The existence of an anarchist historical record constituted by eyewitness has even been spoken of as if it lacks legitimacy, while communist testimonies are accepted. For example, Alejandro Diaz-Torre notes that historian Julian Casanova gives precedence to the top regional communist leader José Duque Cuadrado, who when the conflict was already over, wrote a very personal and self-serving testimony. Casanova believes that this is the only thorough study errors and groundless accusations against the libertarians aside of events in Aragon after the military uprising and before the dissolution of the council. Diaz-Torre asserts that his work is not even minimally resistant to verification against other primary sources. 71. The result is that many historians accept the idea which therefore becomes truth that the collectivizations in Aragon and, by implication those elsewhere, were not as deep nor did they affect as much of the population as claimed. Some also suggest that they rested on coercion from anarcho-syndicalist militias and that they did not last long enough to permit an evaluation of their economic results. From my point of view, it is important not only to dissect the facts of revolutionary Spain, but also to dismantle theoretical frameworks that reduce historical interpretation to schemas. Such frameworks under the mask of rigor, of having a real historical debate, of overcoming description and entering into reflection, or expanding the objects of attention go too far in the historical studies of the libertarian movement. 72 While we mustn't avoid difficult questions or write hagiographies, we also cannot stop questioning frameworks that conceal what is most meaningful about the Spanish conflict in the 1930s, its revolutionary achievements. These are not good times for social transformations, but the rebel, the nonconformist, and the revolutionary will exist as long as there is social injustice. What is important is not to look backward to anarchism's golden age but to analyze and comprehend those events in such a way that they can help us form a scientific construction that understands that making history a mere contingency, in which utopia disappears and that serves the needs of the dominant regime, not only impedes the study of social movements but also makes historians dig the grave of their own influence. Once they accomplish their mission, they are excluded, almost without a purpose. Debates about the Spanish War reflect larger discussions about the relevance of the classical revolutionary formulations represented by anarchism and communism. This occurs, above all, because of the collapse of Soviet socialism and the contemporary crisis of thought and structured alternatives among the groups that do not accept Fukuyama's end of history or the dictatorship of the info-technocratic revolution. Historians would have to challenge those intellectuals who are more attentive to subsidies, grants, and soirees than their role in society. The path, I think, is that of their own honesty. Perhaps it is obsolete to speak of ethics in these times, but all researchers know that scientific rigor requires honesty. Today, historical reflection cannot base itself on a questionable honesty that transforms itself into an elaborate intellectualism with lethal anesthetic effects. Its task is to suggest, propose, and even speculate in search of a certainty, a true critique that implicates not only objectivity but also subjectivity and the capacity to discern. That path requires the ethical coherence of the historian. José Luis Gutiérrez Molina.